have the knowledge that you have, Dahlia, about being able to actually show, look, here is concrete evidence that the typhoon that Mitzi had to endure and that her family and her community had to endure is being caused by human-made industry and technology, et cetera. So yeah, so this is my big question. This is why I'm really excited to talk to you, because
Sure.
someone more knowledgeable than me to be able to kind of answer that question. Is there really a link?
Yes. So
How
over
do
the
you
past
know?
hundred over the past 100 years, humans have been emitting greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and that really serves as a blanket, and it really traps the heat in. And a lot of those gases take a long time to leave. And so this heat is building up and moving around in our atmosphere. And so the disasters that are caused by these movements of heat are different. And you attribute some of those disasters, such as extreme heat waves, we can pretty confidently say that climate change is directly influencing the frequency, the intensity of heat waves. And that impacts drought and that impacts fires. We see the increases in fires, extreme fires in Australia, in California, Siberia. Just last year, 2020 was a record year. There's some other things like storms where we know that the air can hold more moisture, and so we have more extreme precipitation because we just have more water in the air. And so while it's difficult to attribute any one storm, any one fire to climate change, when we see these events happening more and more rapidly, we can start to understand what these patterns are in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And from the science, we can understand these and attribute them by looking at observations over time, by modeling the processes and understanding the physics. And together, that gives us a very clear picture that humans are causing the warming and that all of these extremes are being exacerbated by this heat that's being moved around our atmosphere.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to break down some of what you just said. So the first thing you said
Yeah,
is humans have been emitting greenhouse gases for 100 years or something. I think what you're talking about is like the exhaust coming out of cars, et cetera. Yeah.
that's right. So since the Industrial Revolution, we have carbon dioxide that's being emitted from power plants, from cars, and that gas stays in the atmosphere for a long time. And it actually serves to kind of block some of the heat that's coming in and trap it.
Why is it
But
called?
there's other greenhouse gases too.
Why is it
Sorry, go
called?
ahead.
Why is it called greenhouse gases?
Well, so the greenhouse is kind of the metaphor we use, right? So you have, when you walk into this place to grow, plants, right? And so you walk in and it's glass and the heat's coming down and it's really warm because what's happening is the glass is actually trapping the heat to help the plants grow. And that's kind of what's happening to the world, is
Got it.
that heat can't really escape in the same way that the heat in our greenhouses can't.
The gases that come out of car exhaust pipes and power plants, et cetera, are forming.
Similar to the glass in a greenhouse.
Got it. Okay. I actually never knew that. I've heard of greenhouse gases, I think probably my whole life or something, and never
I'm so glad to help.
exactly why. All that. Right. So this gas comes out. How do you know, like in a practical sense, how
Mm-hmm.
do scientists know that
Yeah.
gases that come out of a car exhaust pipe are forming this greenhouse glass cover that's trapping heat?
So we can observe this from space. We have satellites that can look at greenhouse gases. And before that, we actually can look at ice cores. So we can go back 800,000 years and we can drill into the ice and we can measure the gases in the ice bubbles. And so one of the arguments is that we have natural variability. We do. The earth moves. There's lots of different reasons why. And so the signal of those gases, which are natural, goes up and down and up and down. But what we see now is that we are, far beyond where we started in that 800,000 year pattern. And so that is directly attributable to the carbon dioxide that humans have emitted. We have fingerprints for volcanoes. We can look at fingerprints for other natural variability. But the fingerprints that humans are caused, climate change is all over it.
So you can drill into ice and know what kind of gases were in the sky 800,000 years ago, and then paint a picture of how that has changed between 800,000 years ago to now?
Yes.
Wow. That's good.
Mhm.
See, why isn't that on the news? That's um, so so you can tell that there's more gases, and you can tell that that creates more heat, and you can tell that that's not just okay. I want to actually then my next question. You brought up so wait, and you just said natural variability. Um,
Yes.
so I'm gonna do my best to put that in my own words and tell me if I'm right.
Okay.
Natural variability, you mean that it gets hotter, it gets colder from year to year, or from century to century, or millennia to millennia, and that's natural. But
Hmm.
what we've seen in the last 100 years or so since the Industrial Revolution is not natural.
Right.
Got it. And
That's
that's how you can tell. You can say like, hey, we have the whole record on ice for 800,000 years. Natural variability, the temperatures
do
go
do
up
do
and
do
down,
do.
sure, but then starting in the Industrial Revolution, it goes.
It's the hockey stick, right? That's what they say the hockey stick is. And we've measured those gases from, Hawaii, from the top of Hawaii, of the Hawaiian volcanoes. We can actually measure very accurately the increase every season in greenhouse gases as we continue to emit.
So you in the scientific community feel like there's a real consensus. There's a lot of certainty. People know pretty for sure that this is happening and that it's caused by humans. I know that at NASA, I read that at NASA, you also do a lot of work trying to communicate these ideas. That's, I guess, why you and I are talking right now. What kind of conversations do you have, or what kind of arguments do you face when folks say, no, we don't think that climate change is caused by humans?
Well, there's many ways to address that question. I think it's about who you're talking to. So, there's some people who are convinced for whatever reason that is what they believe and it's not based on fact. And so you can agree to disagree and go your separate ways. I think that far more people just need to learn more and understand at the right level. And so, at NASA and many other, agencies and groups around the world, we talk about, the facts, what we've learned, what we've observed, what the global community has agreed is happening. And more importantly in all of this is what can we do about it? What can we do as a community now that we understand the science? We know what to do. It's just difficult. But that is a challenge that I'm hopeful we will be able to work together on as a globe, as for science and for the planet.
What are those things? What can we do?
Well, I mean, climate change is really esoteric and difficult to wrap your hands around, right? But the impacts are happening now, right? It's rainy day flooding, more extreme storms. In 2020, we had 30 named storms of the Atlantic with $22 billion weather disasters in the US. That was unprecedented, right? We know that things are happening now and they're related to climate change. And so, some of these global activities to make policy to curb emissions are really happening, right? Cities are making tremendous efforts to curb their greenhouse gas emissions with pretty aggressive strategies. Companies are making pledges for zero emissions in the future. And so I think that while we can't reverse the impacts that we're seeing of climate change now and those that, what I study, which is disasters, we can, at the local level, make our own decisions. We can invest in, when you're going to change out your refrigerator, make it more efficient, or maybe use public transportation, be more aware of what you eat and where it comes from. Those local decisions can make a big difference at the community level, as well as you, become more aware and can advocate for topics that are much broader than, an individual.
looks like we're not all alive. Looks like she's frozen.
She is a Broadway star, so she could be acting.
Good act.
We can begin.
Introduce yourself, Mona.
I will introduce myself. First, I would like to say I'm so excited to be here. Yay for Earth Day, the 51st Earth Day. So it's an honor to be here with everybody to celebrate Earth Day. And it's a huge honor to be here with one of my heroes, Lewis Gibbs. And right before this talk, I pulled off from my shelf her book that I read in college. And it has been formative and foundational for me. So it's an honor to be here with you, Lewis, talking about environmental disasters. So I'm a pediatrician with a background in environmental health, a degree in health policy. I am also a professor at Michigan State University. I currently run an initiative in Flint, Michigan called the Pediatric Public Health Initiative to mitigate the impact of the Flint water crisis and to make sure that there's no more Flints anywhere else. Lewis.
Hi, I'm Lois Gibbs, and I am also excited to be here for the 51st Earth Day, and obviously with one of my heroes as well. I mean, it really shows you that, you know, people of all walks of life joining together, you know, a pediatrician with a housewife, organizing together, we can change the world, and that's what we have done collectively. So for those who don't know me, I am from Love Canal in Niagara Falls, New York. Love Canal was a toxic waste, is still actually a toxic waste dump with 20,000 tons of chemicals in the center of the community that leaked out into my neighborhood. And behind me are all the children who wanted out, and they were protesting. We did a lot of protesting. We were the first site that was actually recognized as an environmental disaster due to pollution. And as a result of that, we not only got relocated 800 families, but also a federal law called the Superfund law was enacted, was passed, and that Superfund is for sites all across the country that pose a huge environmental or public health risk. So it sort of took care of the Love Canals of the following, you know, tomorrows, I guess. And after Love Canal, I founded the Center for Health, Environment, and Justice, and that's located just outside of DC. And it has reached our 40th birthday, so I'm really excited about that. And what we do is we work with communities all across the country who are faced with an environmental health risk and public health problems. So like Woburn, Massachusetts, or Flint, Michigan, or, you know, name the pollution thing that you know of, and we've probably been there. Thanks.
Thank you. And Lois and Mona, give me a heads up that you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm just hopping in super quickly because I think Ariel's having some connectivity problems, obviously. But thank you for those intros, and thank you for vamping. You guys are really pros. I'm sure you've done a lot of these in the virtual era. So tell us a bit about what are the sort of takeaways that you feel like people should know about environmental disasters that, you know, people hear the headlines, people read about this stuff, but it's typically only when the thing happens and it really captures national headlines. One of the things that I compare it to all the time is with the first Earth Day. One of the things that really inspired the first Earth Day was the Cuyahoga River fire. Mm-hmm. But few people know that that fire actually caught on fire all the time. And it's just when it made the headline that it actually made national news. People turned out for Earth Day. It was a major thing. Mm-hmm. But what would you like people to understand beyond the headlines about environmental disasters like the ones that you all have really focused on? Mona, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And actually, that's why I'm really so excited to be here. You know, Flint made really big headlines. We were international news for quite some time. It wasn't the first environmental disaster, and it hasn't been the last environmental disaster. And my take-home message is that there are crises probably as egregious as Flint happening all over this country that have not garnered national attention. So you think about Flint, you're like, oh, that's that crazy story about that one city in that one state surrounded by the Great Lakes that had brown water. That can't happen anywhere else. We have better laws and we have better protections, and that's impossible. And what I want everybody to take home is that, yes, these kinds of things, be it air quality, water quality, climate crisis, are happening all over. And I think what I learned from Lewis and what I've learned from so many giants before me is that we have to open our eyes to these environmental problems. And more importantly, we have to take action. And when we do take collective action, we can finally put a spotlight on these issues that are happening in our own backyard, but also disproportionately in vulnerable communities, and try to fix them.
Yeah. And I guess from my perspective, Josh, is that a couple things. One is that most of these problems are actually in communities that are of low wealth and communities of color or indigenous peoples. And that's not by mistake, that's actually by design. And that when we're talking about Flint, or we're talking about Love Canal, or we're talking about Tucson, Arizona, we're really talking about innocent people by no fault of their own. That was the only place they could buy homes. Or in the South, it was the first area in which African Americans were allowed to actually purchase property. And then the industry grows around them and the pollution grows around them. And society has accepted that as okay. So, it's not okay. And it's happening. It does happen in white communities and wealthy communities, but rarely. And if it does, it gets cleaned up immediately. Where Flint had went on forever before anybody actually took Mona or other people seriously. And then the second part is that when you have a flood or a hurricane or a tornado or some natural disaster, at the end of it, you could just clean it up and count your losses. You've lost your home, or you lost your car, or you lost your favorite tree, or so-and-so passed away, and that was really sad. In an environmental disaster, the impacts of it go on for decades and decades. We're talking about being exposed to things like cancer, and it takes 20 years for cancer to show its ugly head. We are talking about innocent children who are born, especially the girls, are born with their eggs in their bodies already that could be exposed in utero or in their toddlerhood. When they decide they're going to have a child, they need to think about their exposure. So has really long tentacles to it that touches people's lives. It doesn't go away when it's gone away. When you move out, you haven't moved away.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, in Flint, we had lots of environmental contamination, even pre-existing to our water crisis, but the water crisis really, heralded a population level lead exposure. It's a neurotoxin. And in pediatrics, we call it a silent assassin because we don't see its consequences right away. It manifests years, if not decades, if not generations later, like so many other environmental contaminants. So after those TV cameras and the media crews are gone, we still have to deal with these long-term consequences and support those impacted communities.
Yeah. And I think I like a lot of the things that you touched on there in terms of the environmental justice issues, just the fact that a lot of these things in your communities, you really know those things. You use the phrase silent assassin, I think is what you said, but that only gets really communicated in the rare occasions. It's more the exception, that kind of thing. I think we do also have Ariel on. So I do want to welcome Ariel back. I think her connectivity issues maybe got resolved. We'll just give her a second to come back. There we go.
Oh gosh, I am so sorry. I left you hanging. I'm hoping that the Wi-Fi is working a little bit better now, but thank you so much, John, for taking the lead and asking these women to start and explain everything that they've been working on over these years. I am such a huge fan of both of you and the work that you've been doing to protect families and to protect everyone from these huge disasters. I'm curious, I know we only have a few minutes left, and you guys have been talking a lot about what you went through. Is there any way that people can start to educate themselves on what they should be doing moving forward in terms of, how to not be giving money to these companies that are putting so much toxic chemicals in their stuff? Like, how do people educate themselves?
I think there's a lot. I'll take the first bite at it and you can have the second one, Mona. There's a lot of ways. I mean, you can go on websites of many of the environmental groups, including our own, which is chej.org, and learn about it. But you just need to think about, what are you doing? So when you go to your takeout, because we're all doing takeout now, right?
Yeah.
And then you have styrofoam. It's like, what are you doing? Don't eat at that restaurant if the takeout is styrofoam, because what is styrofoam? It is a toxic product, and someone, and I will tell you exactly who, someone in Louisiana lives by that factory, because there's only one factory that's making that styrofoam, and they have birth defects and reproductive problems. And so you as a consumer can seriously impact what happens in communities, because when the product is no longer needed, the industry will find a new product. They will make that substitute. And if it's safer for the workers and the plants, it's safer for you too.
So I would add, there's a lot that you can do as a consumer, but there's even, I think, more that you can do as a voter, as a civically engaged person. So if you vote and elect policymakers who enforce regulations, who enact stronger regulations, who put into play polluter pay laws. In so many states like Michigan, polluters get away with everything. There's no accountability. So we have to do so much more to put into place leaders who value public health, who respect science, and who are governed by preventing problems. Right now, industry has its upper hand. They have a long-standing history of manipulating public health agencies and environmental agencies to minimize regulations and to enhance their bottom line. So we have to open our eyes to kind of that history and who's kind of funding these things, and really put our power with our vote.
That's amazing. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people, hopefully in the last couple of years, have started to realize how important their votes actually are. And one last question that I have, because you both have kids, and I know how much kids are important to you, I'm wondering, what's one lesson that you would teach your kids that you've learned in regards to activism and what they should do, speak up, or what would you teach them based on what you've learned?
Well, I've taught all my children that if you see something that isn't right, you should stand up, find out about it, make sure it isn't right, and then speak out about it. And, and that goes for everything. It goes from bullying in the playground to, what's happening at City Hall. If it's not right, stand up and say something. And they have done that, by the way. They're terrific advocates.
So my kids are a little younger, but I love to read them a quote from one of my favorite children's books by another doctor who said, "Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not." So that's by Dr. Seuss from the Lorax. It's something I grew up with, and it's something that I've tried to instill in my children to remind them that they have an amazing power if they choose to stand up and speak up and especially fight for others.
Definitely. Yeah. Thank you. And John, do you have one more question?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that Lois, I love that sort of like see something, say something strategy of sort of bringing that to justice issues. So we do a lot at Earth Day Initiative where we talk about being a climate communicator and simply using your voice, and that it really does affect the people around you. And studies show that a lot of times people think that other people don't care about climate justice or climate action, and then they find out later, oh, actually all these people care about it. We just weren't talking about it for so long. We're gonna have a segment later that talks a bit about that. Do you all find that generally you are surprised when people do find out about your work, or they find out about some issue in terms of how engaged they do get? I have found that people truly do care, and that has been really inspiring. Like Lois, you gave the example of your kids. It sounds like your kids are very actively involved in this stuff. But what is the reception that you find that people have when you actually when they learn about your work? Mona, do you want to take that one first?
Yeah, I love that question, and it's one of the reasons that I wrote a book very much for a layperson audience, because as scientists and as academics, we sometimes communicate in very narrow places, and we don't do a good job sharing the benefits of our science to larger, broader audiences. And what I have seen is that people from all disciplines, all walks of life, all political parties, all parts of the country, they care. They care when you tell them the stories, and they care especially when you bring in that human element. And as Lucky mentioned in an earlier segment, they care when you also talk about health, and especially health of children. So as much as we keep talking about that, I've seen that it's resonated with lots of different folks, all kinds of folks.
And I found the same thing. I think the best example is when you go door to door before the pandemic, and you knocked on doors. Almost every single time, someone would say, "I've been waiting for somebody to come to my door and tell me what to do." So, there is a lot of people out there, they do care. They're not sure what to do. And I think our job as educators and communicators is to provide those easy, simple things to plug people in. And then once they get in, they grow and flourish, and the movement becomes so much stronger. But door knocking is the thing that I find every single time. I've yet to knock on doors in a neighborhood that at least one person didn't say, "I've been waiting for somebody to come to my door and talk to me about this."
I love that. That is so important, because so many people want a leader to show up and they don't know that they can be that leader. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions that we want to touch on, John, or do we need to
No,
wrap?
I think we are out of time, but I don't even know that we got to introduce you, because we had to issues at the beginning. Broadway Green Alliance was so generous with helping set us up with some folks from the entertainment industry. And it does touch to the points that we're talking about. Mona, you had said, sometimes your work can be very siloed and it's difficult to communicate these concepts. What we're trying to do here is bring sort of like high profile talent who's very good at communicating to the broader public and shine that spotlight, and then shine it on the work of these awesome experts and activists here. So Ariel, introduce yourself really quick.
Yes, hi, I'm Ariel Jacobs. I play Jasmine in Aladdin on Broadway. I'm also a captain of the Broadway Green Alliance, which is a fantastic organization that takes members of the Broadway companies and educates them on the best green practices, and kind of lets everybody know what they can do to take care of the planet. And in the Broadway community, there's a lot of people who care. So I think it's a fantastic organization that can kind of focus all of our energies into that direction.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Gloria Rubin. So excited to be a part of the Earth Day 2021 virtual stage with Earth Day Initiative and March for Science, New York City. I am an actress, a singer, an author, and president of the global nonprofit that is solely focused on clean water, Waterkeeper Alliance. And I am really excited to introduce to you a real champion in the fight for clean water, the executive director of Waterkeeper Alliance, Mr. Mark Yagi. Hello.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi, Mark. How you doing today?
I'm great. Happy to be here and happy to be celebrating Earth Day, which we know every day is Earth Day.
Yes, yes, indeed. Earth Day is, oh my goodness, it's like, especially nowadays, it's a true celebration of the planet and all of the magic and wonder that it offers us so generously, and so how we have to protect it, as we all know. So would love to, talk a little bit, of course, about Waterkeeper Alliance. And for those who may not be familiar with Waterkeeper Alliance, would you just kind of let everybody know who we are, what we do?
Absolutely. So we're a global movement united for clean, healthy, and abundant water for all people in life, and really on a mission to protect our right to clean water in communities around the world. We're a network of waterkeeper groups, and these waterkeeper groups are local community-based organizations that are grassroots warriors. They arrange cleanups, they educate the public, They patrol waterways, and they take on polluters both in court and in the press. And they're really there are now 350 of these waterkeeper groups in 45 countries, more than 45 countries around the world. I think it's 48 right now. And together, these women and men are out there every day patrolling and protecting almost 3 million square miles of waterways. And, I think, Gloria, the easiest thing for me to say is when someone asks me what a waterkeeper does, I tell them that, waterkeeper is a warrior. It's a woman or a man who gets up every day and fights for a world where, everyone can go down to their local waterway, jump in and have a swim without fear of getting sick, or get a glass of water and drink it without fear of ingesting toxic chemicals, or catch a fish and feed it to their family like you used to without having to worry that there might be mercury or PCBs in there that are going to poison your family. That's what we're all about, out there locally, being out on the water and protecting the community's right to clean water.
See, I love that. That's one of the things that I love so much about Waterkeeper Alliance, Mark, is what you just explained. It's just literally every day people that are in their communities fighting. And I love that bringing polluters to justice thing. I'm like, you pollute the waterways, Waterkeeper will find you and we will take you to court and we're going to win. So,
absolutely.
So that whole participation in the community and I love it. It's literally clean water warriors, as you said, warriors for sure. So,
yeah, and we're grounded in basically in citizen action, science, and law, as you mentioned. And enforcing the law against those polluters. Exactly.
Yeah, that's a perfect combination. So, what would you say in today's times are the biggest threats to clean water?
Well, as you know, there are myriad answers to that question, but we have a water crisis and we have a climate crisis, and the two are very much intertwined. So think about it for a second. If I say climate change to you, what are the first things that come to mind?
Well, for me, I think of two things, particularly for water. I think of either way too much water, or like floods and hurricanes, etc., or deluges of rainstorms that hover over cities for days, or not enough water. Rivers drying up, lakes drying up, aquifers what is it? Aquifers.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little early for me. Yeah, exactly. So too much or not enough, the extremes.
Exactly. So I think when you do ask the average person, when they think about climate change, it's going to be like you're saying, extreme weather events, hurricanes, drought, flooding, sea level rise. And, for the real ocean folks out there, ocean acidification, any of those things, but they're all water, right? Everything that you hear that we just spoke about is water. So climate change is altering the chemistry of our oceans, the character of our coastlines, and the timing and intensity of rain and snow, as you mentioned, and it's wreaking havoc around the world. And we know that, water is our most precious natural resource. It's, no part of our lives is unaffected by water. We drink it or we die. We bathe in it. We wash with it. Without water, we can't grow crops. And think about all the food we harvest from rivers and oceans. It's just even in all of its forms, whether it's rain, sleet, or snow, water is crucial to our atmosphere and to the air we breathe. So there is nothing more important. It's not a coincidence that we call this place where we live the blue planet.
Yes.
And so that, climate change is exacerbating the water crisis. We have about half the world's population is experiencing severe water scarcity at least 1 month out of the year. More than 2 billion people live without safe water at home. And pre-COVID times, I don't know what the numbers look like during COVID, but hopefully we'll be BC, beyond COVID soon.
Yeah.
And but I know that the data before COVID was that roughly half the world's hospital beds were filled with someone with a waterborne illness. And so all of these challenges that we're facing, it's rising sea levels, they're putting people's homes and livelihood at risk. We have groups in Senegal who tell us that the common refrain there is the sea ate it, which means that when a house is no longer there, it's because the sea came and took it away. The sea ate it. similar waterkeepers in Louisiana have seen government remove more than 40 names of places off of maps because those places no longer exist, except for in the memories of the coastal residents who saw that land disappear.
Right.
So I'd say climate change is having a dramatic effect on what was already a water crisis, and we could go on and on, but that's probably don't want to give everybody doom and gloom all day on Earth Day.
No, exactly. No, there are certainly solutions. Like, that being said, actually, if there's some examples of some tangible ways that our global waterkeepers have been protecting their waterways or fighting for clean water as these changes happen.
Yeah, well, exactly, that's what we're all about, right? Is the tangible changes, and at Waterkeeper Alliance, we believe that highly trained, effective local leaders are critical to solving the water crisis, the climate crisis. And it's because we know that change happens at the local level. That's where change starts. And so we work to be community-based and globally impactful. Mm-hmm. And, around the world, decisions are made at the local level on things like energy sources, transportation options, land use, zoning. Those are made at the local level. And so as a result, we can get things done locally. And actually, I'll give some examples of solutions, but why local is so important is really important to establish too, I think, and just that local actions can also be tailored to the people and the culture of the community. And that makes it more of a shared decision in being part of a solution rather than just some top-down imposition. And it makes it easier to hold those local decision makers accountable too. And I think we've all learned very well that we can't just count on DC or wherever your capital is to come in and save the day. We got to take action locally. And that's where those examples of how our waterkeepers are working to affect change and have tangible change come into play. We mentioned Senegal briefly with sea level rise. Our Han Baykeeper in Senegal has mobilized the community there to stop 2 planned coal-fired power plants, which would have had devastating climatic effects. And they also were successful in getting the government and some European development banks to commit $68 million to clean up their beach as well, which is really exciting. We can shift over to India. We've got a waterkeeper on the Yamuna River there she worked with local women to restore a first-order tributary of the Holy Ganges River. And this is a waterway that had been dry for 75 years. And they were able to restore this waterway. It started revitalizing natural springs that the community relies on. And it also having that source of water now has been stopping some of the devastating fires that have been plaguing the community. So there's a couple examples outside the United States. We go into the United States. In the Pacific Northwest, we've got really big success from our Columbia Riverkeeper and their partners. They launched the Power Past Coal Coalition, and they have used grassroots organizing techniques and legal strategies to stop every single fossil fuel export terminal that's been proposed in the Pacific Northwest. And so not only were the waterways and the communities spared from the pollution and climate impact, but all that coal that would have been shipped to China was to be burned, or other parts of Asia to be burned, was stopped in its tracks.
Yeah.
So there are so many,
Exactly. I know we have like over 350 examples of these warriors in the communities are making these kinds of tangible changes. It's so extraordinary because, like you say, particularly coal, Senegal, or in the Pacific Northwest, obviously fossil fuel burning is a major influencer and a major impact on climate change. That's like a no-brainer to even say that. But it's the collaborating with having the community get involved, like you say, raising these issues and fighting these issues that are most important to that community-based but globally impactful, like you just said, because the impact of coal is exacerbating all of the things that we've been talking about. So right. On that note of these results, of these tangible solutions, how can people who are watching today, how can they participate and get involved with the solutions? And how, do you know what I mean? And what can they do to be part of the solution?
Yeah, and absolutely. And we need everybody to be part of the solution, because it's going to take more than just our 350 groups, we all need to be invested in the solution and all need to understand that the biggest threat we face too, and one of the other biggest threats we face is apathy and inertia, that we have to be able to stand up and speak out for places we love and places that mean so much to us. And so I would say two things that I would suggest people do. One is go to waterkeeper.org and sign up for our email distribution so we can keep you apprised of key water issues and give you opportunities to make your voice heard. But then we want you to make an impact locally, right, in your community. So we talked about how change happens at the local level. So number two, on our website, you can find your local waterkeeper and you can support their grassroots efforts to protect water in your community. You can sign up for their newsletter, or you can follow them on social media, or you can make a donation. And I would say, depending on the waterkeeper group and what's happening in their community and what time of year it is, you might be able to participate in a cleanup. You might be able to learn about native plantings. You might be able to help take out invasive species. You might learn how to take water samples, or you might be able to attend and speak at a hearing about some potentially polluting project and help make your voice heard in stopping it.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's such the best combination to be able to support financially, no matter the amount, and also the option to get on the ground with your local waterkeeper, one close by, or learn how to become one, or what have you, and just literally get your hands on the ground in the water, by the river, by the lake, and start cleaning up and start learning about what's happening. It's amazing. And I love the website because at the same time, you can see what's happening around the world and the wins and the challenges that are going on all across this globe. It's such an extraordinary thing. Waterkeeper Alliance is like rocks. Waterkeeper Alliance rocks. Mark Yagi, Executive Director, Waterkeeper Alliance. I have to say, I've known you for many years now, and your leadership and your commitment and your dedication in the fight for clean water around the globe is unlike anyone I know. And I have to thank you for that on a personal level and from a humanity level. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
That's very kind of you, and thank you. We're so grateful to have you on the team to be our president, and as you know how incredibly inspiring it is to see these local groups take on huge challenges and create change, and that's why we hope all the members of the audience will join in. And you made a really good point as closing out there is if you don't have a waterkeeper in your local community, call us and let's get going.
Right. Well, thank you, Gwen. Yes, everybody, please visit waterkeeper.org. And thanks again for joining us. And it's been a lot of fun. Again, Earth Day 2021 virtual stage with Earth Day Initiative and March for Science New York City. Protect your waterways, protect your Earth, Waterkeeper Alliance, and peace out. Guess that's all I got.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lucy Biggers, and I'm a correspondent for Now This News based in New York City. Now This is an online digital publication that focuses on young people. We reach 70% of people in their 20s each month online, making news accessible and relatable to young people. And this is going to be a great conversation today. I'm so excited to be here with Dr. Ari Bernstein. He is the interim director at the Center for Climate Health and the Global Environment at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. And Dr. Bernstein's research has looked at the connections between COVID-19 and climate change and how addressing climate change can also address and help prevent future pandemics. This is a very fascinating and timely topic. So Dr. Bernstein, I'm excited to chat with you today.
Great to be with you, Lucy.
So for background for our audience, what are the connections between COVID-19 and climate change?
There are a bunch of them. So we can start from the end of the mess, which is the actual pathogen getting into everybody. And we know that for people who've had to breathe more polluted air from burning fossil fuels, particularly in the United States, they're more likely to die. Burning fossil fuels are 80% of the climate problem. If we stop burning fossil fuels, we're going to prevent climate change and we're going to prevent people dying from COVID. And then you can sort of work backwards from that. We know that deforestation is probably 20% of the climate problem, and it's the major reason we see disease emergence. Now, we don't know exactly how COVID-19 got from probably a bat into a person, but we certainly know with Ebola, we can all remember Ebola, it wasn't so long ago that West Africa, the evidence is pretty clear that it was deforestation in West Africa that led to that. There are many other outbreaks we've seen from deforestation. And there's just a lot of touch points in between that connect climate to COVID. And it turns out that when you look at the solution space, climate solutions are often pandemic prevention actions. So we can do these things and get win-wins.
And give examples of what would be prevention. You mentioned deforestation, so imagining preventing future deforestation would be one.
Yep, that's the big one. And just to be clear, it's not just that forests are important for, preventing, keeping them intact from preventing pandemics and emergent diseases and for protecting the climate, but forests have lots of other value, whether they're here in New England, in other parts of the United States, or in the tropics. They're very important for water quality. They have real importance to indigenous peoples. So forests, big part of the solution set for lots of different problems. And then on the side of fossil fuels, I mentioned the air pollution piece. Air pollution in the United States is leading to the early deaths of like 300,000 people a year. So it's almost a COVID epidemic in the United States every year. But it matters to everybody's health. So the kids I take care of as a pediatrician, we know that air pollution is really bad for their lungs. It's bad for everybody's brains. And so we see these sort of mounting benefits. But critically, in all of these spaces, the protection of the environment has disproportionate benefits to those who've been most harmed in the past. Air pollution is a great example. Pollution and poverty are close bedfellows. We also see in the United States that people of color, particularly Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, much more likely to breathe polluted air. And so when we stop burning fossil fuels, which are the main source of air pollution for most Americans, we're going to see the benefits accrue to the people who've been harmed most in the past.
And that's such a good point, that the people that get hit first and worst by these global, whether it's global pandemic or global climate change, they're the same communities that are getting impacted. And would you argue that because there are so many parallels, that we can make a connection that COVID-19 is almost an environmental disaster?
There's no question that COVID-19 is an environmental disaster. If you look at emerging infections, these are the new things, whether it's COVID-19 or going back to 2003, SARS, Ebola, these diseases that, Ebola was new, but it's coming on strong. COVID-19 was totally new. These emerging infections are being driven by environmental trends. That could be because we're chopping down trees, or it could be because of climate change itself. Where I live in New England is sort of a home to Lyme disease, where most Lyme disease cases happen, but we see it moving north, and that's not by coincidence. We see every scrap of life trying to get out of heat. So running to the poles, running up mountainsides. And that doesn't just lead to things like Lyme disease showing up in new places. It means that animals are bumping into other animals that they never would have come into contact with because they're trying to get out of the heat. And that creates the opportunity for the movement, or what we call spillover, of a bug from one animal to another, and that can get into a person. So the tumult in the environment is absolutely about our health, and we have to make that clear. We can't afford to operate as if we can totally transform the environment, and it's not going to come back and matter to us.
And it's another parallel to climate change, where there's these feedback loops that you have, once these impacts start getting felt, they get felt worse and worse, and they speed up. But then at the same time, there's a conversation around how developed countries, the US, where we're both from, we got the chance to exploit our environment and develop it and do the deforestation thing. And now we're on a path where we're trying to reverse that. But how do we tell, developing countries that they can't be, developing and moving into forests? Or is there a way to do safe growth where they're having the economic growth, but then also not having these risks of pandemics and climate change? Is that something that you've looked into at all?
Yeah, it's a great and really, really important question, Lucy. So 2 quick examples. The first is Brazil. So Brazil, prior to Bolsonaro, actually had a tremendous reduction in loss of forest through policies that encouraged protection of the forest, through protecting indigenous rights, and a suite of actions for enforcement. And as deforestation rates fell, the income of farmers went up, not down. And so the economy did better because, of course, if you flood a market with goods, the price goes down. It's a very simple prevalence. In places like Rwanda, there have been research studies showing that as biodiversity is lost, poverty and disease are more likely. So we see evidence in scientific literature that when we protect nature, we protect ourselves and our economies. Sure, we can maximize short-term economic gain through chopping down vast swaths of forest. There's no question about that, but it doesn't last very long. And the evidence shows time and again that over time, these are self-destructive actions. And so we're trying to make the case, and particularly in the COVID era, that we simply can't afford to do more vaccines and tests, which we've got to do now because we've got a pandemic. We absolutely need to spend our dollars, whether it's in this country or around the world, at doing primary prevention, preventing these things from emerging. That really involves protecting nature and protecting the climate. These things are foundations of our ability to lead healthy and productive lives.
I love your answer so much because I think it kind of turns on its head this assumption that I kind of asked in my question, which was that we have to be sacrificing biodiversity and these spaces to have economic growth. And you're arguing that, no, that's just not the case. We're at a place now, I think, with our understanding of these systems that we should be protecting them. And you talk about, preventing future ones. I think you're in your research or in the research in this before this interview I saw, isn't it something like we can spend 2% of the cost preventing another COVID-19 than what we're spending on COVID-19 right now? What was that?
The math is really painful here because, by conservative estimates, COVID-19 is costing us $10 trillion, maybe $20 trillion over several years. If you look at the amount of money you would take to protect forests, let's just look at the forest piece. There are other actions we should be doing too, which is addressing the wildlife trade and doing better surveillance for spillover. But a large chunk of this is deforestation. If you're doing that in the places where we have evidence that diseases are most likely to spill over in the world, which are in the tropics, and in forests that are the most at risk, you're looking at a price tag of like $20 to $30 billion. So, 2% actually is an underestimate. It's actually a much smaller fraction of the cost. The challenge is that we have a hard time acting until after the fact as a species. And that's why pointing to the near-term health benefits of, in the case of climate actions, is so important because we can get our heads around that, right? So when it comes to fossil fuels, there's a study out a couple of weeks ago out of Chicago, the closure of coal plants. Chicago is my hometown. There are coal plants that got closed because we put a price on the air pollution because it was killing us. And as those coal plants closed, children were less likely to show up in emergency rooms with asthma. There was a major drop. So people like me as pediatricians, we have less things to do, which I actually kind of like because my job is to keep kids healthy. And we see this, and parents get it, and children get it. Women who are going to be pregnant or are pregnant, they do better with their pregnancies when there's less air pollution. I mean, this is a big deal. And again, it benefits the folks who've been hit hardest historically the most.
That's so interesting. I think the best climate solutions are always the ones that are solving multiple problems at the same time. It's not just about less carbon emissions, like you're saying, it's better health, cleaner air, all of those things. And just to leave our audience with sort of something that they can take away from this, like, what's the biggest thing that you want to hit home around the connection between COVID and climate change? And is it something that we can all act on tomorrow or start talking about around the dinner table to get that message out there?
Yeah, it's that climate actions are pandemic prevention actions. And if we want to, get at COVID-19, preventing the next COVID-19, if we want to get at the health problems that are really most worrisome to us outside of COVID-19, whether that's obesity, mental health problems, Alzheimer's disease, dementia, heart disease, strokes, the climate actions benefit those diseases. And so to your point, we're embedded with fossil fuels. Fossil fuels have been immensely beneficial to us to date. There's no debating that. And we owe a tremendous amount to the communities in the United States around the world that have made that possible. But at the same time, the science could not be clearer that we don't have a choice in terms of decarbonizing the economy if we want to be living healthy and productive lives. It's just not a choice. And so we have to protect the communities that provide us fossil fuels. We have to invest in climate solutions that are frankly what we should be doing anyway. The prescription I would write anyway, although I can't because you can't do this in a clinic office. We have to do it outside the clinic office to get us off of fossil fuels and to advance climate solutions are the things we would do to address obesity, heart disease, all these conditions. And that's really the fundamentally important thing here, is we owe it to ourselves to care about ourselves and our children to take climate actions to improve health today.
Well, thank you so much. I learned so much from this conversation. I know that everyone at home did as well. So thank you. And yeah, this has been great. Thank you all. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, Susan.
Hi again. My name's Josh, and I'm one of the 2 co-directors of programming for March for Science NYC. I really hope you enjoyed that segment as much as I did. I know if I took one thing away from this, it's what Dr. Bernstein said about how pandemic actions are climate actions. If we want to live healthier, happier lives, we need to address the climate problems that are amplifying things like the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the social and racial inequities that exist, that also amplify the health disparities we see when we see people who are severely impacted by the climate crisis. So next, we're going to segue into our Communicating Climate segment. But before we get there, I want you to enjoy this amazing rendition of Bob Dylan's Blowin' in the Wind by Broadway Green Alliance's Laura Stracco. Enjoy.
How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Yes, and how many years can a mountain exist before it is washed to the sea? Yes, and how many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? Yes, and how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Yes, and how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? And how many ears must one man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, and how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind.
Hi everyone, I just got dropped into our Gather space where we're having our virtual festival for Earth Day 51 tomorrow. That little girl in the middle is me, but also, hi, I'm here in the bottom right in real life. I'm going to tour you around our space so you can have a little bit more of an idea of what to expect for our festival tomorrow. So follow me. And, oh, here are some friends. Hi, Kevin and Emma.
Hey crew, and my name is Kevin.
And we're from Earth Day Initiative, and at our booths we have a few things that you can learn about.
Here you can learn more about sustainable food with our Gotham Grazes program, or tune into our Parts Per Million podcast and learn about all the different ways that you can activate to show up for Earth Day 2021.
Amazing, I'm so excited. Nice to meet you guys. All right, I'm gonna keep going with my tour, bye. Okay, let's go see who these people are over here at our March for Science booths. Hi guys.
Hey Tiff.
How are you?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I'm loving the space. Tell me more about what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so I'm Josh. And I'm Omar. We're directors of March for Science New York City. We use our entire organization's goal is to use science for the common good. And we have a lot of exciting demos for you guys here.
Guys, I'm literally going to be setting things on fire. We're going to be teaching you about how vaccines work, how fireworks work. We're going to be giving you demonstrations about flood zones in New York City. It's going to be awesome.
So a little bit cooler than the run-of-the-mill conference, right? A little bit cooler than that.
A lot, let's just say, like, flashier in the sense of explosions.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Tiff.
Bye. All right, so you can explore this space tomorrow from 12 to 7 and meet organizations like World Science Festival, 500 Women Scientists NYC, and City Nature Challenge as some examples, and talk to them about their work that they do, how you can get involved, see some interactive demonstrations, and generally learn more about the climate movement. And if you see here, I can show you the larger map of the entire space. So as you can tell, there are going to be many, many organizations that you can learn from and talk to tomorrow during our festival. Okay, so let's go down again towards the center of the map. Hi again. Hi Ingrid, I hear you have some news for me about what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, so meet us here tomorrow at 3 p.m. with Fridays for Future. We're going to have a huge march and rally to call for science on silence.
Okay, amazing. So again, tomorrow at 3 p.m., meet us here in this spot to have a rally and a march around this gather space with Fridays for Future. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Earth Day Initiative.
And I'm Emma from Earth Day Initiative.
The following programming is focused on communicating climate. We're joined by Francesca Dini talking about the Net Zero Project, which illustrates how photography can cast light on climate solutions, Climate Museum on being a good climate communicator, and a session on effective communication strategies with Hip Hop Caucus founder Rev Yearwood, founder of Plus One Vote Syed Amir, the father of climate communication Alexander Floor, and Grist journalist Kate Yoder.
Earth Day Initiative has a campaign and a podcast focused on being a climate communicator. Go to dojustonething.org, that's dojustonething.org with the number 1, or search for the Parts Per Million podcasts wherever you listen to podcasts.
So today I'm going to talk you through this project, which is called Net Zero Transition. That is a photography project that was shot by Simone Tramonte, that is a documentary photographer. And I was, let's say, involved in the research and the plan of this work. Simone is a documentary photographer that is very interested in documenting social issues and the relationship between the people and the environment. And instead, I am a researcher and I'm an expert in the development of innovative technologies. So we have partnered for this project and we started thinking about it during the lockdown, in the first lockdown in March 2020. And since then, we were thinking of this crisis that we are all aware and we all experienced, and we wanted to see it as an opportunity to for a new future, for a new sustainable future. So all scientists are now very clear on what that is, we are undergoing this very serious global climate crisis. The Earth is warming up very very quickly, and a failure to act now will create real problems in the futures. We know that, and we know that this is due to the emissions released by the human activities. We know that there is the Paris Agreement that was signed by almost all countries in the world, and the aim is to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees compared to the pre-industrial levels. At the European level, there is also a big interest, and there is indeed one of the key ambitions of the next 10 years is the European Green Deal. The European Commission is investing a lot of resources and effort for this transition, and the aim is to that Europe will become the first climate neutral continent by 2050, and we know that this can be done through a switch to a low carbon economy, and this can be done through innovation and new technologies. And this is what brought us to study Iceland, where we identified a virtuous model for this net zero transition that can be, let's say, helpful to stop this climate crisis. So what we want to present with net zero transition, and I will go through now the pictures, is a virtuous model that is working and is giving a lot of positive effect to the environment as well as to the economy of the country. Iceland is a very peculiar country. They have a lot of natural resources behind in their earth, but they also became leader in the development and implementation of geothermal and the exploitation of the geothermal energy. So in these pictures, we are seeing one of the first geothermal power plant in Krafla in the north of Ireland that was built there in around the 70s, in the mid 70s. So geothermal energy is a much more sustainable source of energy compared to the fossil fuels energies. On top of that, in Iceland, they're implementing new technologies to reduce to the minimum the emission of the carbon emission that are linked to the extraction of this geothermal power, because they are either reusing the same the emission in place for other let's say uses, or they are injecting back the carbon emission into the earth. And in this next picture, this is the outside of a very ambitious project that is called Carbfix, that was financed by several projects, scientific project and collaborative projects financed by the European Commission, that is called Carbfix, where the carbon dioxide is mixed with water and reinjected back to the earth, like 500 meters depth into the earth. And here the carbon reacts with the rocks and basically is trapped and removed from the atmosphere. So this is something very interesting that is really helping the reduction of emission of these carbon emissions. And finally, this I want let's say in this overview, I will present the last way to reduce the carbon emission. In particular, in Iceland, the land is very poor of trees. This is something that originates from 1,000 years ago when the Vikings came to Iceland. They harvested all the trees to create houses or for the boats or as fuels, and now the land is really is lacking trees. But the government and the Icelandic leaders have identified reforestation as a way to reduce the carbon emission and to fight the climate change. I think, let's say, these pictures and this trip to Iceland show a virtuous model for which is a positive model to present how let's say the investing in new technologies and in green technologies can let's say fuel this transition towards a new economy based on green energies, and that also created a very important economic growth. So let's say they're doing good for the environment, but they're also doing good for the population and for the business. So I mean, investing in new technology can be also a profitable business, and everyone will benefit from this. So that is why, let's say, I'm happy to present you this project today.
Okay, so just to ask you a few questions. Originally, I was going to start with questions about communicating climate, but the scientist in me wants me to ask a few tech questions first. So the CarbFix program, that's very interesting. Do you know how much CO2 it can pull down for a single plant?
I know the cumulative amount of that project, that was something like 50,000 tons of CO2 in this single wells. So now this is still at the I would say at the pilot phase, but they are they have experimented also the other locations. So I mean, it's not working only there because of the rocks is particular, but it was also tested and validated in other locations. So I mean, the amount can increase a lot. I know that scientists are also debating about the need to not only reduce the carbon emission, but let's say reducing literally removing carbon from the atmosphere, because otherwise we won't be able to meet the goals.
Yeah, we're going to be having a conversation in a future segment on actually decarbonization and carbon capture. So I think this is good to prime that conversation. Just one more question on CarbFix. Do you know roughly like what the % reduction in Iceland's emissions has been as a result of this intervention, or is that not figured out?
No, I think I haven't figured it out. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just curious. Okay, so then my next question for you is, I wanted to ask you, as a scientist, how has it been, like, what has the process been like to get involved with the communication side of the climate crisis? So working with Simone Tremonti and particularly trying to communicate these technology innovations through art. Can you talk a little bit about why you chose to take that path?
Well, I was very, let's say, I was very interested in the innovation and I've been working also personally at as a consultant, let's say, for several innovation projects. So with Simone, we started. I mean, we wanted to show a positive message. So he was very interested in the problem of climate changes, but we didn't want to show the let's say the negative effect. We want to we think that in this period is very important to I mean, to communicate the need for this shift. So and we think that photography is a mean that is very immediate, so it can reach everyone, because I mean, the image is such a widespread and also easy to understand way and very powerful way to reach a lot of people, and so so that is why, let's say, we decided to keep this to keep this path, and then we started studying what was there. So we decided to go to Iceland this summer. It was possible. First of all, it was possible because, you know, with the all the COVID crisis, it was not so easy to travel outside Europe. So that was one of the reasons, of course. And there we found a lot of interesting opportunities and reality there. I think there is a lot of sensitivity among Icelandic people for this matter. My idea is that they really have the problem of climate change under their eyes because of the glaciers. So, I mean, we also visited the glacier, and they were telling us that they could see year after year that the glacier is retiring, so they can actually see that the glaciers are melting due to the climate change. And I think that this has this has grown their knowledge and awareness of this problem. And everyone is really aware and sensible to this problem. I think it's important that everyone contribute to this cause. So, I mean, scientists, entrepreneur, but also common citizen, just through their choices, they can really make a change. I think altogether, I think we can make a change, choosing with our choices, basically.
Great. Well, I think that's a great message to leave this on. Thank you again, everyone. Francesca Dini, calling in from Italy, and happy Earth Day.
Hey everyone, my name is Seth Stewart, and this is the Earth Day 2021 virtual stage and festival with the Earth Day Initiative and March for Science, New York City. I am Seth Stewart. I am an actor and Broadway performer in New York City. These are some of the shows that I've done, and I'm very excited to be here and be a part of this this interview and this talk with these amazing group of artists. They were brought together for a special Earth Month exhibition by Eco Art Project and the Earth Day Initiative with support from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. So I'm going to introduce these amazing artists. I have researched them myself. They are all absolutely incredible in what they do. I hope you have a chance to go research them. And basically, this is a beautiful way to bring art, sciences, the environment, climate change, all in one. And I just can't wait to interview. So we're just going to get started by doing some quick intros. So with each person, Sam, we'll start with you. Tell us your full name and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Sam Nesta. I'm based here in New York City, just like Seth, but I hail from Australia originally.
Great. And Peter?
Hi, I'm Peter Jarek-Harris, interdisciplinary artist, and I'm from New Hampshire, and I'm beaming in live from my Red Hook, Brooklyn art studio.
Awesome. Awesome. And Hara?
Hi there. I'm Hara Waltz, and I'm in New York City, and I am an interdisciplinary artist and scientist, and I'm currently focusing a lot of my work on climate change and how that changes the patterns of different species.
I love that. I love that. Cicely?
Hi, I'm Cicely Carew. I am based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and originally from Los Angeles, California.
LA, all right. And lastly, Stephen.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, hi, I'm Stephen Mallon, British born, but I've been in the US almost my entire life. Was in this city for over 20 years, and 3 years ago we escaped for Hudson Valley, and we're now in Beacon, New York.
Amazing, amazing. I've been to Beacon. I love Beacon. All right, so let's get into this. I wish we had so much more time because I have so many more questions because I've been secretly checking out all of your work. Sam, we're going to start with you. How do you draw inspiration from nature as an artist, and what themes do you hope to convey through your work?
Really great question, Seth. I should say that not all of my work directly relates to natural themes, but in recent years, I guess a significant number of things that I've been doing, does at least incorporate it or relate to it in some way. And I think there are a couple of reasons, for that. There's the biographical narrative answer, which points to the fact that, my Australian upbringing and being very connected to nature and being certainly very inspired by it even, as even growing up. And then also being in a family that's very much, that's very thoughtful about their own relationship to nature and its importance in their personal lives. Kind of all of us. And then there's the other larger one, which is the larger zeitgeist answer, I think, which, if we were to run the Google Analytics or statistics on kind of, searches or articles or conversations about nature and climate change, I think we'd find that there's been a steady increase in kind of, a global consciousness that has turned our focus kind of toward us as humans and our relationship to the natural world. And so I think in terms of the things that I hope to convey in any of those works that do relate to nature is just that, which is, our relationship to it, or at the very least kind of moving it from the background around us into the foreground as a focal point, and hopefully using it to inspire wonder and awe.
I love that answer. That was so well done. That's amazing. And I'm going to try and come back to each artist because, again, there's certain highlights of projects that you all have done, which I would love to quickly touch on. But Peter, let's move to you. Do you see a shift in the way people think about climate and the environment in recent years, and how has that affected your work?
Well, I will backstep 1 second, Seth, to say, having been born as what I would call a free-range child in New Hampshire and grown up with parents who moved back to the land in the 70s and were organic gardening and kind of carving out their own existence for themselves, I kind of took that for granted. But it took having urban studios through traveling for residencies in Beijing and Brooklyn and West Africa in these more gritty urban environments to suddenly realize really how disconnected so much of society has become from the natural world. And that kind of a lot of the more romantic, if not fringe thinking and journalism about science and nature. I'm thinking about luminaries like Bill McKibben, even going back to Thoreau, Stuart Brandon, the Whole Earth catalog. These are much more fringe movements and thinkers in terms of society. And I think it's not been until a lot more recently that a lot of that thinking is no longer quite as fringe. Organic is now a buzzword. It's been accepted into the mainstream. There's a lot more consciousness about not only climate change and environmental crises because it's affecting us, every day very tangibly, so we can empirically experience it and measure it. But it's also showing up in media and popular culture. For instance, I love the gardening show by the British garden celebrity Monty Don.
I know.
And that's not an example of, a natural consciousness about a popular consciousness of the natural world. I don't know what is. So to answer the second part of the question, how has that affected my work? I think in one regard it hasn't at all, because nature has always been at the core of what I do. It's my muse, so to speak. But I feel that the change has been in the urgency with which I communicate a lot of these natural themes. So really trying to put focus and a highlight on things such as endangered species of flora and fauna, and even integrating elements of a feeling, literally an experience of climate change, and some of the immersive installations I've done, where you start off the immersive installation in kind of a cool temperate zone, and as you move through the space, you really experience much more empirically and viscerally a shift to a hot semi-tropical, if not tropical zone, through coloration and symbolism. So I think that urgency is definitely more present than ever in what I'm doing.
I love that. It's basically sort of speaking for that which we already know, which is our natural environment. And luckily you're one of those people that was fortunate enough to grow and live close to the earth growing up. So that's beautiful. I love that. Moving on, Hara, how do you think that art has affected the conversation around climate change up to now?
That's a great question. And I think building a little bit on what Sam and Peter have said, like there's been a big shift over the past decade, I think, in the conversation around climate. And I think art and literature have played a role in that. When I was in graduate school, so I'm both an artist and a scientist, and I became really interested in the gathering of data and how we had all of this great data on climate change, but it just wasn't coming through to people. And so it was like it was all there, but somehow it didn't resonate. And so I think the visual arts have a really significant role to play there in, we're a visual species, in bringing people into the dialogue around climate change. And I think one of the things about climate change is that it's hard for us to, as humans, to grasp both the spatial scale of it, like how vast it is. We're in a system and everything is connected and it touches everything. And then also along like the time scale and the temporal scale, it doesn't quite compute with the human lifespan and sort of how that fits together. And then there's also the aspect that it's not just linear. It's not just, the temperature is warming in a pretty linear way, but then we have these crazy cold, super cold winters, and you have people say, well, this isn't global warming because we've had all this snow this year. And so it's hard for people to kind of grasp that, the nuances of it. And so I think art can play a really great role there in both telling stories and picking out certain things that people might not have thought about in terms of how things are shifting. And so it allows for a really wide dialogue around aspects of climate change. And I think if you look at how at scientific institutions and institutions like the UN, political and cultural institutions, they're starting to bring artists into this conversation more than they were maybe 10 years ago. And a lot of scientific institutions have artist residencies where they're bringing people in to like be in dialogue with scientists, which is super exciting. So those are some of the ways that I think that shifted over the past decade.
Well, when I saw vital signs, my mind did this. So I love it. That's amazing. So we're going to keep it moving. Thank you for that. Cicely, is there any intimidation factor when it comes to dedicating pieces to the environment or climate themes?
Absolutely. Listening to Hara, I'll say, reminds me that I am not a scientist, but she did say something about nuance, and I think as artists, our job is to be sensitive to the nuances that exist in our natural world and be able to see what's unseen and show that to others, and create those connections. And I think where science and art meets and where I feel like I have a place in this conversation is recognizing that I can express what I'm thinking, and I'm asking questions. They are, not necessarily science-based, but questions in responding to what I experience as a human being in the world and wanting to affect change. And also as a mother, teaching my son to be a steward of the earth, and also celebrating the beauty of these cycles of creation and what it entails, and explaining to him that no, it's not linear, it keeps moving, but it's our job to be aware and celebrate moments like when we went to quarantine and the earth was healing. I thought that was very beautiful, although sad for many of us, or for the world, I'd say. But art has a place to heal and speak to healing of the earth. So there it is.
I love it. No, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. I love that. Stephen, we're going to move on to you. What would you say to other artists and creatives about the importance of lending your voice to the climate conversation?
I think that everyone should look at all of the work in this amazing group of artists and get inspired, because there's just so much wonderful talent here. Yeah, it is crucial for artists, individuals, creatives to capture the stories and document and visualize what is happening to us, to our family, to our, our life, to, the food that we eat, the infrastructure, how the energy systems are changing, how it is impacting our quality of life in so many different ways. I think it's just an absolute responsibility of both society and artists to document and interpret what they are seeing and what they are feeling, because a lot of the work that I do, is coming through the lens of a documentary photographer with an artistic edge on it. I'm not concerned necessarily about covering other stories, but it's really about the environment and environmental impact on these projects. And I've found that it's been both informative for people to see the project because they don't know sometimes about the artificial reefs, and also educational, because sometimes their first reaction is like, what are you doing? You're just throwing trash in the ocean. And like, no, that's not what these are for. So I think, yeah, from a standpoint of artist and historian, it's important to document. It's also, it's important to educate and also to connect and show, for potential positive change.
I love that. I love that. I'm going to wrap this up, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I myself I got land a few years ago, so I've been mostly living in the woods and barefoot, and just also working on, turning my art into what you guys do. And so all of you inspire me. Thank you all so much. To the audience out there viewing, I hope this inspires you. Please check out ecoartproject.org. So you can find the websites and the social media handles to all these amazing artists. Again, that's ecoartproject.org. Thank you all so much for being here, and keep shining your light on the world, because we need you. So thank you.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Maggie O'Donnell, and I'm the online programming coordinator at the Climate Museum.
And hello, my name is Ikuya Banful, and I'm a Mellon Foundation Fellow in Climate and Inequality at the Climate Museum. And we're here today to encourage you to break the climate silence by starting climate conversations. Now, over the course of this segment, we will introduce you to our advocacy tools and to our Earth Day campaign, which are all specially designed to help you become a climate ambassador and inspire others to do the same. But first, a little bit about the museum.
All right, thanks, Aquia. So the Climate Museum is the first museum in the United States dedicated to the climate crisis. And you can see our mission statement here. So every year since we began doing public programming, we've seen the demand for climate public programs and exhibitions grow. And we've met this demand through a wide range of programs and exhibitions, such as our exhibition Taking Action on Governor's Island, which you can see a picture of here. We've also done exhibitions in downtown Manhattan of art, which you can see here. And we've also done a multi-site public art installation around the city called Climate Signals, which you can see here. And all of these exhibitions and programs are designed to give people a pathway into climate action.
Thanks for that, Maggie. And at the Climate Museum, we work to leverage the public trust that museums enjoy, which is immense, to educate people, inspire civic action, and spark dialogue on the climate crisis. We do this by pairing our exhibitions with advocacy tools, workshops, and panel discussions on topics ranging from climate science to youth climate leadership. In addition to making much of our programming accessible online during the pandemic, we've launched a virtual monthly conversation series, Talking Climate. And here you can see a panelist vignette from Talking Climate Grief, that took place in February and is still available on our YouTube channel, so you should watch it if you haven't yet had the chance. It's a powerful conversation. But Talking Climate is a conversation series that examines issues at the intersection of climate and inequality. And the next installation of Talking Climate will be on May 21st and will be addressing food. So we at the Climate Museum strongly believe that the arts can spark dialogue and inspire collective action on the climate crisis. If you stay tuned to this live stream after our presentation, you'll see a short film announcing a major public art project that will be launching later this year, as well as details on how we work to showcase change-inspiring art.
Awesome. And before we start showing you this video later today, we're going to actually focus on climate dialogue for this segment, and specifically on breaking the climate silence. So our target demographic at the museum are people who are freaked out but shut down about the climate crisis. And that actually turns out to be the majority of American adults. So I have a few questions that I'm going to have you guess the answers to now. Can you guess what percentage of people in the US are worried about the climate crisis? Now hold that number in your head, and I want you to try to think about another number that's related to that first one. What percentage of people do you think talk about climate change often? So think about those two numbers in relation to one another, and now I'll show you the answers here on the next slide. So based on the research that comes out of the climate communication centers at George Mason University and Yale University, that first number is 66%. People often guess a much lower number because the way the media covers climate change leads us to think that very few people are worried about the issue. But that second number, that's only 6%. So we have a lot of people who are worried about it and very few people who are talking about it. And the discrepancy between those two, that's the climate silence that we're really targeting, those 60% of people who are worried but not talking quite yet. So one more question for you before I turn it over to Aquia again. What do you think prevents people from talking about climate issues?
So research and the responses to our programming tell us that the climate silence results from a few things. And the first is that so many people feel outscaled by the issue, right? Like the climate crisis is so massive and monumental that people usually feel like, well, what can little old me, I'm just one person, what can I do to fix this? A second reason is that people feel that the crisis is too far off, but one only needs to take a look at all the extreme weather events, from superstorms to snowstorms to wildfires, to realize that like it's here and it's with us now. So it's no longer so far off. And finally, people feel that they don't understand climate issues well enough to begin having conversations about them. So that leaves us in a predicament where millions of people recognize and are worried by the seriousness of climate change. And they're also unsure about how to start taking action. They're just looking for ways to get started. And we at the Climate Museum, we're here to help. So experts agree that talking about climate is one of the single most important civic actions that you can take. And to help you get started, we've created a Climate Ambassador card. It's free and it's available on our website. It's printable and it's portable, and it will help you get those climate conversations started. The benefits of talking about climate are immense, right? It helps us move from being afraid and freaked out and shut down about climate change toward hope, rational optimism, and action. Builds a sense of engagement through climate engagement, builds a sense of community, which is super important, right? Because it's collective action that is gonna tip the scales for good in this fight. And it empowers us all to speak up about the kind of a future we want so we can work towards a livable planet together. So talking may seem small, but it actually has really, really, really massive effects.
I totally agree, Akua. And today we're inviting you all to become climate ambassadors with us through talking about climate. So we have a short intro video we're going to show you now. And then after that, we'll talk through some strategies for getting started with your climate conversations. All right, so you can actually go on our website and print out that wallet-sized card and keep it with you as a reminder. So I keep my card printed out and I keep it in the cup holder of my car. So anyone who gets in sees it and it starts a climate conversation right there. So we're asking you all to now think about 3 people that you would like to pledge to start a climate conversation with. And we're hoping that this is going to be your Earth Day resolution. So think about your friends, your family, maybe your neighbor or a colleague, anyone that you can think about that you could start having climate conversations with that you aren't currently having them with right now. So we really hope this is an opportunity that you'll take to break down the thinking that tells us that this issue is too big for us to tackle. And you can do this not just on Earth Day, but throughout the whole year. So take a few seconds, write down those 3 names and get thinking.
And hold on to those names because we'll come back to them at the end of this segment. And making this sort of a pledge is important because research tells us that the more specific we are, the more likely we are to follow through on these sorts of promises. Now, usually once people have those 3 names, the next question they have for us is, well, how do I start? And as you saw in the video, you can talk about how you feel about climate change or what you've been thinking about it lately. You could even start by telling somebody about this presentation or about the video you just saw. That's just yet another way to start a climate conversation. So, you know, Maggie, I was actually wondering, when did you break your climate silence?
Thank you for asking, Akua. You know, for me, it was sort of in a reverse order than I think what happens for a lot of people. I started by taking climate action. You know, I was calling my representatives, I was participating in neighborhood cleanups in high school and things like that. but I felt like it was a really personal thing for me, and that it wasn't something I was sharing with people in my life because I didn't know what their reaction was going to be to these big issues. And I didn't really know if I had the words to describe what compelled me to take these actions. But it took a little bit of time. And once I started talking about it and starting to feel comfortable with climate action being part of who I was, the conversations just never stopped. And it was really great to feel like I could talk about climate change, talk about my emotional response to it, talk about everything involved in taking climate action with my friends and encourage them to do the same. I would ask the same question back to you, Akua.
Well, first, thank you so much for sharing your climate story with me. It's so exciting to learn that climate conversations are kind of like Pringles. Once you start, you just can't stop. So my story is a little different. I grew up in Ghana, right? And it's tropical most months of the year, but we have this one micro season called the Harmattan, right? Where there's this like northern trade wind that brings dust and like cool fog from the Sahara down to the West African coast. And I have such fond childhood memories of this time, right? Because it would always coincide with the new year, and like it just felt like a really peaceful way to start a new year. But as I grew older, that season disappeared, and it went from lasting a few months to lasting a few days or a week if it showed up at all. And of course, like this was incredibly worrying, right? Like I was nostalgic for this micro season, but I was also just deeply worried about the fact that the climate had literally changed. So starting to think about this in terms of climate change and starting to try to have conversations about it was actually really, really, really affirming, because I needed the language to make sense of what was going on. And like thinking about this in terms of climate helped. I was worried actually when it came time to start climate conversations, because I thought people wouldn't be receptive. But what happened was that everybody I spoke to was super welcoming, because they were just as worried as I was, right? And they were eager and hungry for the same kinds of language and conversation that I was. So like, just like you, actually, when I started talking climate, I realized I couldn't stop. And in the same spirit, like we also crowdsourced some reasons from some of our friends and colleagues about why they talk climate.
So, just like these stories, and yes, thank you so much, Akua, for sharing your story. Your description made me think I was in Ghana for a moment as you described the setting, and I'm nostalgic for that season now too. Many people, besides just our colleagues, have reported to us that when they think about the climate impacts that matter most to them, the conversations really just flow from there. And that, like Akua said, you can't just have one, you just have them throughout your day and throughout your normal routine. It's important to remember with these conversations that your goal is not to convince people that climate change is happening or to pose as an expert on climate science or on climate science. We have scientists who, the majority agree that it is happening, and we don't need to target the climate denialists because we can talk to people who are part of that climate silence demographic. The most important thing is that you talk about these issues and why they matter to you. It's important to keep it localized, personal, and passionate, and sort of find ways to highlight the fact that climate change impacts us all differently. And the list of possibilities is really long, and there's just no wrong way to have a climate conversation. The important thing is just to start having them. And it's important to start taking that step, because then it'll lead to climate action. Your conversation starters might differ also in terms of who you're talking to. And it's important to meet people where they're at, both in terms of what they know about climate change and find ways to listen and respond to what they have to say. Hopefully these examples are helpful for you as you start to think about the climate conversations you're going to have on your own. And I hope you soon feel empowered and confident to take further steps to advocate for climate action.
Yeah, we hope this segment and the tools we've offered inspire you to help break the climate silence. And to confront the climate silence, we need individual participation, but we also all need to build a small, collective action army. And to help build your climate community, we're launching a Let's Talk Climate campaign. So you can join us by making that Earth Day resolution, following through on that and reaching out to those 3 people whose names you took down earlier and start climate conversations with them. You can do this in real life, removed from social media by just sending a text, sending an email, getting on the phone. But you could also follow us on Instagram and comment on our most recent post about why you talk climate and tag 3 friends. At the end of Earth Week, we will give away 10 Talk Climate kits, which include this dashing mask, which is the perfect and ultimate climate conversation starter. So, follow us on social media, Talk Climate, and tell us why you're talking climate. Tell us how it's going. And remember to visit the Climate Museum at the Earth Day Virtual Festival. We'll be there all day tomorrow from 12 to 7 p.m. If you want to stay in the loop with our Let's Talk Climate campaign, print that amazing and incredible climate ambassador card, or join our mailing list and just become a friend of the museum more generally, you can go to climatemuseum.org/Earth Day or scan the QR code on your right. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and we sincerely hope that you'll talk climate and tell us all about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last March, the Climate Museum team was eagerly anticipating the presentation of a sculptural installation and one-day participatory performance in Washington Square Park by the artist Gabriela Salazar, a work entitled Low Relief for High Water, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Earth Day in April 2020. Due to COVID, the event was postponed, but this Earth Day we are very excited to announce that the installation will take place on October 10th, COVID permitting. For those new to the Climate Museum, our mission is to inspire action on the climate crisis with programming across the arts and sciences that deepens understanding, builds connections, and advances just solutions. Art is a catalyst for contemplation, self-reflection, and community building. At the Climate Museum, we view the arts as providing an emotional pathway into climate dialogue and action. We've been so honored to be working with Salazar on this piece. She's shown work in multiple solo exhibitions and received prominent fellowships. She was part of the Socrates Annual 2019 and Storm King's groundbreaking climate change show, Indicators: Artists on Climate Change. Here she is in a film speaking about her basic motivation for the work.
All this work that we've done as a human race to sort of create a space for ourselves and make a home. I'm thinking about how climate change is going to affect New York City and destroy so much of that. It feels like a very solid, permanent kind of place, but in reality, there's a lot of permeability and vulnerability.
This year has made us very aware of both our shared and unequal vulnerabilities, our vulnerabilities as individuals, as communities, as countries, and also as interconnected people on this planet. We face compounded jeopardies due to the crises of racism, inequality, and climate change, and our existences are inextricably intertwined. Critical for moving forward on climate change is acknowledging all these vulnerabilities, fears, and inequalities, is letting ourselves encompass it and build community through this shared experience. Seeing art, specifically art shared with others, opens us up to wonder, to empathy, to conversation, to possibilities. It can be empowering to realize you're not alone, and we need to be empowered collectively for climate action.
On the day of the show, I'll be cutting them apart and stamping them with a embossing of the date and the title of the piece and distributing them, giving the viewers a kind of responsibility for that intimate fragment that they can do whatever they like with.
I really love the layers of this piece. This idea that no matter what you do, actively or passively, you're still choosing a pathway forward. I think that today more than ever, people need to recognize the agency we all have and take advantage of it. As an activist museum, we know that having an emotional connection to an artwork is vital, but it's not enough anymore. We must provide people with pathways to action. We need to empower people to turn that visceral response into motivation. At the Climate Museum, we try to show people that they don't have to feel paralyzed by worry, fear, and uncertainty. We instead connect them with ways they can engage and steps they can follow to join with others to address the crisis that we're all living in. We try to show people that in action there is community, and in community there are solutions. For Salazar's piece, this means taking advantage of Washington Square Park and its history as a public commons. On October 10th, we'll be having a day-long participatory activation using low relief for high water as an entry point into the climate conversation. We'll have civic and educational activities, including how to have a climate conversation, voter registration, climate scientists on hand to answer questions, and more. It's really about using the arts to remind people that they are part of something bigger than themselves, and that joining with others to take collective action is more powerful than what one individual can accomplish alone.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this climate communication panel. Today, we're going to be talking about how to have an effective conversation about the climate crisis. So I'm Kate Yoder, and I'm a journalist at GRIST, which is a nonprofit media site focused on climate justice and solutions. And I'm based in Seattle, and my focus at GRIST is on language and culture and climate. So I write a lot about communication. And I think we're just going to start off with some introductions. So Saad, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Yeah, hey Kate, nice to be here. I'm Saad Amer. I am the co-founder of Plus One Vote, which is an organization dedicated to getting out the vote and improving the representation of young people and people of color in our democracy. I am also an expert reviewer for the upcoming IPCC report and on the youth constituency of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I'm based here in New York and happy to see y'all from Zoom World. Hello.
Zoom World, I love that. Reverend, do you want to go next?
Everybody, it's Rev Yearwood, president and founder of the Hip Hop Caucus, and glad to be with you this afternoon.
And Alexander?
Yeah, hi Kate. Saad, Rev. I'm happy to be here. I come from the University of the Philippines, and which has quite a track record in terms of natural resources and environmental science research. And I'm here to bring the perspective of the climate communication science community. Thanks.
Cool. Glad everyone made it. So I can go first, and I'm just going to talk about some of the things that I've been thinking about based on my reporting at GRIST over the years. And then I think we're just going to quickly go around and everyone's going to say a few things about just what our approach to climate communication is or projects we've been working on. And then hopefully there'll be a little time for discussion. So what I've been thinking about is just how climate change can be intimidating for a lot of people to talk about for a few reasons. One is obviously polarization. People don't want to start a conflict with friends or family. There's also, it can feel overwhelmingly big. And then third, I think just being intimidated by the science is kind of one of these reasons that people are hesitant. And that's really got me thinking about, what does expertise mean when it comes to climate? because obviously scientists are experts on the science, but there are also so many other aspects to climate change. So, we're all living through the climate crisis. We've seen how the seasons have changed here in Seattle, like wildfire smoke, and then that's being blown all across the world. And if you live near pollution from a busy street or industrial plant, then you're an expert on climate change, in your own way, because you're qualified to talk about your own life. So I've written before that jargon can be really off-putting for a lot of people. So that's, reading stuff about carbon negative and sequestration and mitigation. I should probably stop giving examples because this is the kind of thing that makes people tune out. So, as the Climate Museum folks said in the last segment, my advice is just to talk to people that about the things that matter to you and how climate is affecting them. And then I'd also like to add that, we tend to hear a lot about super scary climate tipping points with ice sheets melting, but we don't hear as much about these social tipping points for action, which are already happening. I think we've seen the past couple of years. So people are getting increasingly alarmed, as we've seen in polls. And, I think we're beginning to see this beginnings of a critical mass where companies and institutions and governments are starting to flip and make commitments, which could be stronger, obviously. And that's what we need to work on. But I like to talk about climate change in terms of peer pressure and how we can use peer pressure for good. So that means studies show that if you put up solar panels, your neighbor's more likely to also. So we can kind of, communicate also by the actions that we take. And at the end of the day, I think that there's no one right message that will resonate with everyone. It's all about all of these messages adding up over time. So you might hear about climate change on a podcast or in a book, or, a friend brings it up in conversation, or listening to this Earth Day conversation right now. But that repetition, I think, is more important than any one message. So that's it from me. But Saad, do you want to talk about some of your work?
No, for sure, Kate. I think what you touched on was really important in thinking about how climate change is impacting us and how, the reality of climate change is that it's such an intersectional issue. So when I'm communicating and talking about climate change, I really like to focus on not just this idea of climate change in a vacuum. The world is going to get hotter and the oceans are going to rise and that type of stuff. I think we think about those impacts a lot, but it's such an intersectional issue. The climate, it is a human rights issue. We know that if we don't address climate change, and even if we do, there are going to be hundreds of millions of climate refugees fleeing from where they are across the world. Climate change is a social justice issue because we see that Black, Brown, Indigenous communities are going to be hit the hardest by the climate crisis. Climate change is an economics issue because we know that as the world is changing, we're going to see impacts to real estate on the coast. We're going to see many impacts to jobs, as we see right now with many policy proposals to create climate corps for people to be able to install solar panels and go towards renewable energy. We see climate change as a health issue. For example, air pollution is leading millions of people to die prematurely every single year, and in some ways could lead to another future pandemic. And so when we think about climate change, it's really important to think about how intersectional it is, because I guarantee you, whatever issue it is that you're passionate about in your life, the climate change, the climate crisis is affecting you in some sort of personal, intimate way. Climate change is really a democracy issue. My organization Plus One Vote focuses on mobilizing young people and people of color to get out and vote. And at the end of the day, climate change is such an important voting issue to, mobilize young people to get our elected officials out there to actually take action on these issues on a national or international scale and really instigate this type of changes that we need to see, because climate change really does affect all these different aspects of society. I know it's impacted my own life personally here on Long Island in New York. And, I think it's important that we talk about those intersections, that we talk about the impacts to people of color, especially in times like this where we're seeing so much brutality against people of color. And I think once we start to understand how these issues are connected, we'll be more well equipped to really push forward that conversation and really instigate real changes across the world.
Yeah, thanks so much, Saad. That's so many great points. And Rev, do you want to go next and just talk about what you've been thinking about or some projects you've been working on?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I just want to thank Asad for his comments. I definitely leads in well to what I think I have to say. I guess, one of the things for me is that I don't want to really speak so much for the broad base of those who may be outside the climate movement, but those who are probably watching this right now, who are within the climate movement. And so I think that if we can do the things to communicate our story better, we could be much more successful. And one of the things for me, this gathering is very important because 4 years ago, when I was actually going to the March for Science in Washington, D.C., I was literally beaten up in the street by the DC police. And I wrote about that in many articles. You can just Google to save time. But the one thing about that was interesting is that the officer assumed that I wasn't supposed to be there. That was the thing that really kind of struck me. And so he roughed me up because until my badge, it was raining, my badge, VIP, March for Science badge fell out. And then obviously my clergy collar, then he kind of backed away. But what was surprising to me was that all the white people who were at the March for Science did nothing. They actually assumed that I was supposed to be getting roughed up. They just kept walking. And that's the one that hurt me the most, because these are the folks that I was marching with for our planet. So for me, I think that as a movement, we have to deal with the issue of white supremacy. And I think that if we deal with the issue of white supremacy, we can also do the issue of the climate crisis. In essence, saying climate justice is racial justice and racial justice is climate justice. And so I think that we need to communicate that. So one, we need to figure out if we are the right ones who are able to communicate that. Are we the right ones to tell that story? At Hip Hop Caucus, we've been trying to do that. We've done things from podcasts, The Coolest Show, lifting up Black and Indigenous and women of color in a leaderful moment. We've done documentaries now that have been either more serious or comedies that we've done through our Hip Hop Caucus Stick 100%. And even, ourselves, we ourselves are putting together a panel that we will do on Tuesday called We Shall Breathe. But I say all this because I really believe that our movement has to address the issue of white supremacy. The inconvenient truth that we saw after Katrina wasn't just the climate crisis, as we see even in the Philippines, that we'll hear about next. But the inconvenient truth was also white supremacy. Because we saw, for me, in my home state of Louisiana, we saw poor and particularly Black people left behind in the richest country to die. And I think that if we keep seeing Black and brown people on the front lines who are hurt first and worst by the climate crisis, then those are the stories that we have to tell.
Totally. Thanks, Reb. That's such an important point, and hopefully we can come back to that more later. But I'd like to hear from Alexander too, just about your perspective from the Philippines.
Yes, thank you, Kate. I agree with everything you said, Saad said, and special thank you for Reb for mentioning the Philippines and our experiences here. So I'm going to echo what you said, framed differently. You see, my affiliation is with at the University of the Philippines is with a constituent campus called the UP Open University. And a couple of decades ago, we published a textbook called Environmental Communication. And we've observed in that book that there's not much emphasis on environmental communication or climate communication. For so long, the scientific community has just they classified climate action into two broad categories. Climate mitigation, which is all about carbon, climate change adaptation, which is about resilience and so on. But I propose that there ought to be a third category of climate action, and that should be climate communication, right? Or climate advocacy, which is what Saad is doing and what the Reb is doing. There are implications on this, particularly in terms of budgets or resources, or support. For instance, there are quite a number of scientific research centers in the global South that are doing splendid work on climate communications. Centers such as the Center for International Forestry Research in Indonesia, or the World Agroforestry Center in Nairobi, in Kenya. they've tapped social media, they've tapped social networks and so on, culture, indigenous peoples, but their budgets compared with corporate communication budgets that climate deniers use are dwarfed in minuscule. That's what we've observed. And there are other things that I'd like to talk about, but I'll bring it back to you, Kate.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, we've just touched on so many topics and I have lots of questions. But one thing I'm thinking about right now is just, you know, when we talk about how to have a climate conversation, there's this question of, you know, who are you trying to reach? So I feel like historically it's like, oh, how do you, you know, make people stop denying climate change? But there's also the question of, are we just trying to activate, you know, people who are already concerned or worried about this issue and just sort of need like a little push. So yeah, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are about that.
If I may go first, Kate,
Sure.
I think the more important question is when we talk of climate conversations or climate communications, whose voice are we representing? You know, the Reverend Yearwood has described a number of initiatives from his point of view. I mean, whose voice? Is it the voice of the climate scientists or the politicians or the deniers? No rebuttals to deniers. How about those vulnerable communities, those where climate change is currently a reality? The previous segment, Priya mentioned we aren't well in their findings and their research. People do not relate much with climate change, but to a majority of the global population, no, climate change is a day-to-day reality. Like, for instance, a very strong typhoon has entered the Philippine area of responsibility just yesterday, and not so sure what damage this will make. Yeah. Is it another thing, and maybe some of you could react to this. When we talk of climate communications, we are forgetting that a participant is the climate itself, nature or environment. They give us, as Maggie said earlier, climate signals or biosignals, you know, and but beyond that, they do not have the agency or the means to communicate other than through this biosignals or climate signals. And I think it's up to us to serve as their agents to amplify these signals or the climate messages coming from nature or the environment.
Totally, that's a great point. On one other topic I wanted to turn to was just when the Rev was talking, it kind of stuck out to me that you're talking about a comedy documentary. And I'm wondering, you know, what role you think comedy has in climate communication.
It has a lot. I mean, I think that in this moment of so much trauma and grief and heartache, that we have to remember that we're human. And so when we did H1's Heat Wave, we did it with the intent of one, telling the story from the people's perspective, but also one where it's not only based in grief. In that aspect, we're seeing so much pain right now in our community. Right now, our community is so hurt right now by seeing literally people being killed before them. You know, I had to speak one time in Long Island, where Saad is out there. Shout out to Long Island, Strong Island, as we say in hip hop. I had to speak there one time, and after I got finished speaking, a young person who was same age as the young brother who was killed in Chicago, Adam Toledo. He came up to me after my speech and said, "Man, that was a great speech on the environment." But then he said these words. He said, "But Rev, why do you want to save hell so bad?" And I had to just remember that to many people in our communities, that this is hell. They live in it. And so I think we have to, when we communicate, using humor and love and those things to just bring about that, to bring a little bit of joy. can help them to escape hell. But again, only we can escape hell is as a movement, we transition and we connect the dots that racial justice is climate justice and climate justice is racial justice.
Definitely couldn't have said it better. And I want to hear from you again too, Saad. I'm wondering if you can just tell us a little bit more about your organization, because I think it's such a cool concept.
Well, thank you. I think the idea of +1 vote is something that everybody watching this can sort of take away. And that is, our foundational fundamental question is, who's your +1? Who is the one person that you're going to register to vote? The one person that you're going to bring into the movement, right? I think when we talk about communications and advocacy, it doesn't have to be this big grand, oh, I'm speaking on the floor at the UN and I'm Greta Thunberg leading a march or whatever, It's really something that we can all do and take to our own community. And whether that your +1 is your best friend in school, one of your colleagues, maybe your boss, or an elected official, whoever it is, as long as you're communicating that idea to people to bring them into the movement, I think it really can make a difference. And when we talk about democracy, every single vote matters. Making sure you get out there and voice your opinions and your thoughts by casting a ballot can really transform our elected officials, so we can actually have people in power who believe that social justice is racial justice, is climate justice, and that we need to take action on all of these things.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that's a great point. And I think we have just a little bit more time, but does anyone have any kind of last thoughts that they want to share?
Yes, Kate, I just want to reiterate, I think the climate change community should begin recognizing the importance of climate communications. Make it a third category of climate actions. We're not merely supportive, we are interventions. Communication is an intervention in itself. It's not merely supportive to mitigation and adaptation. That's it for me.
You can check out our demands at weshallbreathe.com. Weshallbreathe.com, and all power to the people.
Did you have any last thoughts, Saad?
Yeah, right now is the time where we really need to be pushing. We see a lot of changes that are going to be announced this week during Earth Week, which I'm super excited for. One policy I'd love to highlight is HR 1, the For the People Act, which will transform our democracy, make voting so much more accessible for young people, people of color, and really everybody. And you can learn more about that at our website, +1campaign.org, or you can follow us on Instagram at +1vote.
Cool. Yeah, well, it was amazing talking with you all, and thanks, and hope you have a great rest of your day. And thank you again, everyone, for joining. I just want to wish you good luck with all your climate conversations going forward.
Thanks, Kate. Bye, Rev. Bye, Saad.
Communication skills are one of the most important tools that we have in our fight against the climate crisis. We need to be able to mobilize individuals, communities, corporations, and governments to take dramatic action to fight for our planet.
We hope you enjoyed this segment and learned new strategies to communicate the importance of this fight. Next up, enjoy a performance by Jagged Little Pill, and stay tuned for our next segment on technology and infrastructure. Happy Earth Day, everyone.
Hi, my name is Laurel Harris. I'm the Green Captain for Broadway's Jagged Little Pill, and we are so thrilled to be a part of this virtual celebration honoring our beautiful planet. We just want to encourage you, along with the Broadway community and the Broadway Green Alliance, to do your part in ensuring a greener, healthier, more sustainable environment. Progress happens when all of us do our part, little by little, and collectively we can make a really big difference. And in these unprecedented times, we are given an opportunity to think about how we can be better humans to each other and to our planet, and how we can think in the mindset of the collective rather than the individual. And so even though we can't be together physically today, we're together virtually, and our voices are just as powerful as we come together for a common cause. So let's celebrate our beautiful planet and let's take care of her so that she and we and all of our beautiful plants and animals can thrive for generations to come. Happy Earth Day.
3, 4.
I recommend getting your heart trampled on to anyone. I recommend walking around naked in your living room. Yeah. Swallow it down. What a jagged little pill. It feels so good.
Swimming in your stomach. Wait until the dust settles. You live, you learn, you love, you learn, you cry, you learn, you lose, you learn, you bleed, you learn, you scream, you learn.
I recommend biting off more than you can chew to anyone.
I certainly do.
I recommend sticking your foot in your mouth at any time. Feel free, throw it down.
The caution blocks you from the wind.
Hold it up
To the rays.
You wait and see when the smoke clears. You live, you learn, you love, you learn, you cry, you learn,
You lose, you learn.
you bleed, you learn, you scream, you learn. Layla, Layla,
You're gonna have to eventually anyway.
The fire trucks are coming up around the bend. You live, you learn, you love, you learn, you cry, you learn, you lose, you learn, you bleed, you learn, you scream, you learn. Thank you, India. Thank you, Providence. Thank you, this illusion. Thank you, clarity. Thank you, consequence. Thank you, silence.
Hi everyone, I just got dropped into our gather space where we're having our virtual festival for Earth Day 51 tomorrow. That little girl in the middle is me, but also hi, I'm here in the bottom right in real life. I'm going to tour you around our space so you can have a little bit more of an idea of what to expect for our festival tomorrow, so follow me. And, oh, here's some friends. Hi, Kevin and Emma.
Hey crew, and my name is Kevin.
And we're from Earth Day Initiative, and at our booths we have a few things that you can learn about.
Here, you can learn more about sustainable food with our Gotham Grazes program, or tune into our Parts per Million podcast and learn about all the different ways that you can activate to show up for Earth Day 2021.
Amazing! I'm so excited. Nice to meet you guys. All right, I'm gonna keep going with my tour. Bye. Okay, let's go see who these people are over here at our March for Science booth. Hi guys.
Hey Tiff.
How are you?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I'm loving the space. Tell me more about what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so I'm Josh. And I'm Omar. We're directors of March for Science New York City. We use our entire organization's goal is to use science for the common good. And we have a lot of exciting demos for you guys here.
Guys, I'm literally going to be setting things on fire. We're going to be teaching you about how vaccines work, how fireworks work. We're going to be giving you demonstrations about flood zones in New York City. It's going to be awesome.
So a little bit cooler than the run-of-the-mill conference, right? A little bit cooler than that.
A lot, let's just say, like, flashier in the sense of explosions.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Tiff.
Bye. All right, so you can explore this space tomorrow from 12 to 7 and meet organizations like World Science Festival, 500 Women Scientists NYC, and City Nature Challenge as some examples, and talk to them about their work that they do, how you can get involved, see some interactive demonstrations, and generally learn more about the climate movement. And if you see here, I can show you the larger map of the entire space. So as you can tell, there are going to be many, many organizations that you can learn from and talk to tomorrow during our festival. Okay, so let's go down again towards the center of the map. Hi again. Hi Ingrid, I hear you have some news for me about what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, so meet us here tomorrow at 3 p.m. with Fridays for Future. We have a huge march and rally to call for science on silence.
Okay, amazing. So again, tomorrow at 3 p.m., meet us here in this spot to have a rally and a march around this gather space with Fridays for Future. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Earth Day Virtual Festival. My name is Ingrid Paredes, and I am the co-chair of March for Science New York City and a chemical engineer pursuing my PhD at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. Thank you again so much for tuning into our programming this afternoon. Our next segment is technology and infrastructure. Over the last few hours, we've heard about the need to really think about what we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in order to build a more sustainable future. We've heard about the need to reevaluate and reimagine the systems that are currently under stress, not just for the sake of solving the current pandemic and the next crisis, but the ongoing climate crisis that we're already experiencing. But what exactly does a more sustainable future look like? What does it mean when we say we need scientific solutions grounded in justice? Let's hear it from the activists, entrepreneurs, and academics building this future themselves. We hope you enjoy.
Hello and welcome to Earth Day 2021. You are on our virtual stage and festival with Earth Day Initiative and March for Science, New York City. It is the 51st year of Earth Day. It's older than me. And I'm so excited to be interviewing Kai today, who will show you some of his incredible, mind-blowing work. And I'm going to launch right in and say your company, Big, talks a lot about social infrastructure. And let's just start with, like, what does that even mean?
Hi, Alicia, and also congratulations to Earth Day. We actually see social infrastructure as something that infrastructure is all around us. It's the roadways, the bridges, it's the energy systems, and oftentimes these are kind of afterthoughts, or they're kind of gray lines in a map, gray areas, and they don't really bring and sort of intertwine with the society, with our lives. And we look at infrastructure as really something that we can actually create an amenity to our daily lives to increase the quality of life. So when we think of a power plant, we actually imagine a place that you would actually want in your backyard. And we put a ski slope on top of it so you can ski down the power plant and it becomes a part of your daily life. We see the same for bridges and for flood management systems. So that's kind of our thinking, how to bring infrastructure into your daily life.
I am so glad you mentioned flood management, because I saw your pictures of the flood management infrastructure as rewilding of Manhattan's coastline, which looks amazing. Like, I can't wait for everybody to see that. Do you want to share some of the proposed projects your team has put together that illustrate this like more positive idea of the future?
Of course. So I'll just share my screen here and get going. So one of the things that certainly the time that we're living through right now, COVID is teaching us, is that, you know, there have been moments in history where there have been these same sort of shocks to the system. Cholera was a very sort of global pandemic. And it was then also the advent of many cities looking at their sort of waste management systems and really upgrading that. Go ahead.
I will just jump in. And for those of you who don't know, before cholera, not the book Love in the Age of Cholera, which I loved, but before cholera, like, people would just throw their wastewater of all kinds out the window, right? And that's part of the impetus for our modern sewer systems, like that horrific, I guess, global pandemic, similar to this moment, led to the brilliance of the sewer system. Please go on.
That's the same sort of, you know, overcrowding actually led to many of our parks. Central Park is really an outcome of sort of the dense urban life of lower Manhattan and the Lower East Side. 9/11, of course, made us rethink a city in terms of security. Sandy, the storm that also came through New York, is what led to the Big U, which is what you were just asking about. And you know, when Sandy came through, it knocked out the power to lower half of the city, and it caused a lot of damage. And so out of that came a sort of resilience and looking at how we can integrate the flood management system through talking to the citizens that were actually affected. Over 200,000 people were made homeless. And we have now created a park system that wraps around 2.5 miles of Manhattan's coastline that basically protects against these sea surges or flood events. And this is, again, one way that, you know, a infrastructure, flood management, can actually lead to something that everyone can enjoy, even when the floods are not there. And the same, we looked at the Brooklyn Bridge, and, you know, back when it was built, there were 425,000 people going across that bridge every day. Today, we think we're always advancing, but now it's actually 160,000 because everyone's sitting in their cars and it's in gridlock. So we imagined a sort of a reimagining, a remapping of the bridge to back to a pedestrian-friendly, a bike-friendly, a sort of autonomous vehicle-friendly, to actually double the traffic across the bridge and to make it now not a bottleneck, but actually a really integrated part of connecting New York City. And then reimagining that every other bridge along the East River could start to re-bring and reattach those different forms of transportation across.
I love that for so many reasons. A, because we're obviously using less cars and hence less, as it stands today, gas. But additionally, like, when you talk about the health of the planet, we're also talking about the health of humans.
Absolutely.
And as we're exercising more and using our bodies more to walk and bike, and it only helps all of us individually more as well, both physically, but I think emotionally. You know, I personally, as I walk through the city, as I bike through the city, because of COVID, I stopped taking the subway as I brought my daughter to school, and it's become this point of joy every day.
There's so many good side effects, and this kind of rediscovery of the public realm is actually one of the outcomes that we see coming out of COVID. And it's not only here in New York. Paris has now talked about actually remapping the center of Paris and pedestrianizing it, creating wonderful kind of green arterials that sort of lace through the city. Barcelona, one of my favorite cities, is actually turning 50% of the streets into pedestrian and bike-friendly streets, so that it's a grid of green versus a grid of black asphalt. And it's really creating a much more public realm in the city. One of our latest projects is also this energy plant, which is in Copenhagen, called Copenhill, and it has a ski slope grafted to the top of it. It functions as a power plant, but it actually becomes an amenity for the entire city to enjoy. And this is a kind of thinking about this idea of social infrastructure. And sort of finally, just as sea levels rise, we see a lot of different kind of attitudes of how people live in these kind of settlements where there's a lot of water. And we've come up with this amphibious architecture that actually floats. So this is a student dormitory. It was built in a shipyard, brought over to Copenhagen, and you sleep right with views on the water, and you create a community. And this literally is rising up and down as the sea levels rise or lower in the future. And this was then also conceived on a much larger scale. This is 10,000 people living in amphibious sort of future where, you know, climate refugees is actually something that we have to think about. As the seas rise, there will be more and more people that will be put into difficulties. So a lot of these ideas are in one of our latest publications called Form Giving.
So amazing. So amazing. When I was looking at the ski slope, I was like, but can we harness the power that the skiers get? Do you know, I'm like,
yeah. We actually, at one point, we had little power bricks where you could sort of step on the power bricks, and by the sort of movement and stepping onto those bricks, you would actually start to affect the power.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So
power of the people.
Exactly. In a perfect world where you could wave a magic wand and create the public spaces and buildings you'd like to create, what would that look like? You know, what would change on day one?
You know, I think it's something that we call urban prototyping. It's something that we could literally start tomorrow. We could start, at small scales to reimagine what the Brooklyn Bridge could be. And, on weekends, you could start to shut down certain lanes of traffic and open them up to the people actually walking across the bridge. And it's very simple things that you could actually do to then allow people to actually see that future and then take the steps towards making it a reality.
I love it. That's very one step at a time, both literally and figuratively. When I think about projects like this, I don't know if you're familiar with Plus Pool, but that's something that I've been involved with since their origin, and I've been supporting them, and I think it's actually gonna happen soon.
It has to happen.
Exciting.
Alicia, it has to happen. And the project right behind me here is also along the Williamsburg waterfront, and it's creating sort of a softer coastal edge called River Ring. And it's really that we all could actually start to reimagine what that coastline could be. Here, it's a beach that would reintroduce people to the water's edge. We've been away from the water for over 100 years, and the Plus Pool and River Ring and many projects like it are a way to reconnect New Yorkers to the waterfront.
And it's so special. I've swam in the East River, and I've swam around Coney Island. And when I was growing up, I didn't even imagine that would be possible. So it's so exciting to think about swimming in River Ring and in Plus Pool. And just to wrap up, what would you say that people can do on a daily basis to engage in these ideas in their own lives and own communities? And what's like a concrete action that they could take today?
I think it's all about engaging with the spaces around them. And, we all can see the city is changing. New York in the 60s was a working waterfront. And, thinking about the Hudson River Park, the Battery Park, and even Governor's Island, those were moonshots. Those were, it seemed almost unreachable, and they are now fathomable. They are done. So really it's about stepping on the shoulders of today and imagining what we would like to see in the future, because really anything is possible.
I love that you ended with that. And I'll just end by saying, for me, it's about engaging within your community wherever you live on a very personal level. So for example, I live in Harlem. We have a bunch of community gardens on our block, making sure that we compost. How do we engage our community around those parks? And how do we re-envision what we want in those parks? And it's really, really exciting, and it's really easy. And I think one of the things this past year and these past 4 years for some of us have shown us is the importance of local community organization, and that we cannot pretend that our governments will do it for us. It's something we have to do for ourselves on a daily basis. So on that note, it has been such a pleasure chatting with you. I wish we had like hours and hours and hours, but hopefully we'll get to meet in person soon. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you, Alicia.
Hi everybody, my name is Sam Cass. I'm a recovering chef and policy guy and investor. I'm here with Paul Lightfoot of Bright Farms, and we are in one of their biggest facilities to celebrate Earth Day, to see how you're growing all these local greens that are nourishing families in the area. And so can't wait to see how the magic is done.
Well, thanks for coming, Sam. Let's take a look.
All right, thanks for having me. So Paul, tell me why you started Bright Farm. What was your vision?
So I had a background in automating the supply chains of retailers. Did that really during my 30s. But on a personal basis, I became really passionate about food, how I fed myself, my family, really thinking about food that made us healthier and with a better environmental footprint, right? So I ended up coming up with this idea of building a decentralized network of indoor salad farms that competed with a supply chain that was long and complex. We replaced that long and complex supply chain with this short and simple supply chain, where we're essentially growing in the same communities where the food is consumed in a way that's better for the environment, better for the product, it's a week fresher, and we think therefore it'll be better for people's health. Get they eat more food that's delicious, local, and sustainable. The way we produce food in America has a host of problems, right? From being the leading source of chronic diseases, sort of nutrition problems, but also in terms of the impact on the environment. Salads, of course, is not the worst actor in the overall food supply chain, but I do think that the way that salads are grown in fields on the West Coast is far from optimal, right? So they're using a lot of water where there is no water. They're pulling fossil water out of the ground, depleting aquifers, the land is subsiding, right? In addition, they've taken the biodiversity out of the Salinas Valley, out of the Central Valley in a way that's been a disaster for the water cycle, also releasing a lot of carbon. We think that taking those agricultural jobs that used to be local in places like this and have made their way out to the West Coast or to Mexico, we want to bring them back into communities like this and do it in a way where water is used responsibly, and there's a lot less used here, where land is more freely available, and we also use a small fraction of the land, and we're growing away with a lighter environmental footprint. So Sam, this is where it starts. This is the seeding line, right?
All right.
These boards
Yeah.
are essentially the unit of production.
Okay.
They're wider on the top, narrow on the bottom.
Okay, oh yeah, I
So
see
the
that.
plants grow out of the top while the roots dangle below in the water.
Yeah.
And the first thing we're gonna do is fill them with this grow media. It's like potting soil,
Yeah.
and put the seeds in it. So let's put this aside.
Okay.
And we'll follow this line down. From this hopper, the grow boards are taken into this section that's literally filling them with the
Yeah.
grow media,
Okay.
right? And then it scooches along this conveyor line where the speed of the belt is indexed with the speed of this rolling drum
Nice.
that uses a vacuum
All the seeds, yeah.
to hold the seeds in place. And then the speed releases them to get the right density. So when they're growing on the pond, the plants are spaced out perfect for the environment to thrive.
Yeah.
The last things that happen here is we add more grow media to the top,
Yeah.
and then they go into the water tunnel. Because as we know, plants don't need sunlight for the seeds to start growing. They just need to be wet. So
Yeah.
we get them wet, they're activated, and then we stack them right here where they go to the next stage of their life, which is the germination chamber,
Got it.
which we'll go see next.
Nice. Awesome.
Let's take a walk in the germ chamber.
All right.
You remember from the seeding line,
Yep.
the seeds were put into the potting soil, the grow media in those furrows, and then it spends a few days in here. Let's go
Nice.
on inside.
It's like a steam room.
Yeah. As you can see in here, we've got this misting system. 100% humidity is what the plants need to thrive,
Yeah.
but they don't need light. So we stack them vertically to save space.
Right.
And these plants, depending on their variety, spend 2 days to 4 days sprouting in here. You can see some baby plants growing in there.
Yeah.
And then after that, they make their way out to be transplanted into the ponds.
Got it.
Here you can see the little baby seedlings.
Yeah.
These are probably 3 days old right now. They're ready to go out into the greenhouse. For now, they're at the end of their period in the germ chamber.
It's amazing how, when they get the right conditions, how fast they grow.
It is amazing. So Sam, this is a board that spent 3 days in a germination chamber.
Yeah.
This is really the babies. They're coming out of the nurturing environment where they didn't need sun. They just needed 100% humidity.
Yeah.
And they could be stacked because they didn't need sun. But
Yeah.
now it's time to let them unfurl and grow, right?
Yeah.
So we'll actually take one of these boards with the baby plants on it,
Yep.
and we'll put it in the pond.
Okay.
And this is a fast growing variety, so it'll be on the pond really for a 2 or 3 week period.
Yeah.
And now it's got the sun beating down on it through our glass roofs so that the plant can really thrive and grow. This water's got a little bit of red tinge to it because there's iron in the water, right?
Yeah.
Iron is a mineral that the plants need to thrive. So this water has added to it everything the plants need for perfect conditions for growing.
Yeah.
It's got the right fertilizer mix in it. It's got the right dissolved oxygen. It's maintained at the perfect temperature so that the plants really have a perfect environment for growing consistently on their 2 to 3 week cycle from this transplant side to the harvest side.
And so are you monitoring the plants as they go down? What's your system there?
Yes. So this is, a super high-tech controlled environment for growing greens. The plants are having a pretty natural experience. They're growing plants just like they would in an uncontrolled environment.
Yeah.
But because we want to have the perfect nurturing set of factors for them, we have computers that measure everything, thousands of sensors, millions of data points being recorded. We've got these robotic cameras, you can see one moving over there,
Yeah.
that take consistent pictures of the plants growing on the ponds. And then we've got computers that are essentially making decisions about when to open and close vents, when to turn on or turn off lights, when to add temperature or take away temperature from the water and from the air. And really the high-tech brain behind this is what we call BrightOS. BrightOS is our proprietary technology, and it uses artificial intelligence, it uses camera scanning and machine learning to make the perfect environment for these plants to thrive in terms of yield, in terms of quality, and in terms of food safety.
Love it. Super efficient. So obviously water is going to be a challenge. It's a challenge today and will forevermore be a challenge.
Yeah.
Tell me about, is this water reused? How efficient is the water usage per plant?
So most of America's salads are grown where there is no water, right? The Salinas Valley is pulling what I call fossil water out of the aquifers. It's inherently unsustainable. It's out of balance. More water comes out every year than is recharged. We're growing in areas that generally have abundant water, but we're still using 80% less than field agriculture. Because even though these ponds are filled with water, it's not going anywhere. There's no runoff. The ponds are covered, so there's very little evaporation. The only water we lose is water that's in the tissue of the plants that goes off and gets eaten. So not only are we in a place where there's more water, but we use a tiny fraction of the amount of water than the incumbent supply chain with which we compete.
Got it.
So as walking down the length of the greenhouse, it's nice because you can see the life cycle of the plants from the transplant side when they're babies that just came out of germination as they make their way down to the harvest side. And for the ones that are green, you can just see the depth of the green getting deeper and fuller, right?
So I see some lights up there. Now you have the big light of the sun, which is pretty cheap form of energy. What do you have to sometimes augment with artificial light?
So you're right in that the big light in the sky, the sun, is ubiquitous and free. It's the majority of the energy that our plants use to grow. But certain times a year, in places like Pennsylvania, the days are shorter. So in December, January, and February, we augment the natural light with the artificial lighting. Exactly right. All right, so these are the plants that have been growing here for 2 to 3 weeks, and they're ready to be eaten, right? So the harvesting entails taking them off the pond, putting them on the conveyor, and sending them off to the automated harvesting line.
Nice.
We can see these beautiful white roots, which is an indication that they're healthy, and we're putting them in this conveyor line that's got water on it, right? So the plants are still growing. They're not starting to lose their life on their way to harvest.
You see it just floats right down.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And as I said, the empty space created on this side of the pond, when the boards are taken out for harvesting, is transferred to that side when that side pushes down, making room on that side for the newly germinated boards, which go on the same day.
Got it.
This is a flow facility. We don't have any warehousing or storage. Our coolers are only sized to fit one day's harvest, essentially, so that everything that's harvested today goes out tonight and is at our retailers tomorrow, right? You know, and if you think about the big picture, we're competing with what I call an incumbent supply chain, which is highly centralized and industrialized, you know, in California and Arizona, and it's got a really long and complex supply chain. The length and the complexity of that supply chain makes the product a week old. It's been bumping around in the back of a 53-foot truck for 5 to 7 days. When it gets to the retailer, we're tens of miles away, and we're there the next day after harvest. We've got nearly a 1 week freshness advantage, which makes a huge difference for consumers and obviously for our retailer partners.
Got it.
But what's important about it is that it's pesticide free. No pesticides, whether organic compliant or not, are ever used here. We use beneficials, good insects that chase the pests, the bad insects, and because of that, we always have 100% pesticide free produce. So Sam, this is what we call Sunny Crunch. It's this beautiful hybrid of romaine and iceberg. So it's got this sweet, delicious flavor to it, but it's also got this fantastic mouth crunch, right? It's got that feeling when you eat it. We find that this is the product that kids gravitate toward, and me as well.
Yeah, totally. It's a great lettuce. Super versatile, delicious, but with a bite. You gotta have a bite, man.
You need to have a bite to hold the dressing or whatever else is on it. It's our #1 seller. This is my favorite product.
Yeah, that's great.
So Sam, this is the harvest line, right? Here, this automated conveyor is taking it into this bandsaw where we adjust the height of the blade so that it cuts the perfect ratio of plant to stem, essentially, right? And then it's taken off into a cooled chamber where the packing is taking place. And I think we've got about 5,000 pounds a day of salad that comes through this harvesting line, which is which is terrific.
That's a lot of salad.
So Sam, this is where the magic happens, right? This machine takes the product from the boards that are growing on the pond, puts it into these grow crates, which then go into a packing cooler, right?
Nice. Straight up here and then into the boxes.
That's right. So obviously on the other side of this line, we saw the finished product heading into the pack room.
Yep.
But the other material flows include this stuff. This is the roots and the stems and the potting soil that we grew the salad in. And of course, it's filled with this wonderful nutrient bath, right, that it was floating in. So this is a valuable waste stream. And generally, we share it with local farmers. So they'll feed this to their animals. They'll actually spread this like compost on their fields. And so none of this is wasted. The grow boards that continue down the line get cleaned and reused. And because the grow cycles are all 2 to 3 weeks, those boards will be used 15, 20 times a year, and they last for years.
Nice. That looks like it'll make some good compost right there for sure.
That's absolutely right.
I could use some of it.
We'll fill your trunk on the way home.
Nice.
So we saw the plants getting harvested. Then they go into a series of coolers for packing and on the way to stores.
Nice.
So let's check out the coolers.
Cool. See it. Yeah, nice door.
So you can feel that it's cold in here, right? It's
cold.
probably 35 degrees.
I need a hat.
You need, you do. Basically, we want to maybe spend about 2 hours in here so that the temperature of the leaves that we've harvested get to the same temperature as this room, which is where they'll be packed at.
Right.
Here we see, the beautiful pink stems of beet greens.
They're beautiful.
Baby beet greens, thank you. And this is Sunny Crunch, again, my favorite. And after these plants have all had their temperature drop to, let's say, the mid-30s, we'll wheel them into the pack room. So let's check that out.
Check it out. The smell in here is amazing.
Yeah.
It just feels like you're in a salad right now.
Love it.
All right, now it's in a box.
Yeah, well, from the pre-cool, it comes into this pack room to put into these, tamper-proof clamshells, and then they're run through this conveyor where the machine puts on the label, the date stamp. They go through that hole in the wall into what we call the holding cooler. Let's check it out.
Cool.
And there you go.
There you have it.
Products getting palletized, cartonized, out the door, harvested today, in the retailers tomorrow.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. So now that we're done with the pack room, this is the holding cooler. As I said earlier, we don't warehouse or store. Everything is flow, right? So what's harvested today goes out tomorrow, and there's no room really for more than 1 day's worth of product at a time.
There you go.
This is the finished product of Sunny Crunch.
There's your favorite.
This is a gift.
Back again.
This is a gift for you to take with you.
Nice, man.
That's
Thank you.
right. It's got the taste, the yield, it's got the sales, and it's ready to go.
It says right here, light, crispy, and crunchy. Better than iceberg. So I think the last time I saw you, we were having a beer in Italy at a soccer game. I was interviewing our former president for a big event around food and technology, talking about where the future was headed. It's hard to imagine all that's happened between then and now. And I think one thing is, that definitely climate change is getting worse. Our policies have not kept up with the issue, but it does feel like there's a moment now where there's a lot of momentum, a lot of energy, a lot of resources, both from, the private sector and investors, but also the government. Obviously, new administration is getting very aggressive on this. Like, where do you see these issues going over the next 4, 6, 10 years?
Even if we succeed in meeting our Paris Accord targets in transportation, energy, and in industry, we'll fail to meet our goals if we don't get rid of emissions, essentially, in food, right? So I welcome the carbon bank concept that the Biden administration is working on. I welcome the private carbon marketplaces that we're seeing spring up to meet the demand of these corporates that want to offset their emissions. I think that agriculture has a huge role to play in getting us to carbon neutral as a society, and I hope we do it and do it straightforwardly.
I think we have to, right? I mean, if we don't, we won't give ourselves the time to get to the next generations of technologies that could really take even more carbon out of our atmosphere. So it's kind of our only hope.
And I imagine as an investor in the space, you're looking at this as well, right? What companies out there could accelerate that conversion from carbon emission to carbon sequestration? I can't think of anything more important right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a transformation, a revolution in what we also, in what's possible in terms of what we can expect from agriculture, but also what we then expect from it. and I think in the role that it plays in society, as really, I think, has the chance to be a hero, to kind of save us from ourselves, save our food system from the onslaught of carbon.
So I think there's something a little bit magical about the food system, which is that, well, it's unique, right? We can't reduce the amount of food we eat like we could reduce our air miles or the amount of driving we do, right? That's unique. At the same time, though, it's unique in that food can actually pull carbon out of the atmosphere instead of just releasing less of it, right? And so if we do this right over the next 5-10 years, we will use food as a lever to start pulling carbon out. And I think that's where you'll see the food system really shine as a good actor on the global stage.
Obviously, it seems like you're growing pretty fast. What's the future hold for Bright Farms?
This facility opened about a year ago. Super proud of it. We're opening right now in North Carolina. Super proud of that facility as well. After that, we're looking to open as fast as we can in New England and then in Texas. And really within 5 years, we want to have a major greenhouse farm like this, bringing delicious, locally produced, sustainably produced food, within reach of 2/3 of America.
That's a lot of farms.
We got a lot of work to do. That's a lot of lettuce,
That's a lot
as the
of
investors
lettuce.
say.
That's a lot of lettuce. So it being Earth Day,
Yeah.
and everybody watching, what would be your advice to folks about what they can do in their own lives to have an impact on climate change and sustainability?
Well, all of us should think about our footprints in terms of transportation and energy consumption, reduce wherever we can, use renewables wherever we can. But when it comes to food, which is a big part of, the global carbon emissions, it's, 25 to 30% of global emissions. I think people should first start by eating more plants and by eating more food that's produced regeneratively.
Well, man, thanks for having me. Super impressive to see how you brought this vision to life. Obviously, you've come a long, long way, and it'd be great to see where it goes in the years ahead.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Sam. Take care.
Hi, I'm Gianna White. I'm the volunteer coordinator with March for Science New York City. And I'll be interviewing Hector from One Freedom for All. So, Hector, hi. The first question is just what are the goals of One Freedom for All, and what do you strive to do within your community?
We work around food insecurity. We mobilize young people in the South Bronx and throughout New York City to be the new wave of activists, the new activists that's going to take over New York, that's going to take over the world. So we are building those new activists with our programming. And we teach young people how to mobilize around an issue, either by food insecurity or school to prison pipeline, housing, any issues that they see in the community that they want to work around and create systematic change. We work with them and we train them to be those leaders to create those changes.
Yeah, and I think that's it's really important that you focus specifically on young people of color because environmental racism is such a big problem within the US and how these communities are disproportionately impacted. So communities and I guess groups like yours are super important.
Thank you.
Is there I know you mentioned past programs that March of Science and One Freedom have collaborated on. Is there anything that you're working on now that you're particularly excited about, or any big exciting projects you have planned for the future?
Sounds great. So during the summer, One Freedom created a youth program that we paid about 10 young people to be part of this 2-month program where we taught them mutual aid, food systems and the broken food system in the United States, and the action steps that they can take to create a new food system that's going to help the community in the long term. One of the projects that they created that we are very excited about, because we have 4 of them, are community fridges. I don't know if you guys heard of community fridges, but those are the fridges that people can take food at any point, 24/7. It's in their community. So we got 4 of those fridges in New York City. We got 2 in the Bronx and 2 in Manhattan. The Ujamaa fridge, the Sugar Hill, which we helped create, and now the community took it over and the community is running it. And we got the SYB, the Summer Youth Brigade community fridge, and then we got the Mecca community fridge that's also in the Bronx, in Mount Eden, in the Mount Eden area of the South Bronx. One of the big projects that our young people came out of our program, because we decided to do a mutual aid collaboration with the community, and that's some of the things that our young people decided to do was, put out a fridge. We had the first fridge in the South Bronx that popped up when the fridges was coming out at the height of the pandemic in August. So we put that fridge out, and it has helped about 10,000 families in our immediate area right now. That people come on a regular, they look for it, they volunteer, and we create. We say, and I'll take a step back, with the community fridges, it's a Band-Aid. So the youth created the community fridges as a way as an entry point into the community to create those conversations that are not being had, that the pandemic, the COVID-19 is something that can be after pandemic. I don't remember the term after you go through a pandemic. I forget that term. But it's gonna be the pandemic, the COVID-19 they're gonna find a cure. But there's no cure for systematic racism. There's no cure for environmental racism. There's no cure for none of these pandemic systematic issues that we go through before COVID-19. So those are the conversations that the young people want to have through the fridges.
The first thing I wanted to hit on, because it sort of aligns with some of the work that I do, is the teaching students how to grow their own foods. And the idea of farm to table, even if you're in a extremely urban environment like New York. I'm the co-director of Urban Food Lab as well as a representative from Arts for Science, and we have a vertical farm in Brooklyn. And we grow all sorts of foods. We try to, some of it goes to our students, and some of it we try to distribute throughout our community, whether that be in like restaurants. And after, hopefully once the restrictions have died down, we're looking to work with local shelters to try to give them more fresh produce. But I really liked the question that you brought up, like teaching your students where your food comes from, because within the larger sustainability movement, which has for the past couple of years been very largely white and Western, and the voices there say that we should be prioritizing going strictly vegan and shifting to these more plant-based diets, which is true. We should start to shift to these things to be more sustainable. But something that a lot of people forget is that you do need to start eating more locally sourced foods. That is the bottom line, most sustainable thing that you can be doing. And it's really impressive that you're doing that within a very urban environment like New York, and you're teaching all of these young people who can then, like you said, share with their families. That's another thing I wanted to touch on. The idea that you're acknowledging the cultural differences within your communities. And maybe you're not I'm sure there's tons of fruits and vegetables that I have no idea about, that I don't get when I'm out grabbing groceries, because they weren't in my house growing up. So I think you touched on it a bit, but what do you think are the benefits of passing down this information to younger people within these communities?
It's generational knowledge that has been stripped from us when we were brought here as slaves to the new world. They brought us here because they knew that we knew agriculture, and they knew that we knew how to work the land. And at the same time, they took that knowledge away from us. And that's one of the reasons why we want to teach our young people to build that relationship back again with the earth, because it's therapeutic. And so that's some of the things that we need to cultivate. And we need to not go back to the quote unquote normal, because it's no normal. They just killed Devontae Wright in Minnesota at the 10 miles away where Chauvin is being tried for the murder of Floyd. So it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what we're going through. The pandemic, like I said before, of police brutality has been happening before COVID-19. So just because it's heightening now, doesn't mean that it hasn't been happening. But it's been happening, like food insecurity. A lot of people been hungry for a long time. Now that the pandemic hit, everybody's saying, oh, there's shortage of food and people are going hungry, when that was happening way before. So, you know, just bringing down knowledge and the young people passing that down, because they are the future, and that's what we're building.
Yeah, definitely. I think I want to go a bit more into that too. Just what the current, I guess, state of the world has, how it's impacted, I guess, your work, and just touching a bit on, like you're mentioning earlier, how there are a ton of systemic issues that plague a lot of our communities. And it's very hard, especially when half of us are inside, half of us are still working in very unsafe conditions. And the people who are inside are constantly being exposed to all of this genuinely terrible news. It's not new news, like you were saying, but constantly being exposed to the killings of Black people and police brutality can be very mentally draining. So in your work with especially with young people of color in your community, and just as a person of color yourself, is there any advice that you have on like how to keep going, on how to stay optimistic, and how does the state of the world now sort of drive your passion to do what you do?
So the first part, if I have any advice to people on how to keep, you know, the fight going, because it is very draining to hear this. It's like, you know, it's now it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's you desensitized to the killings. People are desensitized to it. People look at it, oh, that's just another one. Just like DJ Khaled, another one. So it's crazy. I mean, it's just, you got to keep it pushing. You got to keep the momentum going, because even though this is happening, there's a lot of movement happening right now. People are not leaving the streets. And if you see in New York City, there's something happening every day out in the streets. People just need to tap into it. People need to look for it, because there's something happening, positive happening, and just focusing on the positive and living the lives and thinking about the life that those people that the police have killed, thinking about the positive of those people and what they had, and trying to push their memories forward and the things that they were trying to do when they were alive. So thinking about that, me, like this morning, I was angry. You know, I was listening to Democracy Now!, giving them a plug, Democracy Now!, Amy Goodman, and they were talking about Minnesota, Minneapolis, and what's happening over there. And I was angry the whole day, driving to the office. And shortly I will show you how the office looked and the fridge and all of that. But driving down, I was very angry at what was happening. But then I went to one of my fridges. I saw the community and the work that the community is doing. That uplifted me. Us is finding that passion, finding that motivation to keep going, even if we don't have any money, and because it's for the greater good. So that impact, that aspect of it, the economics of it, impact us very hard during the pandemic, because we just had a new space, and I want to show it to you guys here. At the beginning of the pandemic, we got this space here in the Bronx, in the South Bronx. We were supposed to do a lot of different events here, have funders here, and just fundraise money. And then we couldn't do anything during the pandemic. And now we got to close down and move to a new space because we don't have funding like that. And that's why we want everybody to get involved. We want freedom. Because I don't see my face right there. I want everybody to get involved. We want freedom by going to our website, www.onefreedom.org. And you can find ways to get involved with the fridges, get involved with the academic stuff that we are doing for our students. We do coding classes, we do graphic design, we do photography, we do many different tracks here in our office space. And now we gotta rebuild our membership over there in the new space. And it's all for lack of funding. So we need help with that, and we need as much help as we can from our communities, from the community at large, the global community, because organizations like this, more organizations like this doing the day-to-day work for you, for the community, get overlooked because we're not out there. We're not the face of a movement. We're just doing the work that needs to be done to move movements along. And I want to show the fridge real quick. We're gonna fill it up. We're gonna go outside so you guys see what we do. We get deliveries every Tuesdays from Rap for Bronx, one of the organizations out here, and in the Bronx, we get food from South Bronx Mutual Aid. We get food from many different places around the community. Community members bring food to the fridge. This is how the fridge looks right now. That's some of the art that we have for the fridge.
Yeah, I love the art inside too.
Yeah.
It's great.
So we got 4 of these fridges out right now. So what we do with these fridges is we get these boxes from the USDA, and then we fill them up with some of this food. We had it filled up, but people just come and take it. As soon as we open those boxes, people come through and take everything that we get.
Is there a way to donate directly to One Freedom or just the Fridge Project?
If they go to our website directly or our Instagram, our website again is www.onefreedom.org. Our Instagram is @OneFreedomForAll. The number 4 all, One Freedom for All. And just hit us up at any time or send us an email at info@onefreedom.org. And we can get back to you with anything that you can give us, even if it's not money, even if it's your time, even if you want to do a workshop for young people, anything you like to do that's going to further the fight to change systems of oppression in our communities. You name it, you can come, and we are open to it. So please let us know, and we are here.
Hi there, my name is Kira Sedgwick, and I'm so happy to be here at Earth Day 2021 virtual stage with Earth Day Initiatives and March for Science New York City. And we have John Opperman, Executive Director of Earth Day Initiative, and Crystal Parsad, founder of Group Hug Solar, to talk about energy. So what is the problem with our current electricity system, and how do we fix it?
Yeah, so I'll take this first one. I'm very nerdy and I love talking about electricity. I would say for people who are not too certain about what that actually means, electricity in the simplest term is a flow of electrons. And there's a lot of different ways that we currently create electricity with traditional power plants. So a lot of that involves burning things, which people don't always realize. So in a coal plant, you burn coal to create heat. That heat boils water. That water creates steam, and that steam spins a turbine, which essentially creates that flow of electricity. So it's a huge process. And what's really the problem with that is burning fossil fuels, which I'm sure everyone has heard of that term, releases really harmful gases into the environment that is a driver of climate change and global warming. On another level, a problem is environmental justice. So power plants are not evenly spread out in communities. They tend to be placed in communities that are lower income and have higher populations of BIPOC people. And because of that burning, that creates all of these health problems for these communities. And maybe the last problem I'll say, because there's thousands of problems, the last problem I'll say is that power companies and utility companies, pun intended, own all of the power. So whenever there's a blackout like we saw in Texas, not everyone has access to power, and it's really unfair and not a good setup. So I think decentralization is something that we're going to talk about.
Wow, that's really helpful. It's really helpful to go down to the nitty-gritty details those things, because I don't think that we think about it. I know I don't. So John, what do you think are the solutions in layman terms?
Yeah, exactly. To make it really simple and straightforward, the problem is basically we need to reduce the energy we're using on the electricity grid. We use way too much, but also we need to get it from more sustainable sources. Right now, we're pretty primitive, as Crystal described, in terms of how we generate electricity. We basically burn stuff. So we're burning things, and that has a ton of harmful side effects. And we've been doing this for a really long time. The problem is there are much better ways to be doing this. So there is movement of energy all around us. So the solar rays coming down to Earth, there's wind, there's ocean waves, there's water flowing, there's geothermal under the Earth's surface. So there's all of these different things, and all of those are flows of energy. And we could actually be capturing those in really passive ways. So we just intervene and tap into that flow of energy, and then we can capture it, and it doesn't have all the crazy negative side effects that obviously just burning stuff has. So we need solar in a variety of forms: concentrated solar power, distributed solar generation, sort of all over. That's sort of what you would imagine, like solar in your own community or on people's houses or on commercial buildings. Wind turbines, geothermal, like I mentioned. So that's underground sources of basically steamy air, and you can capture that. Even ocean power, so the currents of oceans, you can put in technology that will actually capture that energy. Another thing that we won't talk about that much in terms of the solutions, but it is a big part of it, is switching our homes and vehicles over to electric. Because in general, not getting into too much of the details, in general, electricity generation is cleaner and better for climate impacts than just burning combustibles in our vehicles. And then if we make the whole grid more renewable, then that's just a win-win, it's a double win. Also getting storage. So one of the issues with solar and wind and renewables in general is they can fluctuate more than traditional fossil fuels, because the sun is only shining at certain times or the wind is only blowing at certain times. So we really need to get a really robust storage system in place so that we can store it, so that we can use it when we actually need it. Another thing that's part of the solution, like I mentioned a little bit with the solar panels distributed around, is just diversifying our energy sources in general. Because one thing that's really top of mind for people, especially communities that have been impacted already by climate change, is resilience. And we have seen that if we rely on a limited number of energy resources, or we just really haven't put in place sort of disaster preparedness, our economy and our lives are disrupted way more than they need to be than if we distributed energy amongst different sources and in different locations. So imagine if a storm wipes out part of it, it's not wiping out your entire grid because one plant went down. So diversifying our energy resources, making sure that those are clean is great. And then also just reducing energy usage. Right now, a ton of the energy that we use goes to waste. This is like a big problem amongst a lot of sustainability categories. A ton of the food that we produce is wasted. A lot of people are familiar with those statistics. Well, a lot of the energy that we use is just completely gone to waste. Our buildings currently are basically like giant sieves. They just leak out the energy that we put into them. And a lot of the transmission is super inefficient. So it's just losing those that electricity as it's transmitted. And if we do a better job of making things more energy efficient, then we're going to be using less energy, and we're going to be using energy from more renewable sources if we switch to all of those different things that I talked about. And I think, Crystal, actually, you were going to talk a little bit about solar specifically, to give people an idea of solar as a sort of case study vignette of an example.
Yeah, definitely. I think when people see solar panels or think about them and they magically generate electricity, I think that's probably the question I get the most. Like, how does that actually work? Like, I don't understand. So I have some fun props for you guys. So solar panels, just to break it down, are essentially made up of these little silicon solar cells. And what happens is when sunlight hits these cells, electrons move. So electricity is generated. And you might not recognize these in this form, but basically they get all wired up into a solar panel, and the electrons basically move along these wires. So sunlight hits them, electrons move, electricity is generated. That electricity gets routed through wires that could connect to your house or to your battery, whichever way. But it really is not as complicated as it seems. And I think part of why we're having this talk is that renewable energy is kind of vague, and without knowing how things work, people might be too intimidated to get involved.
So what do you think the roadblocks are to us getting into more renewables? And I also think that it's interesting to talk a little bit about infrastructure and how that, I mean, if you're talking about updating, buildings and places and workplaces and factories, et cetera, how that plays into it. So those two questions, roadblocks and infrastructure.
Yeah, I think, the two biggest roadblocks that I think of, one, cost. The technology, like I just shown, has really never been more affordable and more tested, and it's been around for, decades at this point. And I think there's still a high cost to potentially put it on your house or your building or your office. There is a big payoff because you essentially, once you install it, you don't have an electricity bill anymore, right? You're owning your own power. And I think there's a lot of innovation. It sounds kind of boring, but there's a lot of financial innovation that I think could happen, a combination of private and public incentives to get that done. And I think the second roadblock, John already mentioned this, is storage. When you think about electricity, a lot of times in science class, you think about it like water. So think about electricity as water flowing through these pipes. And as soon as the water goes through and reaches your house, if you don't use it, it's gone. And what actually kills me to think about those power plants who are burning all of this awful stuff to create that electricity for you. And then like a sieve, which I think is a great analogy, if you don't use it, it's gone. And that's where you need storage to actually hold on to some of that electricity so that when you need it, you can use it. And I think resilience is really the key word there.
Do we have any storage for electricity?
Definitely. So I think batteries, there's a reason why big companies are spending tons of research in batteries. Maybe I won't name the specific one. I'm sure you can think of it. And I think that's where, for solar, you really need to store it in batteries if you truly want to be off the grid. And I think if you want to be super technically like hydro dams are kind of physical batteries. So they hold water and you can release them at certain times.
Yeah, and the other part is the real legislative and regulatory challenges. So getting there is super complicated in terms of switching the grid over to renewables. For one thing, just to use it as an example, you have to get the energy from where wind is blowing or sun is shining to our population centers. And sometimes those aren't the same places. So getting transmission across those distances is not only a technical challenge, but also think of all of the different constituencies and jurisdictions that you have to cross to get there. And there's a ton of NIMBYism along the way. So getting transmission and getting that energy across state lines and county lines and city lines and getting the permits that you would need can be super challenging. And that's where it would help if we have really national leadership to kind of organize the entire thing. Because imagine bringing all of those stakeholders together without some sort of leader involved. That's what would be really great going forward in terms of wrangling everyone to cut through all the red tape and just enormous legal and regulatory battles that we could have.
Is that part of the infrastructure plan, is to create new power grids?
Yeah, it is a piece of it, yeah. So going forward, it's definitely top of mind to get more renewables on the grid. We're really gonna have to update a lot of our infrastructure, and that includes our electricity and transmission grids.
Yeah, which have been around for like 100 years, right? So it's, a lot has changed technology-wise in 100 years, and I think that's part of kind of the problem that we're in.
I think it's so hard because we've been doing things the same way for such a long time. And we also have the misinformation campaign from all of the different energy companies. I mean, there's a lot of gray area in terms of, Chevron and a lot of these companies saying, we're putting all this 30%, 50%, 70% into renewables, but like, how real do we really know that is? So it's difficult. How would you advise people to what kind of things can they do in their own communities to support some of these issues that we're talking about today?
Yeah, so that's something that we at Earth Day Initiative talk a lot about, because people come to us constantly and are just asking, what can I do? Like, tell me one thing that I can do. And I find that there's so much demand to do good. Any media interview that I do, they say, tell our audience what's one thing that they could do. So we really try to break it down as simply as possible. We really want to provide people with those things that they can do. And in electricity, that is one area that people feel really powerless, because, no pun intended, but people do think, you know, I get my electricity from the grid, so what can I do about that? I maybe live in an apartment, or I rent, so I can't install solar panels on my roof. Fortunately, a lot of mechanisms have developed in recent years that allow you to kind of take control of your own power supply. So you can join a community solar project, which I think is a really exciting development in a lot of parts of the country. It's arrived in New York City relatively recently. New York faces some particular challenges in that the land is all taken up. So where are you going to put solar? But a lot of companies have come in and put solar on top of the rooftops, for instance, of warehouses. And the way that community solar works is you don't necessarily have to hook into that grid to become a part of it. You're just living in that community. And what you do, to put it in simple, sort of oversimplified terms, is you're leasing a portion of those solar panels, and then that electricity gets pumped back into the grid. So it's adding clean electricity to the grid and removing the emissions and pollution we would have from polluting sources. But then you get paid for the electricity. So you're leasing the panels, but then you're paid for the electricity generated by your portion of the panels. And often it means you actually make money off of the arrangement, because the money you make is higher than the lease payment, which is great. So it's a win-win. And it's really essential that residential customers get involved there, because often, because of regulation, if it's considered a residential project, it will make more money than a commercial project. So that's why it's key for homeowners to get involved, because then it's considered residential and the whole project is more financially feasible. You can also check out ESCOs, which is a way, if you don't have a community solar project in your area, you can switch over to pay a certain amount on your regular bill just to sort of support renewable energy, which is also a great mechanism. So we have programs around this at earthdayinitiative.org/clean energy. So you can check it out on our website at earthdayinitiative.org/clean energy. And then Crystal has some great stuff too.
Yeah, I guess off the bat, so I live in an apartment in New York, and I subscribe to community solar, which is really, really exciting, and I actually do save money on my electricity bill. I think my focus has really been on the design of solar panels. So I have all this stuff on my desk. I like building solar panels, and I think there's sort of two approaches here. One is there are some just like physical swaps you can do in your house. And we talked about that sieve of electricity, which I love that analogy, and things like keeping things unplugged, switching to LEDs, making your home as energy efficient as possible. And I think even having that visual of, imagine the electricity coming out of your outlets. If something is plugged in there, it is using something. And it's, I think, typically called vampire energy, where it's sucking energy even if you don't realize. And then on the other side, a lot of my work with Group Hug Solar focuses really on like your first step into solar and getting people really excited about it. So we focus on making a product that, if I can grab it without falling out of my chair, let's see, is a solar panel that you actually can hang in your window, and it's designed to look like home decor. And it's part of solving that problem where I think there's so many people who want to do something and just don't know where to start. And I think giving people more options to start and get excited about it could lead to this lifetime of like excitement about renewable energy and
so
wanting to be a part of it. But I will say, I think, you know, there's solutions at every single level, and there is an opportunity for you to get involved.
That's so great. And it's so true. It's like the minute we get energized and feel part of the solution, it feels so much better. It can feel so it's powerless is a really good way to put it, because and you know, I mean, I know a lot of people, and I suffer from eco depression, you know, just like real, just deep sadness about feeling powerless over, you know, the energy companies, the gas companies, the oil companies, and the fact that I am part of society, so I am using those things. So it's like how to be part of the solution, little things to bigger things. I think you guys gave us some really great tools today. And yeah, I think, one of the things that I like to do in my house is to change out the LEDs and unplug all of the appliances. I'm lucky that I have a home that I can use solar panels. I actually have geothermal as well.
Oh,
So,
you're a pro.
but these are the things that like you're allowed to do when you're privileged enough to have that kind of, money, frankly. And so I think that is, super important though, to feel empowered, because once you start doing one thing, you just keep becoming more aware, and it just feels better to be part of the solution. Thank you guys so much.
Thank
You guys
you.
were really great. Thank you.
you. Yeah.
Really helpful.
Thank you for joining. Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I think we are live. This is a self-moderated panel. Very excited to be here with Christina and Pierre. And thank you so much for the invite. I am Eduardo Yasquez, pronounced he, him. And I am an associate professor of electrical and computer engineering at Oregon State University. And my work is in power system protection, power system resilience, and energy access on those topics. And I think continuing our conversation here from the previous panel, I'm excited to talk to Christina and Pierre about not so much about the generation portfolio of how we can decarbonize our systems, but perhaps a little bit of transition between that generation and how do we get closer and closer to the customer. So what is the infrastructure? What is the topology? How do we interconnect things so that we can make that delivery of electricity greener? And I would like to start just discussing one of the examples that we do research on at Oregon State, and that's using microgrids for energy delivery. So microgrids are essentially areas or clusters of electricity infrastructure that can operate either connected to the bulk power system, for example, to a national grid, or they can also work autonomously, essentially leveraging the local resources. So in some of the projects that we are working on, for example, we are investigating how we can integrate marine energy, for example, ocean energy or tidal energy, into these microgrids. One example, if you want to check it out, is down on the coast of Newport, Oregon, and the project is called PacWave Energy. The website is pacwaveenergy.org, so PacWaveEnergy.org. And it's essentially a place for testing and doing research. We have 7 miles off the shore. We have several pods and cables, and they are all under construction. But it is our hope that when we are able to connect and test these marine energy converters, we can go beyond some of the metrics that we are used to in some of the projects kind of onshore. And we can start looking at what is something beyond the levelized cost of energy. Can we include the cost for the social communities, right? Can we include what is the social justice aspects into those calculations? So that's what I would like to start with, and maybe kind of like add to the discussion. And I'll let maybe Christina, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you. Hi, all. I'm Christina Garcia, she, her. I'm based in New York City, and I work with an organization called the Building Electrification Institute. We are an organization that helps cities across the country accelerate their transition away from fossil fuels. The reason that that's what we focus on is because we believe that minimizing the use of fossil fuels will be the only way that we minimize the worst impacts of climate change. And this transition away from fossil fuels, touching a little bit on what was just said, has given us the opportunity to engage with disenfranchised communities. We want disenfranchised communities to be part of the conversation, be part of the policies and programs that cities are coming up with to deal with the impacts of climate change and with this transition. We also work with cities to help them think through, if this is going to create new jobs, how do we make sure that those jobs are finally going to these same low-income communities that have continuously been left out of emerging professions? So we think that this is going to help and provide an opportunity to engage with the supply chain. That means like the contractors, distributors, everyone that is going to be necessary for this transition to happen. We think that we can engage with small businesses and businesses that are owned by women or minorities, so that they're being part of this transition as well. So as I mentioned, we work with cities. We're currently working with 11 cities, as I said, across the country. And all of these cities believe that we do need to minimize the use of fossil fuels in our buildings, specifically when it comes to providing heat. In most of the country, heat is being provided with natural gas. And as I believe that you heard earlier, electricity is continuously getting cleaner, which means that once we transition to getting our heat from electricity, and that electricity continues to get cleaner, that means the less greenhouse gas emissions that are correlated with our heat. And I know that I'm talking to a broad audience, but like I said, I'm based in New York City, where cooling is becoming basically necessary. And in a lot of cities, it's going to also become more and more necessary as we continue to face the impacts of climate change, which one of those is being increased summer heat waves. And so cooling is going to become a necessity for our safety. As most of us know, cooling is already coming from electricity, but the systems that we're talking about in this transition include higher efficiency systems. So again, that then becomes less greenhouse gas emissions associated with it. So yeah, again, thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Pierre, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn. Hello, I'm Pierre. I'm Pierre Lucier. I'm the president of Earth Day Canada. I'm based in Montreal. Much like Earth Day Initiative, we at Earth Day Canada develop year-long programs to sustain our mission and to support our annual Earth Day campaign. Throughout the last decade, we've developed a few programs around mobility. In 2012, with the help of a New York startup, Bandwagon, we've developed a fully integrated taxi ride sharing system. In 2018, we brought to life the first 4 zero-emission refrigerated lightweight truck in Canada. And now, as we speak, and with the help of the Canadian government, we are building one of the largest privately owned fast charging network in Canada. Certainly one of a few networks owned and operated by a charitable environmental organization. This network of 100 fast charging stations is deployed around local grocery stores and is powered by 100% renewable energy. While you are grocery shopping, our network will bring more than 160 miles of autonomy to your electric car. This means a lot to us because we believe that reaching people in their daily lives is key for our green future. If they see the technology and the green services that they provide, it becomes normalized. The transition to a low carbon economy is now tangible. Thank you for having me. And looking forward to the discussion also. It's going to be less redacted.
Yeah, thanks, Pierre. I think there is some points of common connection between all of these projects. I like to connect, for example, what Christina had mentioned of substituting some of the gas, right, for cooling or heating, and leveraging whatever you have provided by the grid. I think that's a solution, right? Assuming that we have the right infrastructure, we can really save a lot of emissions, right? And I think we're starting to learn that, for example, in some projects, adding energy storage is cheaper than, kind of like burning gas. And I think that, we will be able to do it better if we integrate better and better that structure of, for example, microgrids, not just with very urban and kind of like modern buildings, but kind of like energy access for all, right? Either the charging vehicles or batteries. Hopefully they can go to more locations than what we have so far. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
It's certainly that, the microgrid system also, I think this is, as you mentioned, and also local energy and building, as Christina was saying, kind of building as providing their own energy also is I think key. And battery storage, and of course, cars are battery storage. This is the concept of having these cars that are sitting on thermal cars that are sitting on the curb doing nothing for most of their lives, while when you're going to have battery powered cars, then these batteries can help your house. They can provide energy to your house and then also connect to the microgrid as a renewable microgrid with a car infrastructure that would charge from this infrastructure, could bring autonomy for Christina's building. And this is I think this is the view that we have and that we share here.
Yeah, and I would just add that storage will also be really helpful, obviously, from a grid perspective, to minimize when the grid is at peak, right? People can then use their battery storage, but also that will help from a bill perspective, from a utility bill perspective, because if you're using your storage, again, instead of using electricity when it's during peak times, which is typically when everyone is using it, then that can also help lower your electricity bills, which is really important. And again, it ties back to the point that we've been mentioning before about, making sure that this transition isn't burdening communities that have already been burdened. And one way that they've been burdened is economically, either through rent burden or energy bill burden. And so we don't want this transition to exacerbate that. And so battery storage will be a way that we can offset that by making sure that people have the option to use their electricity and to not have to use their electricity during these peak times.
Yeah, I completely agree with you both. I think it completes really nicely to have the picture where potentially even your vehicle can contribute to those peaks, right? I think in order to not hurt some other minoritized communities, I wonder what your thoughts could be in terms of the pricing, right? maybe as we get these projects larger and larger, how do you essentially communicate to some of these communities, okay, we're going to be cycling your battery on your car that you might have to use very soon for work, right? I believe that technically we have a lot of research to solve these problems, and we have very successful demonstrations. But I'm curious, how do you see some communities that might not have access to this, so that they are not hurt by, maybe a pricing scheme or a contribution, that might hurt your car battery warranty, right? Kind of like the logistics of this. Any good ideas that you might have?
I would just say a lot of this, comes to education, like, any type of policy program or initiative that has the potential to exacerbate any burden, especially on a community that, communities that are always at the forefront of climate change impacts, yet they were the communities that least contributed to the situation that we're in today. I think anything that has the potential to exacerbate a burden needs to be well communicated, and it needs to be a city's priority to minimize that, or to avoid it completely, or have barriers in place where the city or manufacturers, utilities are coming together to make sure that these communities are protected. So for me, it really comes down to there needs to be a lot of education up front and awareness about what's happening. We need to make sure that these communities are not left behind. And if there is potential of a burden, then it needs to be a city's priority to minimize that and avoid that at all costs.
Right, agreed.
Yeah, and the devil is in the details, and Inferno is paved with good intention. So, and it's going to be tough, and I think the activism, the environmental activism, is going to. It needs, in my case, a shift to kind of a resilient activism and determination, because everything, everything falls back into what you know, and everything you need to do is totally the unknown. So you need to have this, kind of a jump in the unknown feeling. And it's not going to be, and it is not, let me tell you, it's not comfortable for anyone. So even with all the good intentions, you still have to kind of build resiliency into knowing that the future is not going to be something that you have any reference to.
Right. I completely agree also, Pierre. I was thinking about Christina's example of how, for example, the city should be involved and continuing this education. In the example that I mentioned earlier about our marine energy microgrids and the PAC wave testing center, this has been, now that it's under construction, under the hood, there's been years and years of collaboration, for example, with the fishing community, right? What is the location of putting these pods, right? And I believe that a lot of these projects need to go beyond just, okay, we want to collaborate just to get the permission and get the project going. But we need to incorporate this feedback and this engagement during the project so that you see what is the benefit and have a continuous evaluation of what's coming out of that project, not just to get the signature, right? And I think that I hope that happens in some of these other projects that they're going to come online very soon, right?
I completely agree. And, it makes me think of the saying, like, nothing for us without us. Communities that, when decisions are being made about actions, again, policy, programs, pilots, whatever it is, if they're going to, even if they're like Pierre said, they're made with good intentions to resolve a problem for a community, but the community needs to be at the table for this conversation, right? They understand, they're the experts of their lived experiences. So they need to be at the table to have the conversations, to co-create the solution to the problem, co-create the metrics that are then used to evaluate the solution. They need to be part of that conversation from the beginning and throughout the whole thing, as you said, not just for, a sign off, but so that, these solutions are really co-created and the community has buy-in and trust, and we just all need to be on the same page about that.
Mhm. I think we all agree. And these pods, and as Eduardo, you were kind of saying, these pods, they're the key, the hyper local pods, community services that engage also the community, because it's kind of it's not just the community that needs to be part of it, that needs to be part of the solution or need to be engaged, but also the services that will bring these pods need to engage the community, meaning that they need to be an asset to, I'm going to go to my grocery store, I can rent a car, I have a bike, I can put my, I can have my my box where my Amazon is going to be, that everything is going to be centralized, so people can belong to something that provides services and also that can be engaged. So this is kind of it needs a lot of activism to bring these people together. And this is where I was saying kind of the engagement of this, the civil society is so key for this, that we need to kind of be this, the circular economy of engaging people in their community.
Yeah, sometimes you get very surprising results, right? And when you have a truly meaningful collaboration, I was just thinking, the group that we have a collaboration with University of Alaska Fairbanks, they were trying with the Native American community a prototype for a river turbine, right? Also for marine energy. And it really had technically a really nice deflector so that it would not damage, for example, the debris of the wood coming into the turbine. And actually the collaboration with that community, they were just ecstatic that they were able to leverage those resources and facilitate that, right? So it was a really nice collaboration where, I might have seen, externally from that project that maybe it couldn't have worked. So they were essentially the group that really pushed it beyond the technical challenge. So I thought that was a really, really nice story.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, this kind of holistic approach of involving more voices into the solutions also creates just different points of views that can help us, get to this solution quicker in a more holistic way. So I think just having these different voices at the table is so beneficial.
Yeah, I think, Pierre, go ahead. I was just gonna say that it seems like we have a minute or so. So I was kind of like said moderating that it's gone so quickly, but it was really nice to chat about this. So those are my departing thoughts as well, that I agree that, you can have a very meaningful collaboration with everyone at the table.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to the Earth Day Virtual Stage and Festival. For those of you just tuning in, my name is Ingrid Paredes, and I am the co-chair of March for Science New York City, and also a PhD candidate in chemical engineering at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. If you're just tuning in, we're doing the technology and infrastructure segment right now. And what this means is we're talking about everything from new infrastructure, sustainable food, and now we're turning the conversation to decarbonizing our processes. In the last segment, we just heard from experts talking about modernizing and building resiliency into our electrical grid. And now we're turning to two experts, two chemical engineers based in New York City, Dr. Miguel Modestino from the NYU Tandon School of Engineering, and Dr. Alyssa Park from Columbia University, professor at Columbia University, to talk about how we can modernize our chemical processes. So welcome to the virtual stage to the both of you. Yeah,
nice to meet you.
It's really, really nice to have you both here. So I'm going to start with Miguel, and we're going to have a conversation over the next 15 minutes about what it is going on with our industrial processes and what we can do about emissions, both from a manufacturing standpoint and also about the emissions that are inherently in these chemical processes that we can't deal with. So Miguel, I'm going to start with you. So the chemical industry, for those of you who don't know, is one of the biggest CO2 emitters worldwide, right? This is how we get and basically process raw materials to produce consumer products like food, clothing, pharmaceuticals. And these are necessary processes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't innovate and push them further. And this is something that in your work, you've really been looking at because electrochemistry has the potential to change. So for those of you who haven't heard about electrochemistry, can you give a brief introduction? How can we tackle emissions chemical processes and where do they come from?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Ingrid. So perhaps I'll start with the first question. What is electrochemistry, and like how is that different than what we do today? So if you look at the big majority, like 97% of our chemical processes in industry, they're what are called thermochemical processes. So these are processes where you use heat to do a chemical reaction. And usually that heat comes from combustion of fossil fuels. And this is because of historical reasons, right? Like the chemical industry sort of grew with the oil industry, and you have these resources that serves as your feedstocks to make the chemicals that we need, at the same time that it serves as your energy feedstocks to provide the heat to transform those chemicals. What electrochemistry does is it allows you to integrate directly electricity into chemical reactions. So instead of using heat, you would use electricity. And why is this a route towards decarbonization? Well, the reason is because if you use electricity directly, you could source this electricity from clean energy, like solar cells or windmills or whatnot. And in this way, you sort of move the problem from a chemical plant where you're using combustion to provide the heat to these units to the challenge of now decarbonizing the grid. Which is still a challenge, but we do have technology that would allow us to do that.
Yes, that's really exciting. It sounds like a potential to really clean up the processes from basically like start to finish. So where's the technology at now? What kind of reactions have we looked at with electrochemistry?
Yeah, so because of the same historical reasons that I mentioned, there is really not much electrochemistry used in the chemical industry. There's a few processes, right? Like so we make all of our chlorine, like bleach and chloride that is used in the industry using electrochemistry, basically taking salt water where you have NaCl, and then that Cl that is dissolved in the sea becomes chlorine, like via electrolysis. That's one of the largest processes, so it uses close to 2% of all electricity in the world just to make that chemical. Another process that is electrochemical is aluminum production, where you basically mine alumina and then you apply electricity and then you get metallic aluminum. And again, that's another process that takes about 2% of all electricity in the world. But when you think about the chemical industry, these are sort of like niche processes. They look very different than your typical like chemical reactors that if you have driven through a petrochemical plant or a refinery, you usually see like, with like those like fumes coming from the top and whatnot. So in those petrochemical plants is where the bulk chemical processes happen, and that's where the majority of the emissions come from. And these processes are processes in which you take oil, petroleum, or natural gas, and then you transform it into other molecules that contain carbon. So these are organic molecules, right? And in organic chemical production, which is the big majority of the chemical production of the industry, there's only one process that uses electrochemistry to produce 30% of this small molecule that is used to produce nylon, which we have been looking into it. And the reason why that's the only process is because these are processes in which we don't train chemical engineers to design. We train chemical engineers to design thermochemical processes because that's what the industry evolved. And there is not much knowledge on how to transform processes that are run thermochemically into processes that are run electrochemically.
So where does the chemical engineer start then to make this transition? Like, what are the outstanding challenges that need to be addressed to really scale this up?
Yeah, so the thing is a twofold challenge. There's an economic challenge and there is a technical challenges. We have some technology that will allow you to produce some of the chemicals, not all of the chemicals used in electrochemistry directly. The challenges come from basically the economic challenge come from two sources. One, energy is sourced from fossil fuels. We know it's cheap, it's inexpensive. So there is very little incentive to transition that heat that you source from oil that you have available in your refinery and whatnot, your fuels, to electricity, which today is more expensive than using fossil fuels to drive this process. The second one is the capital expenses of the plants themselves. And this is a challenge that I believe is surmountable, and it has to do with scale. Since we know how to manufacture and implement like distillation columns or packed bed reactors, which are like sort of typical chemical reactors that you find in a refinery. You can like literally go into Alibaba and like buy them off the shelves. That doesn't exist for electrochemistry. So basically every single electrochemical process that you see implemented in industry, which are very few, it's an exception in and of itself. So there's a lot of R&D that goes into developing these processes. So for us to be able to carry out this transition, we're going to have to develop this sort of like general design rules so that it becomes mainstream. And to do that, we of course have to teach our students to be able to design these reactors and think about processes in a slightly different way.
So fun basic science research is what we're trying to say. That's really exciting. Yeah, thanks so much, Miguel. And then for processes that we can't decarbonize, like Miguel had mentioned, right? This is kind of like a novelty, and there are a few chemical processes right now that we can tackle electrochemically. What can we do about emissions that are maybe, I saw, Alyssa, in a talk that you had mentioned, like past, present, and future emissions through these negative emissions technologies. So what are some ways that we can mitigate emissions that are currently existing right now?
Is it a question to me or Miguel?
Yes. Yes.
Now we are transitioning. Good.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great question about the negative emission technology. But when you talk about negative, there's a positive, right? So what we've done so far is a positive emission of carbon dioxide or carbon. And that's when we put whatever carbon was in the Earth system and doing some process to extract energy or materials and putting it into atmosphere. That's the positive direction. So the fact that we want to do negative emission means that we are taking some carbon in the atmosphere into the Earth system so that it doesn't stay in the atmosphere. But before getting to the negative emission, we had to go through, or we are still going through, zero emission. So if you say there's something we are emitting positively, we want to stop at the zero emission first, which is a kind of putting something at the chimney or emission point, and then maybe go to negative. But there is a lot of discussion that maybe we're past the point that we should do it all, which I totally agree. That's why we are doing zero emission at the same time as negative emission. I think it's quite interesting. So obviously, negative emission technology is harder because we are going through environment to capture CO2. So let me share with you one picture. This is a report by National Academies published in 2019, one of the recent ones, on what are the possible negative emission technologies. Basically, in order to be negative, we need to go back into the history to pick up the carbon dioxide. Interesting, right? So all the things emitted exist in the nature, quite a lot of the fraction of this carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So any technology take the atmospheric CO2 and a very dilute concentration of about 400 to 400 ppm, and then capture it, and then somehow putting it back into the soil or putting more into the ocean, which are the largest sink of carbon dioxide, that is qualified as a negative emission technologies. But any of these technologies require energy to do a lot of process. So that if that energy can come from low carbon or carbon-free energy, that's the best direction to go. So there's a lot of people looking into different ways of doing negative emission technologies. You can go through biological pathway because plants are doing really great job doing capturing CO2 from air, and then we can extract the energy if you want to, or without, you can putting it back to the land, then that qualifies as one of the negative emission technologies. So these are the concepts that people are working on these days.
That's really exciting. What are some of the requirements to do this carbon capture then?
So let me see whether I can share with you. So carbon capture, when you think about it, carbon dioxide is called acidic gas. I think one of the things you may heard of in the past is acidic rain, right? Acid rain. And acid rain is because of sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide is a stronger acidic gas compared to CO2, but they're very similar. So that what happens is if you emit CO2 in an atmosphere, that's acidic gas, in order to capture acid, you need base. So if you have a basing material, you can do acid-base reaction to capture CO2. But one of the things you have to remember is that any material, it could be solid, it could be liquid, capturing carbon dioxide, you're not going to use once and throw it away, right? Because every material you made has carbon footprint and environmental footprint, which means that a lot of these environmental control technologies, including carbon capture, it's a catch and release in a sense, right? You have to capture it from dilute system and then release it, something we can either sequester or do something with. So in terms of energy well, during the capture is usually downhill. And then the energy actual penalty you need to provide for overall carbon capture technologies during the regeneration. When you release that CO2 to the form, whether either we can store or use. So that energy we want to be minimized, but if that energy is minimized, means the capture energy, binding energy is also minimum, means that it will be challenged. So it's a kind of optimization between, it has to be strong enough to capture, but not too strong so that you don't put too much energy to release. But one of the challenge is that this technology is very large in scale. And as Miguel mentioned, that these things are integrated into large power systems or power plants or chemical plants. So the reactor itself is really, really large. As you can see here, this is the one system, not even full scale, but large scale demonstration in Houston area. So these two reactors are capturing and capture CO2 and regenerate the solvent in the system, so that how to scale up the materials we develop at the university or research labs to that scale takes decades. So we still have a lot of challenge how to do it effectively. We need to do a lot more demonstrations before we can really deploy this in the large scale, in commercial scale.
That's really exciting. I think we are almost at time, but I do just have one more question. So it seems like there are lots of rooms for, like lots of opportunities for research and development in these two really exciting areas and have a lot of potential. But a lot of times people are talking about like what we can do right now. And I think that starts to have the conversations of like, you know, this technology is like what we need to prioritize. This technology is to prioritize. And then you start to pit against each other. Different avenues, but all trying to solve the same issue. What are some ways, if either of you have any thoughts about how we can bring electrochemical processes and negative emission technologies, carbon capture together?
So for me, I think it's not only near term, but I would like to say this is not short diet. It's change of the lifestyle. So we really need to think about how we're going to live without, like, if you want to do carbon management for the future, the best thing to do is do not take fossil carbon out of the ground, period. We want to put it back, not taking anything positive direction, which means that if you look around your room, it'll be very difficult for you to find anything does not have carbon in it, right? Which means that where are we going to get that carbon if we cannot use fossil carbon? Because we've been using all these fossil carbon, like Miguel said, right? Means that we have to go to either sky to get atmospheric CO2, which biomass does, but we can also grab it by using direct air capture technology. Another way is we can go to water, which is ocean. So ocean and sky will be the two sources for carbon, which is non-fossil. So we can defossilize, right? Not decarbonize, defossilize the chemicals and materials and fuel sector, but without renewable energy, we cannot do it. But interesting thing is, as Miguel said, fossil energy or fossil resources are usually heat. That's what we used. But now renewable energy is usually in the form of electrons. So how are we going to rebuild our entire carbon bearing infrastructure and chemical and materials industry using renewable energy, which is non-carbon based, and with the carbon, which is non-fossil, and then create the next 100 years of how we're going to live and sustaining all the materials and chemical sector? That will be a big challenge for your generation for sure. A lot of challenges, but it's also interesting because there are challenges, I believe.
Yeah. Opportunities, definitely. Yeah. Miguel, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with Elisa on the fact that we need to have a complete life change. It's not a diet. And we shouldn't focus on short-term goals and miss the long-term goal. I mean, I think we need to very aggressively move to develop and deploy technologies that will get us to zero carbon with a combination, because there are things that we're going to be able to eliminate the emissions, and there are things that we're not going to be able to eliminate the emissions because we don't have the technology solutions. So we're going to have to capture it. But we need to move in that direction. And I think the biggest gap that we need to solve is how to move technologies where the science exists and some early demonstrations exist from the lab all the way up to deployments. And that gap in the middle, which usually referred to as technology readiness level between 2 to 5, which is like, it's too late for like academic researchers like ourselves to do it. And it's too early for companies to deploy it at large scale. It's a very deep valley of funding that is missing there. And there's no incentives for industry to invest here because there is a lot of risk. So here is, I think, where government can really come and make a very substantial difference. But we're talking about increasing the investment into clean tech, R&D, by a factor of 10 at least, to be able to get these technologies off the ground and get to points in which they can be deployed. So there's not an easy solution, you know, like, and I think we should just get out of this mindset. It's like, what can we do with what we have right now? We cannot solve the problem with what we're investing right now. We need to change the way that we think and drastically and very aggressively move towards that direction.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with both of you more. It was so nice talking to you. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but as you guys heard, we have solutions, we need to invest in them, and we need to really think about how we can really innovate and engineer a better and more sustainable world. Okay, so with that, I'll let you guys both go. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you to all of our amazing speakers during the technology and infrastructure segment for showing us that a better world is possible if only we invest in it. We need to invest in basic science research. We need to invest in technology transfer. We need to invest in the capital of cost of scaling up these technologies to the scale that we need to build a better and more sustainable future. In the next segment, we'll be talking about ways that folks can get involved right from home in making individual action influence systemic change. But before then, enjoy a performance from singer Leanne Rimes.
Hi everyone, I'm Leanne Rimes, and I am so excited to be a part of this year's Earth Day virtual stage with Earth Day Initiative and March for Science NYC, calling for climate action and environmental justice. Check out ways you can make an impact at earthdayinitiative.org.
Cry inside that she's never, ever, 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 ever been hurt. I fix my eyes upon the sky. You're blinded by her worth, how we all deny and hide, and that she's not dying deep inside and is so absurd. Oh, if I could throw my arms around the world, maybe I could love it back to life. I could love it back to life. I could love it back. Oh, if tell her out as if she is Jesus Christ and we are Judas' kiss. What if your mom is crying out for love? 'Cause God knows that she is. Oh, if I could throw my arms around the world, maybe I could love it back to life. I could love it back to life. I could love it back. Oh, if I could throw my arms around the world, maybe I could heal a little hurt. I could heal a little hurt. I could heal a little. Oh, if I sometimes feel like I'm just a speck in the sea. I'm all alone as we are much more as we. You ever feel like that speck just the same as me? You're all alone as you. We are much more as we. We are never just a speck in the sea. Even though we are much more as we look on with open eyes. Oh, we are much more. We are much more. If I could throw my arms around the world, maybe I could love it back to life. I could love it back to life. I could love it back. Oh, if
Hi everyone, I just got dropped into our gather space where we're having our virtual festival for Earth Day 51 tomorrow. That little girl in the middle is me, but also hi, I'm here in the bottom right in real life. I'm going to tour you around our space so you can have a little bit more of an idea of what to expect for our festival tomorrow, so follow me. And, oh, here are some friends. Hi, Kevin and Emma.
Hey crew, and my name is Kevin.
And we're from Earth Day Initiative, and at our booths we have a few things that you can learn about.
Here you can learn more about sustainable food with our Gotham Grazes program, or tune into our Parts per Million podcast and learn about all the different ways that you can activate to show up for Earth Day 2021.
Amazing, I'm so excited. Nice to meet you guys. All right, I'm gonna keep going with my tour, bye. Okay, let's go see who these people are over here at our March for Science booths. Hi guys.
Hey, Tiff.
How are you?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I'm loving the space. Tell me more about what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so I'm Josh. And I'm Omar. We're directors of March for Science New York City. We use our entire organization's goal is to use science for the common good. And we have a lot of exciting demos for you guys here.
Guys, I'm literally going to be setting things on fire. We're going to be teaching you about how vaccines work, how fireworks work. We're going to be giving you demonstrations about flood zones in New York City. It's going to be awesome.
So a little bit cooler than the run-of-the-mill conference, right? A little bit cooler than that.
A lot, let's just say, like, flashier in the sense of explosions.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye. Bye, Ted.
Bye. All right, so you can explore this space tomorrow from 12 to 7 and meet organizations like World Science Festival, 500 Women Scientists NYC, and City Nature Challenge as some examples, and talk to them about their work that they do, how you can get involved, see some interactive demonstrations, and generally learn more about the climate movement. And if you see here, I can show you the larger map of the entire space. So as you can tell, there are going to be many, many organizations that you can learn from and talk to tomorrow during our festival. Okay, so let's go down again towards the center of the map. Hi again. Hi Ingrid, I hear you have some news for me about what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, so meet us here tomorrow at 3 p.m. with Fridays for Future. We have a huge march and rally to call for science on silence.
Okay, amazing. So again, tomorrow at 3 p.m., meet us here in this spot to have a rally and a march around this gather space with Fridays for Future. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Earth Day 51 Virtual Festival. My name is Tiffany Kilfeather, and I am the co-director of programming for March for Science NYC, and I am so happy to have you join us today. So far in our programming, we've thrown a lot at you. We started with talking about climate policy work, both at the domestic, international, local levels, all of the above. We talked about public health, and we talked about the systemic problems in our public health infrastructure. We talked about how to communicate about the climate crisis. How do you get your family and friends, coworkers, neighbors to care and act and be inspired? Then we talked about the technological and infrastructural solutions that exist right now to help combat some of the effects of climate change. So now with all that information swirling around in your brain, you know all this stuff now, you want to do something, you know that the issues are systemic, they require system-wide solutions. So what does that do about your own agency in the matter? How can you get involved? So we are going to address these issues in our next segment called Personal Action Meets Systemic Change. So with that, I will leave it to the experts to educate you and tell you how to get more involved.
Imagine you could turn this into this, or this into this, for free by doing something you do several times a day already. With Ecosia, you can. Let me show you how. We spent the last decade building a search engine called Ecosia. Like other search engines, we display ads alongside your search results. And when you click on them, we get paid. But instead of wasting this money on building a private airport or finding new creative ways to avoid taxes, we use it to protect the future of our planet. So we start by covering our costs. This includes things like improving the search results, paying our rent, and paying me to do this voiceover. Everything else, so all of Ecosia's profits, go towards climate action. We invest 20% in renewable energy, regenerative agriculture, and grassroots activism. And then the remaining 80% goes towards planting and protecting trees around the world. So that's us. By using our profits for the planet instead of ourselves, we've been able to plant over 100 million trees and counting. And our little search engine now serves millions of people from almost every country in the world every day. But that's not the only thing that makes us a teeny tiny bit different. To help you make better decisions, we've added a little green leaf next to planet-friendly organizations, and a shady little coal icon next to the world's most diabolical companies. Oh, and speaking of good decisions, we've also built our own solar panels. That way we're not just producing enough renewable energy to power all of your searches, we're producing twice as much. Being 200% renewable means that every Ecosia search is crowding dirty energy out of the grid. So no matter what you're searching for, you are fighting climate change by removing CO2 from the air. Oh, you want more? A few years ago, Ecosia's founder Christian signed an irreversible contract that requires us to stay true to our purpose. So there's no way for us ever to sell Ecosia or take money out of the company. And for all you lovely super nerds, we publish monthly financial reports that tell you exactly how much money we made from your searches and how we spent it. And one last thing, we're also one of the most privacy-friendly search engines out there. Seriously, we're in it for the trees, not your data. Our trees suck thousands of tons of CO2 out of the air every day. While they're at it, they protect wildlife and support farmers who are dealing with ever warmer and ever drier climates. But what does planting millions of trees actually look like? So first we figured out where are these trees needed most. That led us to focus on vulnerable biodiversity hotspots, bird migration routes, and environmental crisis zones. Then, our tree planting experts sought out amazing local partners who do the hard work of growing and nurturing and planting the trees in these areas. Once they're in the ground, we continue to work with these partners using satellite tech and field visits to ensure that the trees survive. And finally, to bring you all along on this little adventure, we publish updates about our projects almost every day. We tell you about our planting methods, about why we steer clear of monocultures, about why it's important to work with local communities, about climate justice, activism, and so much more. So now you know how to turn this into this. You know how to support people like Naliaka Martin in her mission to plant trees to protect her village's source of drinking water. You know how to grow a new enduring habitat for Pesek, whose forest was destroyed by the palm oil industry. You know how to take care of our planet. It's easy to make the switch. Go get started at ecosia.org. So go ahead, give our planet a big hug. She deserves it. You still there? Go to ecosia.org and plant your first tree today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Corey Clemmer. I'm the Director of Engagement for Dominate Impact Investments. I'm very pleased to be joining you this Earth Day to talk a little bit about what impact investing is and how it can help you and all of us protect our planet. So you've probably already heard a lot today and this week about how your dollars can make a difference. The most obvious place is probably how you shop, where you spend your money, what brands you choose to support, but also who you bank with. Don't forget the money that you leave in the bank is getting used for something. The banks can lend it out for all kinds of stuff. So then another strategy you've probably heard about is pressuring the institutions you're affiliated with to divest from bad business like the fossil fuel industry. What I'm going to talk about today is investing. It might be less visible, but it is hugely important for building a sustainable economy that works for everyone. Now, maybe you think you're not an investor, but a lot of us have retirement savings from our employers or from other places, and that money gets invested in the market. And if you're not paying attention, your money could be invested in the companies that we're talking about, in all of the fossil fuel industry and other dirty industries that you're trying to minimize. So even if you maybe are driving an electric vehicle and have adopted a fully plant-based diet, your retirement savings might still be undermining your objectives. And on the flip side, they might provide an opportunity to have a really good, positive, strong impact. So let's talk a little bit about what you can do. First, what is impact investing? This is what I propose your solution is. For a little historical context to understand where we came from, this movement really began with faith-based investors realizing around the Vietnam War that they were invested in Dow Chemical, the producer of napalm. And there was kind of an aha moment of how could we possibly be invested in and be profiting from the production and sale of napalm? And so those investors created quite a stir at Dow Chemical, and it really launched this movement to what it is today. The field of, it has many, many names, but impact investing, responsible investing, sustainable investing, maybe you've heard ESG investing, which stands for environmental, social, and governance investing. It really gained visibility in the 90s when it became a huge part of the anti-apartheid movement. So this was like really the first big divestment campaign where responsible investors pushed the companies they invest in to stop doing business in South Africa and with businesses from South Africa that was still under an apartheid regime. And it had a major impact in bringing about the end of that regime. Today, those tactics have been replicated in divestment movements from the private prison industry, the fossil fuel industry, and you hopefully have heard a little bit about those strategies elsewhere this week as well. What I want to talk to you about is what we do, which is taking that a step further. We have the exclusions. There's the certain industries we just don't bother with. We think they're so fundamentally misaligned with our values that we won't consider investing with them. But then we do deep research on the sustainability of the other companies that we might invest in. We look for good companies to invest in and gaps to fill and put money there. And then my job as the Director of Engagement is to work with companies to drive continuous improvement. Now, what does this look like? If we were just to compare how we invest against, say, the biggest 500 companies in the US, our process, you would see first there's that slice that we say we don't bother with, we think you're so misaligned, and that would include fossil fuel industry, the fossil fuel industry for the most part, nuclear power and weapons. It would include private prisons and several other industries that, again, just don't make sense for a sustainable future in our minds. Then there's another set of companies that we look at and we say, based on how you perform on environmental things as well as social issues, we don't think you're good enough. And then we're left over with about 70% of those companies that we can choose to invest in. And from there, we build our portfolio. The companies we pick out of what's left over get us to what we invest in. And that in this hypothetical looks about 55% less carbon intensive than the 500 companies we started with. Now, if you have an investment product as part of your retirement savings or anything, there's a strong likelihood you're exposed to most of these companies. So there's a way that you can further select your investments to avoid bad companies, support good companies, and reduce your carbon footprint. Now, this isn't where we stop. My job, like I said, is to work with companies on issues to drive continuous improvement and greater sustainability, both for the companies and for everybody. So one example of that is the work we've done on forests. We have worked on deforestation issues for decades, but we have had a special focus on it for the last few years. And if you look at forest loss, there's just no way we could reduce all of our carbon emissions. If we don't control the impact we're having on nature, it's not going to be enough. On the flip side, forests are really, really good at capturing carbon, storing carbon, supporting biodiversity, and supporting a whole range of ecosystem services that support our way of life, whether it's water management, temperature management, pests and pollinators and pest control. It's really incredible how much value forests create. But from our analysis, we found that it wasn't a big enough part of the climate conversation. And so we've spent the last few years really going at what are the drivers of deforestation and how can we systemically intervene to reduce the rate of forest loss, because it is still incredibly high. And so what we've done is we highlight the risks. We work primarily with companies, but also with policymakers, other investors, and stakeholders to identify and highlight the risks. And, so this is a risk, obviously, to the planet. It's also a risk to people, indigenous communities that live in forests. They support the forest, but the pressure that's put on forests is also put on those communities. And ultimately, businesses rely on forests as well. So by highlighting those risks, both to their own corporate operations, if it's a financial company, their financial exposures, they all have skin in the game here. So pointing out those risks help them come to the table and say, okay, we need to be part of the solution too. And then on the flip side, like I said, there's opportunity. And so a big part of our work has been focused on how do we get to forest positive? And that means getting to an economy that supports all of the value that forests create in order to, benefit both the planet, society, and the markets that we invest in. And so just as an example, one very exciting space that we're looking at closely now is regenerative agriculture. And we have found, and companies we talk to and work with have found, that by using regenerative practices, you can not only reduce the chemicals you put into the environment and improve the health of the local ecosystem, you capture more carbon, you support greater biodiversity, you save farmers money on the inputs, like they don't have to buy the super expensive chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and crops that are required for really intensive industrial agriculture. And in the process, you can begin to restore ecosystems and landscapes. So that's just one small example of how impact investing can not only reduce your footprint and improve how you are participating in the financial system, because we all do participate somehow. It's also a way to drive positive change and have a really positive impact. So with that, I'll just say thank you and happy Earth Day.
Hey, I was supposed to jump out of this to kind of scare you, but it turns out that's funnier on paper than it is in practice. So I hope you don't mind too much. Boy, I got a lot of plastic here, and don't worry, I'm gonna be putting it in a recycling bin because I'm not a sociopath or some kind of libertarian. But here's the thing. Most of this plastic will end up in a landfill or burned or in the ocean. And that's because most plastic is not recyclable. Oh, but it's got the recycling symbol right on it. This is the recycling symbol created in 1970. And this is a resin identification code created by the plastics industry in 1988 to trick people into thinking plastic was recyclable and therefore may be okay for the environment. Plastic recycling is a lie to sell more plastic. I'm Raleigh Williams, climate science grad student and guy who couldn't find a men's jumpsuit that fit him, but a women's jumpsuit is actually kind of working for me. And I hate to say this, but plastic recycling is an actual scam. Welcome to Climate Town. The beginning of the plastic recycling as a scam story starts with World War II. Do I have your attention now, everybody's dad? Anyway, at the beginning of the most camera-ready war in history, the US government felt that a flexible, lightweight material might really help our boys give the Jerry's the old piss and vinegar. So the government forced early plastics companies to work together, to crank out plastic, and to have little slumber parties where they shared their plastic-making secrets. And the modern plastic industry was born. Also, Brad totally has a crush on you.
Oh my God, no he doesn't.
Yes, he does, he told me. He told me. Since plastic is made out of oil and natural gas, plastic companies sprang out of existing fossil fuel corporations and their hot cousins, the chemical industry. And the nightmare lobby industry group, the Society of the Plastics Industry, was born. And I'm pretty sure that's the last we'll be hearing of them in this video about how the plastic industry scammed America. Anyway, it was their job to get the American consumer, a group of people who had never really bought plastic, to start buying a shit ton of plastic. Lucky for them, plastic kicks ass. Plastic was lightweight, cheap, it performed better than other substances, and it had the ungodly power of the fossil fuel industry behind it. Basically, plastics blew through America like measles at an anti-vaxxer water park. But when Americans were saving their plastic to reuse it, lobby groups just bought advertisements telling them, throw it out every time, we'll just make more plastic out of our unlimited, consequence-free supply of fossil fuels. And that's when plastics came up against their first big hurdle.
On April 22nd, 1 in every 10 Americans took part in rallies. The public outcry on that first Earth Day led to political action.
Well, that actually wasn't going to work for the plastics industry, but they had a compromise they felt would work for everybody. They'd lie. So the plastics industry, fossil fuel corporations, and a number of other companies formed a front group called Keep America Beautiful. They got an Italian guy, dressed him up like a Native American stereotype, and then shot this commercial.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country, and some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
I mean, yes, sure, they could have just easily made their products less disposable, but why do that when you can just spend a few $1 million on an advertisement to convince you it's your fault there's more trash everywhere? And it worked! For a while. See, the old depressed Italian maneuver got people to start throwing their trash in trash cans and even started some regional recycling programs. But when a louder call to end single-use items like plastic cropped up in 1987, the plastics industry decided it was time to take another trip to Scamville, where they were pleasantly surprised to find they were already the mayor. Okay, do you remember the Society of the Plastics Industry? Oh my God, they're back? Wow. Well, anyway, they genuinely did want recycling to work. So they looked into it in the 1980s and discovered, to their horror, that plastic can't really be recycled. The same chemical properties that make it moldable and flexible also make it degrade after 1 or 2 uses. I mean, that's not a recycle, that's a re-loop-de-loop. But even worse than any of that, recycling is expensive and labor intensive, and making new plastic from fossil fuels is almost always cheaper forever. Plastic industry documents clearly concluded that there were no effective market mechanisms for mixed plastic, and that there is serious doubt that it can ever be made viable on an economic basis.
There was never an enthusiastic belief that recycling was ultimately going to work in a significant way.
I think they knew that the infrastructure wasn't there to really have recycling amount to a whole lot.
But even though they knew recycling had zero chance of stopping plastic from just f***ing the world, they knew that if they could get people to believe recycling worked, they might have a chance of stopping an actual plastic ban. You know what? I'm being too cynical. Do we have like a relevant clip I could roll right here?
If the public thinks the recycling is working, then they're not going to be as concerned about the environment.
Well, that's not good. But the old Society of the Plastics Industry had a plan. While most plastic could never be recycled, technically, some plastic could be recycled. So in 1988, they created a front group called the Council for Solid Waste Solutions, and they quietly lobbied nearly 40 states to pass legislation that required a symbol they created be printed on every single piece of plastic produced in America. Enter the Resin Identification Code. Officially, just a way to say what type of plastic the item is made out of. Now, to be clear, this is not a recycling symbol. See, the recycling symbol was public domain as of 1970, so the plastics industry just kind of borrowed it, stuck a number inside, and now it's a completely different symbol. What do you mean it looks like the recycling symbol? Don't you see the number inside? Of the 7 kinds of RICs, only 1s and 2s are commonly taken, and even they have a slim chance of actually being recycled. But the plastics industry has made sure that every single piece of plastic has a recycle symbol on it, except no they didn't, because that's not a recycle symbol, it's a resin identification code, because it's got a number.
If the public thinks the recycling is working, then they're not going to be as concerned about the environment.
So whenever the environmental movement would build up a head of steam, the plastic industry and fossil fuels would just pour millions of dollars into recycling campaigns until calls for plastic reduction died out. Then they just pull their funding and all the recycling initiatives collapse until it's time to promote recycling again. For all the millions of dollars spent touting the wonders of recycling, only 10% has ever been recycled. Well, damn, Daniel, what are we gonna do? Well, first of all, we gotta stop treating recycle like it's the Beyonce in the Destiny's Child of reduce, reuse, recycle. Beyonce is reduce, reuse, and recycle is the other two. Second, we gotta keep recycling. And I know, I just spent like 8 minutes shitting on recycling, but recyclers are the only people keeping that number at 10% and not 0%. In fact, any percent of a massive amount of plastic is still significant. And finally, we have to stop thinking about this like it's a problem we can solve with a quiet little choice at the grocery store. Legislation got us into this problem, legislation's gotta get us out. We gotta pressure our governments to pass a ban on single-use plastics. How bad is the problem? Oh, great question. The plastic lobby has actually passed legislation preemptively banning plastic bans. That's right, it's a ban, and it's going to murder our planet if we can't get a hold of our legal system. It's gonna take a group of people working together, so please, be one of those people. In the description of this video is a list of all the active plastic legislation and the groups behind it. If you have a second, and let's face it, you probably do have a second if you just watched this video, consider clicking on some of these links and joining these places, because they need all the help they can get. Thank you so much for watching Climate Town. I'll see you next time.
Hello. How are you, Rosalie?
Hi, I'm good. How are you, Taylor?
Pretty good, pretty good. So we're here today to talk about toxic products and beauty products and hair care products, specifically for women of color. Do you want to introduce yourself, and then I'll introduce myself, and we'll talk a little bit about these products and our experiences with them.
Well, okay. Hi, my name is Rosdeli Ciprian, pronouns she, her, hers. I am an actor in What the Constitution Means to Me, former Broadway play on the Broadway production and the tour production. And I was also the former Green Captain. So that's all I have to say about that.
Fantastic. And I'm Taylor Morton. I'm the Director of Environmental Health and Education at We Act for Environmental Justice. And so we'll be engaging in conversation and talking a little bit more about the role that I have at We Act and the work that We Act does, especially as it relates to toxic products.
Yeah. So tell me about We Act for Environmental Justice and your role there.
Absolutely. So We Act for Environmental Justice is a nonprofit located in Harlem, New York. We have both a local office that also handles our state affairs in New York City, but we also have a DC office that handles our federal policy. And what we are really focused on, what we're about, is making sure that no matter who you are, no matter your background, especially when we're thinking about BIPOC communities and communities of color and lower income communities, that those folks have the right to be meaningfully involved in their environments, right? And there's an equity and fair treatment piece in there as well, understanding that that's also key when we think about environmental justice. And we work on a lot of different issues, understanding that environmental justice and climate justice aren't just one broad topic, but really can be broken down into different issues. So thinking about food justice and food apartheid, thinking about water quality, exposure to lead and mold and other indoor pollutants, and also thinking about toxic products, that all of these things impact our quality of life and they impact our health and our life expectancy. And also understanding that the impact on our life expectancy, the impacts on our quality of life, also that there's a systemic piece to that. And that systemic piece needs to be really fixed and adjusted before we think about a lot of larger solutions around environment and climate, right? They sort of have to work in tandem. But toxic products is a piece of the work that we do. We have a lot of different campaigns on climate and environment. And my role as the environmental health director and to also the environmental education director is to make sure that we're disseminating information back to the community and that the community has a role when we think about research, and that there's also an educational piece to that. That education is very much rooted in how we understand some of these different concepts.
Okay, well, that sounds like a great organization and you guys do a lot of things. Where in Harlem are you guys located? Because I live in Harlem. I'm in Harlem right now. So where are you guys?
Yeah, we're on 152nd in Amsterdam, and our office is currently closed, but we're all working from home. We have a lot of virtual events that have sort of been going on, and I imagine that when things reopen, we will continue to work out of our office, and we do a lot of programming there as well. So if you're in the area, I would love to see you when you drop by and things reopen.
Yeah, sure. I'll definitely drop by since it's not really that far away from me. But I would also tell me more about toxic beauty products and the impact they have on women of color like ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we think about toxic products, first off, toxic products can really span different things. We're thinking about food packaging, healthcare and beauty products, and we're thinking about women of color specifically, toys and all of these things, that the chemicals that make up our clothes, when we're thinking about really any sort of material, they have an impact on our lives, and we can absorb those materials through absorption and all of these other pathways to having access to different toxins. But that there's a really specific sort of outlet when we think about healthcare and beauty products, and that women of color are really targeted when we think about sort of Eurocentric standards. When we think about hair straighteners and skin lighteners and all of these other chemicals that can really impact and damage our health, and understanding that plays a role in our life expectancy and quality of life and all those sort of things that I mentioned before, but they can lead to cancer and infertility and poor maternal health outcomes, all of these other pieces that pose a danger, and that women of color are disproportionately targeted and exposed to these products, right? And I think it tells really an interesting story when we think about when we think about Earth Day and having sort of a more expansive view of what it means to take care of ourselves, what it means to take care of the environment, right? That it's really important to highlight this as an issue, both to consumers, but also to retailers and researchers and all of these other folks who have a stake in toxic products or beauty products and hair care products for women of color.
Do you know any like chemicals to look for? I should probably check the things in my cabinet. Do you know any things to look for that might be harmful?
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking about like parabens, estrogenic chemicals, phthalates, sodium lauryl sulfate is in shampoos. It's really popular. It's one of the things that makes it really lather. That's definitely not good for you. Strips protein out of your hair. They're definitely, if you want like a good overview, they call them the Dirty Dozen. They're like a top 12 list of different toxins and chemicals that you can sort of look out for as a rule of thumb. But the really hard part is, if you're just like a person off the street, you don't really know what those chemicals are. You're like, great, phthalates, what is that supposed to mean for me? So I think there's like an educational piece that sort of goes with that. But also that we have to advocate for healthier products. And I think there's another piece around, even if you decided to go natural, as we talk about with Black women and with Black men as well, right? That even if you decided to go natural, the natural products can also be greenwashed. They can also contain those dangerous chemicals, even though they're marketed to be better for your health.
Yeah, I've recently gone natural. During quarantine, I kind of cut off all of my hair and because it was like severely heat damaged, and I realized like for the summer I wouldn't be able to wear out my natural curls because of the heat damage, and so that kind of made me upset. And I noticed that a lot of women of color and girls in my age range had been doing the same thing, because we had realized, because in my neighborhood it's mostly Black women and then Hispanic Latinx women. Mm-hmm. And so in that kind of culture, we're kind of pushed to have like this straight hair and all this beauty surrounding these Eurocentric standards. And it's like up until now, like with the boom of like social media and like more women of color being in the media talking about their hair, is that we realize, oh, this is actually a big problem, because we can't really wear our natural curls out because we've been straightening it for like the past 10 years. And so it's like we're all realized. So during quarantine, I cut off my hair, and that was like last year, May, I believe. So it has been really hard, a really rough journey going natural, because I cut my hair like up to like this length or something like that. And so that's been like really hard, like finding products that like actually work for me. And it's been taking like a lot of research, and you would just see me in like Duane Reade or like in other drugstores on my phone, just looking at like which products work for me. I was doing porosity tests at home. And it was just so hard to look for products that actually worked for me and that were also kind of like environmentally friendly, and then ones that wouldn't like strip the proteins out of my hair. Right. Because I know other people, they can kind of like stick to like one product and it works for them. For me, it's kind of like a blend, like a mix of like different products that actually gets my hair to be what it is right now. Like actually, even before this segment, I was telling Taylor I was having problem with my hair. And like, I don't even know if that's because of the products or just me not being incompetent with me doing my hair. But and it's kind of refreshing to hear about your organization that you're working with and how it helps women in Harlem, or like just people in general with hair, to stay away from these toxic products. And so me living in a low income community in Harlem, this kind of like really hits home to me. So yeah, and we are having the campaign that we're focused on. There's an adult component and a youth component, looking at girls around your age, really understanding that that's an age where you're really starting to think critically about your hair.
And what we hope to gain from the surveys that we've put out in Northern Manhattan specifically, as sort of like a smaller study, is an understanding, right, of all of these pieces. When we think about our hair care, when we think about different ways that products have been marketed towards us and how we respond to them, at the intersection of health, right, and well-being, and that it's a pretty touchy thing. I think there are a lot of cultural pieces, and I think that extends to like a lot of like women and folks of different cultures as well, and different backgrounds. Even if we're not looking at like the sort of difference that it makes for like Black women and women of color, right? That in all the products that we use, we can be taking a clear look at what these products are. And so the campaign that we've set up at We Act that will be coming and building in the next couple of months is really around looking at different products, looking at how products, reach women of color of various ages, and what are ways that we can raise awareness around hair care product usage, especially when we think about health. I feel like the style alone could be enough, having gone through my own big chop journey, maybe like 6 years ago. And I think I cut all my hair off and then was like, oh, I don't even know like what products to use or like what to do with it. And it's definitely a journey. But I think starting with the Dirty Dozen is a great start. I know this group called Mind the Store that we work with had put together a retailer report card, so you can look at different retailers and sort of see how they're doing as far as toxins in their products. But that's definitely something, a good resource to look for. And there are a lot of other groups who have similar report cards and databases that tell you about their products and what is dangerous and to your health and what's not, and all those sort of things.
So your campaign is basically like centering around educating other people about these toxic products, but it's also like kind of pressuring these brands to do better with the ingredients and whatever products they're making.
Absolutely. And that's the understanding that it really takes all of these pieces, right? That there's some individual choice, but there are also choices that our retailers have to make about what brands they will promote and support that intersect with the health of the folks that they're selling to. And there's also a component with research, right? That we are doing this study to really raise awareness of what this looks like in Northern Manhattan, with hopes that there are other folks who may find this information useful. And I think there's more research coming out around this as we move day by day and over time. But definitely is something to look into. And I think what we really hope to do is to work strategically with retailers around this as well, and that hopes that folks really want to improve around this area, especially as it relates to women of color, thinking about all of the other impacts on quality of life that women of color specifically place. That it's really important. It's a really important campaign and piece of work. And again, it's important to anyone that we should be looking at the products that we're using and the impact on our health.
So how can like people like you and I, like you said, like a person walking off the street, just get into like involved in like knowing the products that can be good for them or bad for them? Like how can people really like understand which ones to use? Because honestly, like when I did the big chop, I was clueless. I was like, I don't know what's going on. It took a variety of YouTube videos and Pinterest boards and Instagram explore page videos for me to finally find my mix and my formula. And there isn't really anyone in my family kind of that knows how to deal with natural hair, because they've kind of been like straightening it from all these years. Like everyone in my family, they kind of came straight from the Dominican Republic and immigrated to America.
Yes.
So it's kind of, this whole thing is new to them. So when I cut my hair, they were all just like, and I was just like, heat damage is bad. I don't want to do that anymore. So how can people like me, other clueless teenagers, know about the products that they're using?
Absolutely. I would start first by researching the Dirty Dozen. Some of those products really lend themselves more to makeup and cosmetics, but some of them are definitely included in like hair care and beauty products. So I feel like that's a good basis to start at. Working, really looking at our partner Mind the Store around their retailer report card, you would be sort of surprised. And I think that really helps put brands, connect brands to different toxins, and really, I think, gives a visual background to what products are, you're currently using in companies and all of these other sort of more tangible pieces. And then I think, becoming a WEAC member is a really great start to understanding how toxic products and cosmetics connects to the wider environmental justice work and the impact on quality of life. So I definitely would recommend folks to stay in tune. We have a couple of resources and really great videos on our Beauty Inside Out campaign that speak a little bit more broadly to folks of different backgrounds, and speak a little bit more broadly to the experiences of folks who are who come from different backgrounds of color, right? Folks who are, come from different ethnic backgrounds and economic backgrounds and all these other sort of pieces. But we expect to be doing a lot of great work next coming year, and we'll get the results of our survey, which we are hoping to publish this year. And we'll get to, you'll get to sort of see what girls of color and adults of color have really been experiencing when it comes to toxic products and hair care. And then also we are doing a program called the Environmental Health and Justice Leadership Training, the EHJLT. And there's a youth version and an adult version, but I highly would recommend folks to take advantage of that program to hear a little bit more about environmental justice as it connects to some of these issues. We have our toxic products modules that will be launching a little bit later in the summer, but we have a whole workshop dedicated to this work. And right now, the adult modules are launched, for anyone's suggested donation for folks who want to get involved from wherever you are. They will be virtual. But we also have a youth component to talk a little bit more in depth with young people about some of these topics. So I highly recommend that as a way to get started. And there are a lot of great groups like the Environmental Defense Fund who also have campaigns that are really similar to this work around toxics. So I think that's a really great start for anyone who's super new to this area.
One final question. Okay,
yeah.
So you said that you did your big chop 6 years ago. Does it get better? And do you think you're like a natural hair care expert on your hair type?
I'm definitely not a natural hair care expert, but I can 100% confirm that it gets better. Yeah, I did my big chop right after I graduated from undergrad. And my hair was so short, and now it has grown so much, and I've learned how to really take care of it over time. And I feel like that journey is different from everyone, depending on your hair type, your financial situation, your social situation, all these other sort of pieces. But yeah, the hair journey has been a long one, but a good one. So I have some hope. Hang in there.
Okay, because I really needed that, because it's been getting really hard, really tough. Even as we speak, like I washed my hair like 3 hours ago, and like the water's still dripping down my neck. So I hope it gets better.
It definitely will. It definitely will. It's definitely worth it too. That's the other part of it.
Well, I think we're finished now, wrapped up.
Absolutely. Well, so great to spend some time talking to you, and I can't wait to get involved with you more and hear about your hair care journey.
Oh, I will definitely be letting you know and giving you some updates.
Sounds good.
Science changes the world every day, but we rarely think deeply about the environmental impact of doing that research. Laboratories consume up to 10 times more energy than a typical commercial office. They consume 4 times more water than a typical commercial office. The pharmaceutical industry globally produces 55% higher emissions than the automotive industry. and laboratories produce 12 billion pounds of plastic waste each year. While ambitious carbon commitments are great, they need to be backed up by action. And this is really where My Green Lab comes in. We provide the tools and the frameworks and the verification that companies are truly taking action to address their overall climate goals.
Scientists in scientific labs around the world face a unique dilemma. On the one hand, they're working to understand the causes and the impacts of climate change. On the other hand, they're actually one of the contributors towards it. So they're quite rightly making demands of companies like us to produce technologies and solutions that help them avoid some of those challenges. Thermo Fisher Scientific has around 80,000 colleagues spread around the world, enabling our customers to deal with some of the most complex problems that face society.
Thermo Fisher is a strategic partner for My Green Lab. They've been one of the early adopters of our tools in terms of improving the sustainability of their products through the ACT label, as well as supporting our Freezer Challenge program, which is working to drive efficiency and very high energy consuming equipment, ultra low temperature freezers.
I think there is a growing awareness that the science alone is not going to save us, that we as individuals need to take an active role in bringing sustainability into our everyday. Yet bringing sustainability into the laboratory environment can be challenging. For many scientists, I think there is a very common conception that incorporating sustainability into their work is going to come at the cost of their science, that they're going to have to sacrifice time, quality, or even success in order to make their work sustainable. And a big part of what we do at My Green Lab is helping scientists identify the ways that they can incorporate sustainability into their daily work without compromising the integrity of their science. Because after all, if science doesn't work anymore, it's not a sustainable solution.
My Green Labs has helped Thermo Fisher Scientific address our sustainability goals by shining a spotlight on the problem, by challenging us to do our part, and then by creating specific initiatives, for example, the Freezer Competition Program, where we can actually support our customers to do their part as well.
When you look at where energy is consumed in a laboratory, about 20% of the energy is related to plug load, or really all of that equipment that is plugged into the wall. And laboratory freezers and refrigerators make up a large portion of the plug load. The International Freezer Challenge is an annual competition that encourages laboratories to adopt best practices that can help to reduce the energy consumption of cold storage. When you want to engage people in sustainability, it's important to make it fun. And competitions and challenges are a fun and exciting way to get people to take action on a topic that they otherwise might not have taken action on. And they also allow you to very easily reward people for taking the sustainable actions that you want to encourage.
One of the specific programs that I'm most proud of at Thermo Fisher Scientific is the innovation that we put into the market as the first provider in the life sciences to have a fully recyclable paper cooler. Every year, millions of cubic feet of polystyrene are put into landfill as customers rely on these to transport products backwards and forwards or store products in a cold environment.
Being able to compare products based on their environmental attributes is something that we have all become accustomed to doing in our daily lives. We can compare paper based on how much recycled content it has or whether the pulp was sustainably sourced. We can compare apples on whether they were organically grown or not. When it comes to laboratory products, we haven't had this same convenience and the same way of being able to compare two similar products based on their environmental attributes. And this is part of why we introduced the ACT label, so that we could bring accountability, consistency, and transparency into how people were looking at and comparing laboratory products.
The ACT label is like a eco-nutrition label for products.
And the way that it acts is that that product actually gets scored on different aspects of the product. One is the manufacturing of the product, the other is the user impact of that product, and then the third is the end of life. And all of those scores combined come into what's called the environmental impact factor score. The lower the score, the more environmentally friendly that product is.
I think it's important to realize that we're all in this together. We actually need radical collaboration across the industry if we're going to create the breakthroughs that are truly going to transform science.
When a company has this reach and the resources that Thermo Fisher has, they can really set the expectation for what sustainable products in the laboratory look like and help to inspire the industry to move towards a more sustainable future.
Imagine if every scientist was fluent in sustainability and knew how to make a difference through their work and their actions. Imagine if every lab was green and every product was designed with the environment in mind. Imagine if there was a thriving culture of sustainability in every leading institution in science. That's our vision for the next decade, and we firmly believe that science can be a global leader on environmental sustainability.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Daisy Freund. I'm the Vice President of Farm Animal Welfare for the ASPCA, which is the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And in just one second, I'm going to share my screen so we can begin. Let's see. Okay, looks good. So while the ASPCA is mostly known for our work with dogs and cats, we believe that all animals, including those raised for food, should be protected from suffering. Unfortunately, that's just not the case for most of the nearly 10 billion animals who are raised for food and slaughtered each year in this country. So the ASPCA is engaging food companies and lawmakers and consumers to help build a more compassionate food system. And the changes that we advocate for aren't just good for animals, they have significant benefits for the environment and public health too. Today, we're going to cover what a factory farm is, what factory farming really is, how the largest animal industries damage our environment, health, and animals' welfare, what's happening on the ground to reform this industry, and how you as a consumer can do the most with your food budget to push for a more humane and sustainable food system. Officially, these are called concentrated animal feeding operations, or CAFOs. Factory farms have taken over more traditional pasture-based farms across the country. Today, 95% of the chickens, pigs, and cattle raised on farms in the US spend their lives on an industrial confinement-based farm. While raising animals this way has lowered the cost of meat, eggs, and dairy, these big operations
only look like a good deal if you ignore the externalized costs. So that's all the damages and messes that are paid for by local communities and taxpayers as we deal with the environmental damage and the public health crises that they cause. These mega farms, it's important to note, also are often located in areas with predominantly Black, Latino, and Native American populations, making this a racial justice issue as well. Luckily, the public is becoming wiser to the dangers of factory farming. The ASPCA did a survey in August that showed that the breakdown of the food supply during the pandemic and news of COVID outbreaks in slaughterhouses has led to 89% of Americans showing concern about industrial animal agriculture. They're citing animal welfare, worker safety, public health, or the environment. So let's get into these industries. To understand how we got here, you have to understand how enormous and concentrated these industries and the farms are. The chicken industry is enormous. 9 out of 10 animals raised for food each year are chickens bred for meat. The top 4 poultry companies control more than half of all chickens sold in the US. 61% of the pork market is controlled by just 3 companies. Most of our milk today comes from massive mega dairies housing thousands of cows. These operations produce so much milk that the price paid to farmers has plummeted far below the cost of production, and that's forced many farms out of business. In the beef industry, 4 companies control 80% of the beef market in the US. And all of this matters because this much power with so few alternatives means these companies dictate the standards and they can lobby our government to beat back any meaningful regulations, and that's exactly what's happened. Animals in particular have paid a very high price for this system. So since the 1960s, broiler chickens, which are the meat chickens, have been selectively bred for extremely fast growth. Because of this, today's broiler chickens weigh 6 pounds in 6 weeks. That's 60% heavier birds in 60% less time. The birds' muscles grow so fast that their bones and legs can't support their bodies. And because moving is so hard and space is so limited, for most of their lives, they sit in their own waste, and that leads to open skin sores and painful leg problems. Egg-laying hens are raised in cages where they spend their whole lives with so little room they can't spread their wings. Pigs are intelligent and social animals, and they have some of the same cognitive and problem-solving behaviors as primates, but on CAFOs, they have less than 8 square feet each. They're sealed in these giant barns, and they have nothing to do, so they become aggressive and highly distressed. Mother pigs in particular are kept in crates so small they can't even turn around. That causes sores, lameness, and huge psychological distress as well. Dairy cows, like all mammals, produce milk only after the birth of a baby, but industrial dairy cows are impregnated so frequently and they're pushed to produce so much milk that they're exhausted and they're called spent in just a few years, and then they're sold to slaughter as beef. Male dairy cows aren't able to produce milk, so they have no value to the industry. They're removed at birth and they're moved to feedlots as well. Female calves are taken away also. All of these separations are highly stressful. And lastly, in the beef industry, most of the millions of beef cattle in the US start out on pasture, but they spend their last few months in a feedlot where they're fed a very high calorie grain-based diet, which is not natural to them and causes ulcers and other gastric issues. These are barren spaces, these feedlots, they have no shade, no enrichment, no protection from the elements. Environmentally, it's the enormous amount of manure generated by the animals that's the real issue. A 2020 Food and Water Watch report estimates that industrially raised hogs produce as much waste as half the US population each year. Manure is stored in piles near the CAFOs or in open air lagoons. It's liquefied and then it's spread or it's sprayed on nearby land, but there's always much more than the land can absorb. So when it rains, the excess nutrients like nitrogen and drug residues run off the fields into the waterways. That causes a loss of aquatic life, food contamination, dead zones. Factory farmed animals also eat an enormous amount of corn and soy, which requires fossil fuels, pesticides, fertilizers, and water just to grow it, process it, transport it. You've also probably heard about cow burps and farts as an issue. It's a real issue. Industrial beef is one of the biggest generators of methane, a very potent greenhouse gas. But it's not just beef, it's all cows. In California, the top dairy producing state, dairy cows account for 45% of the state's methane emissions. Mega dairies also use 30 to 50 gallons of water per day per cow, so it's a very water intensive product. Unsurprisingly, to keep animals alive in these conditions, industries rely on dosing animals daily with antibiotics, the same ones we rely on to treat our illnesses, which is a major contributor to antibiotic resistance globally. 1 in 5 strains of salmonella found on grocery store chicken was resistant to the most common antibiotics that we use to treat that bacteria. As a result, people who work in or live near these factory farms are at a very high risk of developing dangerous antibiotic-resistant infections. MRSA, which is an antibiotic-resistant staph bacteria, has been found in hog farm workers' noses in study after study. Workers in slaughterhouses are also forced to work at a breakneck speed using sharp tools, and they deal with very high rates of torn muscles, broken bones, repetitive motion injuries, and even amputations. On an average day, 27 poultry workers suffer work-related amputations or hospitalizations. As we try to prevent pandemics, it's worth recognizing that poorly ventilated, crowded, dirty facilities packed with stressed out animals provides the perfect conditions for diseases like bird flu to quickly mutate and spread to humans. Now, this is just a high-level overview of the harms that factory farms are doing, and that's why advocates for animals, farmers, workers, and the environment are all engaging in campaigns to stop this industry and replace it with a more humane, sustainable, and equitable food system. Whether that's getting commitments from food companies to only purchase higher welfare products, or lawsuits to stop CAFOs from ruining neighbors' lives, or appealing to government to ban the use of antibiotics in this way, advocates are coming at this problem from all sides. And ultimately, these industries are so powerful, so wealthy, and so entrenched that it really will take serious government intervention to regulate them effectively. One particularly exciting new piece of legislation I wanted to mention has more than 300 groups supporting it. It's called the Farm System Reform Act. It was introduced by Senator Cory Booker and Rep. Ro Khanna. This would place a complete moratorium on future factory farms and provide billions in funding for farmers to transition to more humane and sustainable practices. That'll be reintroduced in the next couple months, so keep your eye out for ways to support it. Still, the main driver of what happens is ultimately the market, and we are the market. We eat 3 times a day. We can do an enormous amount collectively by opting out of factory farming and eating more plant-based food, or by swapping to more humane and sustainable sources of animal products. So why plant-based? Let's start there. First of all, it eliminates the need for an animal, eliminates that suffering. From an environmental perspective, crops used in plant-based substitutes can have a much lighter environmental footprint, and eating plants as opposed to eating animals who have eaten plants is just more efficient. It cuts out the land, the water, the energy needed to grow the crops that are ultimately used as feed. Of course, not all plant-based is equal. Nuts can use a lot of land and water. Monocrop soy products are not great for the environment. So you should look for organic when you can, but these crops' greenhouse gas emissions just don't come close to the emissions of industrial meat and dairy. Luckily, there have never been more plant-based cookbooks and recipes and meat and dairy alternatives on the market. And I just want to emphasize, this is not an all or nothing proposition. You could choose to do meatless Mondays. You could swap out one animal product, maybe the milk in your coffee for oat milk. Just keep in mind that if we all take animal products off our plate 1 day a week, that's 1/7 of the animals eliminated. That's more than 1 billion animals. Next, why higher welfare pasture-based products? First of all, raising animals this way allows them to eat what they naturally eat, to exercise, exhibit natural behaviors, interact. It reduces their stress. If it's done right, grass-fed beef and dairy can also be a lot better for the environment. Having animals out on pasture enriches the soil. Then the soil can hold more water. It can reduce runoff, erosion, support better biodiversity. It can even sequester or capture some of the carbon, which offsets the methane emissions. For chickens and pigs who can't eat grass and they still need grain, it's still important that they have that space and the ability to socialize, mostly because less intensive farming methods don't generate that unmanageable amount of manure. They don't require antibiotics. They don't tend to be as bad for workers, and they're easier on local communities. When it comes to buying better animal products, though, it can be tricky. There's a lot of misleading labels. So natural, for example, has no impact on farm animal welfare. There's no clear definition of free range in terms of outdoor access, so industry takes advantage of that loophole. Humane is undefined and subjective unless it's paired with a certification. Grass-fed, unfortunately, confusingly still allows feedlots. Hormones are not approved for use on pigs or poultry, so on pork, chicken, egg, and turkey products, that is not a meaningful term. On eggs, cage-free means they were not raised in battery cages. That's good, but it's an empty claim on poultry meat because those birds are not raised in cages. And organic is tough. There's a lot of great organic farms out there, but as giant companies have gotten involved in the organic business, the standards have come down. There's no clear definition for outdoor access. It varies a lot. So that's something to watch out for. Meaningful animal welfare certifications, on the other hand, represent a real spectrum of better ways to raise animals, not just for their welfare, but for the environment too. There are 3 programs the ASPCA recommends to consumers and companies. Animal welfare approved is fully pasture-based. Certified humane allows for some indoor rearing, but if the product says free range or pasture-based, they certify that too. And a program called Global Animal Partnership, usually found in Whole Foods, has 6 levels that range from indoor higher welfare to pasture-based. What they have in common is higher quality of life for animals, transparency for consumers, and on-farm audits by a third party. So lastly, what I want to call attention to, because this had to be so fast, it's a lot of information to take in, are these incredible resources that the ASPCA offers through our Shop with Your Heart program, really to help you understand these issues more deeply. The easiest way to access all of them is to sign up for our week-long detox, the Factory Farm Detox. With Earth Day coming up this week, it's really a perfect time to try it. You can sign up at aspca.org/detox. It's a self-directed challenge to cut factory farm products out of your diet for 1 week. When you sign up, we send you the whole suite of resources to make it easy, from our label guide to our master list of welfare certified and plant-based brands, where they're available and links to buy all the products, our directory of welfare certified farms, and then this ultimate tool called the ShopKind Help, which is staffed by animal welfare and labeling experts. You can text at any time for an instant answer to any of your questions. The reality is factory farming is not going to go without a fight. It's going to take all of us doing everything we can. And when you think about how many lives it impacts, the animals, workers, communities, our health, and the health of our environment, for all of those reasons and more, I hope you feel compelled to do whatever you can through your own food purchases to end factory farming. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Omar Guayed. I am a 5th-year PhD candidate at NYU Tannen School of Engineering, specializing in materials chemistry. I'm also the co-chair of March for Science New York City. I'm very happy to be welcomed by both Kendra and Andrea Sola, who are both incredible people, and you will get to know more and more about them in this panel as we discuss abolition with respect to climate justice. And the reason March for Science New York City wants to talk about abolition with respect to climate justice is that we're noticing that we are repeating the same mistakes of the past in addressing our climate solutions. So what do we mean by that? In the past, in the creation of this situation that we're in which we have all this fossil fuel energy, this infrastructure that we have, it was built by prison labor, colonialism, extraction, war, and we're stuck in this situation. Now we're looking at today the climate solutions, and we see billionaires like Elon Musk celebrating coups d'etats in Bolivia in which indigenous people were murdered for their lithium. And we're just noticing that it's a repeat of the past. We have prison labor to address climate change problems. You know, we have underpaid workers, we have exploited people, and I can't highlight how, you know, this is a repeat of the past other than by quoting Einstein or referring to a paper that Einstein wrote in 1949 to the Socialist Journal monthly review called Why Socialism, in which he basically explicitly states that in order, we live in a predatory system, but we have to transition beyond the predatory system, that our current capitalist infrastructure is predatory and we must move further from it. And as scientists, science is a tool. We must recognize that science is a tool. And if it is in the hands of the people who are predatory, then we won't be able to do good science. It's going to shape our world. However, if we transition to a more equitable, more just world, then the science that we use can be more just. And I want to now pass it on to Andresola, who's going to talk to us a little bit about what who they are, as well as, you know, what is abolition in their words.
Well, thank you, Omar. Peace, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Aderonsola Gilbert, and I am one half, well, a part of the abolition science community. Let me not say one half. So as I'll start off, Abolition Science is a abolitionist project that really envisions science and math delinked from racial capitalism, imperialism, and oppression. A science and math that really seeks to serve all people. We seek to undermine capitalist logics of Western science and math that necessitate the continued exploitation and violence against land and Black, Indigenous people of color. So it's also, I want to also note that really this concept of abolition science was birthed out of LaToya Strong, behind creating abolition science, and was inspired by W.E. Du Bois' text, Black Reconstruction. And so with that being said, for me, really, abolition science is a form of love. It is education in practice, as well as really a deliberate and intentional removal of imprisonment, isolation, and punitive institutionalizations. And really, it is the foremost way in which we address issues of harm and healing. And really, as I share these words with you, I'm echoing our community members' voices and conversations that we've had in this space.
I'm loving that love. I'm also loving that you cited your source as your community, and that's beautiful in and of itself. We need to rethink how we approach science from an abolitionist perspective. Kendra, can you speak a little bit more about, you know, how in the philosophical framework, how can this be approached?
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Kendra Kruger, and I call myself an intersectional scientist. My background is in electrical engineering, but I really like to integrate all aspects of social justice and mindfulness and art into the work of science that I do. I have a platform called For Love in Science. It's all about inspiring these conversations of how can we integrate all these ways of thinking. And I also run a program at the Advanced Science Research Center at the City University of New York's Graduate Center on doing community science. I'll talk more about that later. But in terms of this lens of abolition, as Aderonsola was talking about, the abolition coming out of the movement of the ending of slavery and the ending of poverty, and this idea that we have to move away from this way of thinking of separating people from society and separating ourselves from one another and separating ourselves from ourselves. And this kind of thinking is related to the way that we do science as well, because in science, we have this practice of splitting things into smaller and smaller pieces to understand them. And that's based on this reductionist approach of how are we looking at looking to understand things by separating them and making them divided from the rest of the interactions that are happening. And that works in some approaches, but we have to start creating more of an imagination of solving problems, because in looking at the way that I sort of believe that we live in this sort of fractal reality where these similar patterns play out both in our social systems and in our scientific systems and our natural systems. And we can figure out which patterns work for us and which patterns don't. And this reductionist pattern of splitting and separating things, has worked in the past for other ways of being, but we have to see in some of our social systems and also in our scientific systems, things are becoming much more complex. And so we need to have a greater level of imagination to engage with this level of complexity. And as much as it's hard for us to imagine an end of prison, an end to prisons and an end to policing in this way, that these things could be possible. And there's ways to get there from where we are today, if we can have that level of imagination. But we have to do it simultaneously, not just in our social spheres, but also in our scientific spheres, in the conversations that we're having, because these patterns, these oppressive patterns play out in the way that we engage with one another in the scientific community, in the way that we practice science. As much as we want to think that science is neutral, it's still a practice that is embodied by humans who are infallible, or fallible. I always get those, which one is the right one, confused. But we have in all of our love and in all of our flaws, they will come through in the science that we do. And so we have to see that all of these things are interrelated: the climate change, the abolitionist movement, and also the science that we do.
Thank you so much. I love that you called out how we can't sort of separate out and break things down too small. If you think about it, the climate solution we discuss, some people say we just need more solar panels. And we're not discussing labor associated. We're not discussing extraction of resources. We're not discussing healthcare and how do we address the healthcare. We're not discussing immigration when people lack it. We just went through a conversation about food justice. We're not discussing how food justice ties into all this.
Yes.
So something I want to actually go into it, because this is something that we discussed plastic recycling, we discussed all this. Aderonsola, can you talk us through some examples of abolitionist science?
Yes. So I think some great examples that are out there is right now thinking about the Dijenge makers based in Kenya. They produce sustainable, low-cost construction materials made from recycled plastic waste and sand. Right. I'm thinking about Dr. Wangari Maathai and the founding of the Greenbelt movement which started in 1977, in which she was working with Kenyan women from all parts throughout Kenya, from rural spaces, and planting trees, right? It's really disrupting this notion of like expert, who gets to be the experts in this movement, who gets to really participate, right? I'm thinking about here in New York, Brooklyn-based Yemi Amu from Oko Urban Farms, in which practice and promote aquaponics as sustainable farming method that really mitigates the impact of climate change while also increasing food security in New York City. Food deserts. I mean, we're especially that are really prevalent in Black and Brown communities, right? I'm thinking right now too of like Alexis Nicole, the Black Forager on Instagram and TikTok. If y'all are not following her, follow her, right? She really practices gratitude for all that is around, while at the same time really encouraging like the need for more hyper localized food systems, while also sharing her knowledge about what's behind us and the food on our plate and that relationship, and really, and I'm glad you hinted at this earlier, Omar, in talking about, okay, well, this kind of practice, this divide, and also Kendra, in this divide of like separating ourselves from the work, right? Even as we look at the the conservation laws that were enacted, what happened when we did that, right? How that really too facilitated the removal of people, the stewards of the land, who have a deep, intimate knowledge of the land, and what happens when in these passes. Granted, there are benefits, right? Land was preserved, wildlife, and there's the other part of that, and then what happens when you remove people, and what does that do to the relationship then people and communities have to land and food and the water systems. But these are just a few examples. I could keep going.
Unfortunately, we can keep going for hours about how colonialism is basically is the main problem. Like, we're talking about, we need to address systemic issues of climate and whatnot, but climate change, addressing systemic issues of climate change, this can even go back to removal of the bison, the mass murder of the bison, sort of as an act of genocide against indigenous people. That was an act of climate change. We completely destroyed the American Southwest and the natural reserves of the American Southwest, as well as attacked the health, wealth, and just care of an entire people by murdering this one animal. So we can talk about how colonialism is a destructive force for hours as March for Science, especially with respect to climate change. We can talk about how we need to decolonize, and not only that, how we need to decolonize not only science, but scientific history. I mean, I mentioned Einstein. Einstein includes in his socialist essay in which he says we have to, transition to a more socialist and equitable society, about how we can't disassociate the self from the science. And so, this conversation that we're talking about today, it was talked about 70 plus years ago, but when we hear Einstein, we don't hear about workers' rights. We hear about theory of relativity, something that people can't connect tangibly to, although it's in our life, and we're using it right now while we're on the internet. And also, I love the shout out to Oko. March for Science is, so I started a vertical farm in the basement of the engineering school called the Urban Food Lab. It's something that March for Science is very tied to, and I just love calling out Yemi Amu. She's a friend of the Urban Food Lab. So, Kendra, can you talk a little bit about your work that you do, your abolitionist work that you do? You both are badass abolitionists. Can you bring us into how you've sort of democratized science in your own space?
Yeah, so one of the projects I'm working on at the Advanced Science Research Center, my audio, can you hear me? Okay, is called the Community Sensor Lab. And the idea behind it is that we are learning to build using do-it-yourself Arduino electronic technologies to build these environmental monitoring devices. And we're doing these workshops in community so that folks are not only learning STEM skills, how to do soldering and circuitry and programming, but also gaining a tool for environmental advocacy. So getting that data into the hands of the people so that we can more accurately measure the disparity of environmental impacts across different neighborhoods and communities in the city, because as we know, it's not an even playing field. And part of that is not just to get science into the hands of the people, science out into the community, because a lot of science outreach programs are like, okay, let's go run workshops for people or teach people something about science. But how are we also bringing the voices of the people into the scientific community, creating more space for that reciprocal relationship to happen? So I'm helping to open that door at the Advanced Science Research Center. CUNY is the City University of New York, to have more of these conversations about how can we do science with the public, science with the public's good, and having conversations, having different speaking events, and having conversations even about reductionism and moving beyond reductionism. So one thing for other science that people who are working at scientific institutions is to think about how you can start having these kinds of conversations in your spaces and start to push the envelope a little bit on on opening these kinds of ways of thinking, beyond having more imagination of what kind of world can we create, how can we use science in these different ways, and also how to, again, bring ourselves into the equation, where we don't have to say that that science exists in this vacuum, but that we are these active proponents, and we have feelings and emotions, and we're going through things, and we want to move with love. And how do we bring love into the equation as well, as Adarnsola mentioned? And I really resonate with that we have to learn how to bring our emotions, because science has put this damper on being emotional, and saying that emotion doesn't have value, but emotion is just another tool, is another way that we absorb information. And so how are we going to utilize that information in a way that can also be scientific? So those are some of the ways that I'm trying to push the envelope of evolving our way of thinking and doing science as an abolitionist approach, in order to end some of these internalized ways that we police ourselves and imprison ourselves and imprison our mind and our feelings, but that will also help for us to build compassion and solutions for these larger social issues as well.
Love it. And speaking of love, Adarnsola, share some of your love. How do you?
Oh,
Go for it.
No, yeah, see, I mean, it's part of it in being part of these spaces, building community partnership, but really, again, abolition science is this labor of love, justice, and joy. It's through our podcasts, reading groups, community skills share workshops. We are really working for liberation, especially Black liberation, by disrupting, interrogating, and deconstructing like our existing notions of science, right? That perpetuate inequities, while at the same time really reshaping possibilities of what a decolonized approach in science and science education can play. And we do this in our workshop spaces. We do this in our reading groups. We do this by our community partnerships. One workshop, right? We just recently, had a few months ago, was an interactive workshop to collectively imagine Black freedom lands and map our radical love sites, right? So even how we engage with these disciplines and how science has been siloed in these spaces, we're disrupting that notion. And also we're disrupting this notion of like, who gets to call themselves science and who gets to participate, while at the same time, really reckoning with that legacy of violence and exploitation.
All right, so we have a couple minutes to wrap up. Can you each give us, how do people plug into your org? How do they support what you're doing? You both are doing amazing work. I think more people should be involved. Kendra, go for it.
So first off, you can check out my website. I'm forloveandscience.com. That's number 4loveandscience.com to learn more about my philosophy and different workshops that I run and speaking events and that kind of stuff. Also, Advanced Science Research Center, CUNY's Advanced Science Research Center. You can follow us on Twitter, ASRC_GC, for lots of events and to be part of more of these. The ASRC is an interdisciplinary research center, so we're really trying to have these kinds of conversations. And as well, follow on Instagram, Community Sensor Lab. At Community Sensor Lab is our program where we're building the DIY sensors, and you can find our website through there in order to get into our GitHub, which has all the open source materials and code. And so if you want to build your own and learn, you can follow along. I think those are the main things.
Beautiful. Adarnsola, wrap this up.
Oh, love it. I will be visiting that GitHub repo, definitely.
Absolutely.
So for Abolition Science, definitely follow us on our website, www.abolitionscience.org. If you're going to email us, you can email us at abolitionscience@gmail.com. Email is great. We're on Insta, we're on Twitter. It's at Abolition Science on Insta and at Abolition Sci on Twitter. We're looking forward to hearing from you all and connecting with you all out there.
Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you to everybody for hearing us out. And I'm going to give it back to the producers.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucy Biggers. I am a host and producer for Now This News. I'm based in New York City. I host a series called One Small Step that is all about the steps individuals can take and communities can take to be more sustainable. And this is the Organizing for Climate Justice panel. And this is a truly global panel. All of our panelists are all over the world, different time zones today, and they are all members of the Fridays for Future campaign or Fridays for Future organization. They are climate organizers in their community. And I just love this conversation today already because it has such a diversity of voices from all over the world. So I know it's going to be amazing. So on our panel today, we have Chile Kwakwangwa, AKA Chile Nightfall from Zambia. We have Yusuf Baloch from Pakistan. And we have Adriana Maffiolecci from Brazil. And all of you all are organizers and members of the Fridays for Future campaign, which you are doing so many things around the globe. And so I would love to know how you got into this work. And so Adriana, do you want to just start with a little background of what inspired you to become a climate activist?
Yes. Hi, everyone. So I started my activism work when I was 10 years old because I realized some environmental problems in my community, and I started to research more about it. I go to the public library and I learned it so much that I didn't knew it yet. And I also realized that my community didn't know what is climate crisis. So I started to make it like pamphlets and deliver them to my neighborhood houses and trying to help them and educate about the global warming and about the environmental problems that we have that we are suffering because we are the most affected by. And yeah, I think that's basically when I started my activism. And then last year I joined the Fridays for Future Brazil, and now I work also with the international team. And in August last year, I created Aldeias pelo Clima, which means Indigenous Communities for Climate, that support Indigenous peoples in Latin America and helps to collect food and hygienic products to help them to combat the COVID-19.
It's so amazing to see all that you've been able to accomplish in just a few short years. And Chile, do you want to explain a little of your background in Zambia and what brought you to this work?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. This is a wonderful privilege. Thank you very much. So my name is Chile Kangwa, aka Chile Nightfall, and I'm an activist from Zambia, from northern Zambia. I'm 26 years old. I started my activism work when I was about 15. Yeah, I come from a very small family that is basically apparently getting affected so immensely by climate change. And when I first started, I think what really ignited my interest to want to know more about climate change was probably due to shortage of food security. For instance, the poor yields, resulting from changing conditions, in agriculture, sector, as well as water shortages, to the point where basically the community members had to walk, in fact, they still do, walk distances, probably 2 to 3 to 5 kilometers every day to go and fetch water. In most cases, children basically are forced to go to walk such kind of, very long distances to go and fetch water. So I took this stand and wanted to know exactly what really was causing the water shortage to the point where all the fountains or the shallow wells, in fact, included, just dried up completely, and there was no access to water nearby. And so when I went to the high school, I decided basically to take interest in that particular area of the environment, to one day understand the biology behind that. And what I discovered basically shaped me into the person that I am today. I basically moved so quickly to establish an organization that's called Action for Nature, which I'm running basically as the youngest CEO, I should say. That's basically from I think 2016, I started to mobilize young people, especially to rise to action and calling upon their leaders to want to do something about issues of climate change. There's a common trend in Africa that is very, very almost everywhere of cutting down trees basically as a source of fertilizer for people to grow their food, for their families. And that practice actually is simply getting exacerbated due to poor economy for Zambia, forcing everyone and every family to simply continue to go back to their destructive, agricultural practices. So these are some of the challenges that we're still grappling with to try and change. Zambia today is one of the countries, in fact, ranks first in Southern Africa in carbon emissions. This, in fact, tells the world that Zambia still doesn't stand in a positive position, in fact, to even begin to fight climate change. Looking at its economy, it's to some extent political instability, lack of political will, and rampant corruption. All these things compounded together are lending efforts to combat climate change very, very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. And then Yusuf, you're in Pakistan. Tell us about how you got into this work and some of the challenges that you're facing in your region.
Hello everyone, my name is Yusuf Baloch. I am from Balochistan, Pakistan. I'm a 17-year climate activist with Fridays for Future and Fridays for Future Pakistan, Fridays for Future Balochistan, and working internationally with MAPA and other campaigns. So yeah, I was interested in climate related things when I was a child. I always wanted to save the nature, to do something for the nature, but I didn't have any idea about this, that how the climate crisis is being caused. When I just grown up and got to know about the climate crisis and saw the people around the world, especially the young people who are just campaigning for this issue, so I just got inspired, and I wanted to do it for my community. After seeing my community affected by it, I know how it feels to live at the front lines of the climate crisis, because I have been through these situations many times, along with my families, along with my neighbors. I have even lost my whole village because of these issues, and people are just being displaced, people are losing their homes, people are just being pushed towards poverty because of the privileged countries, which are just causing the climate crisis and which are just making us to be affected by these issues. So I think this is something which should be conveyed to the world, and our message and our stories should be listened to the world, should be heard to the world, because these are important issues. And the world leaders started failing us, and they have decided that they will not solve the climate crisis, they will still wait for more decades. I say this, we have been affected by the climate crisis decades ago, and we can't wait for more decades to be affected by it. You can't leave humanity to suffer for more decades.
Thank you, Yusuf. And I think what's so amazing about all of your stories is that you're working with frontline communities that are impacted the first and worst by this crisis. And I would love to know from your experience on the front lines of this, what are some tricks that you've learned or wisdom that you've picked up from your experience? Like Adriana, do you have any advice for other people trying to get more people to be part of this movement? What have you learned?
Yes, I think we have like 3 steps to get that. And the first one is to educate yourself about the climate crisis and all the climate issues. And then you can try to educate your community. I think we all have like little struggles in your community. Like in mine, we don't have a lot of access to information or access to internet. Like how we can have access to internet, we don't have money for food or for water and everything. So actually in this pandemic, everything is more hard, and I think you can educate yourself and try to educate your community and your periphery about the climate issues, and then you try to empower them and encourage them to act, to change their habits. And we also need to realize that we are watching in the TV people saying that we need to like reduce our time in your bath is not enough. We need to ask our companies, we need to ask them to have responsibility with the environmental, with the world, because it's not enough to reducing 10 minutes in your bath when you eat meat, for example. Like one beef stick, it's like equivalent to 2 months taking a bath. So we need to change our habits and try to get more people change their habits too. And yeah, I think we can, like, in your community, we can support each other. We can like do this and try to get another people do the same thing, to change their minds and try to always act, because we need right now, what we need right now is action.
Exactly. That's so well said. And Chile, you've been organizing for several years. Can you give us a win or an example of when you've been successful in your campaigning and what that was like for you?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucy. You know, in my region, which is the northern region of Zambia, we had the first biggest, in fact, you know, climate strike action on last month on March 10th, which in fact drew participants from schools, including the district office, which is the government office. And this was truly a very big score on our part, because we even got, in fact, the DC herself to read the speech which I myself wrote, to affirm our commitments, especially to the young generation, that the government, including our office in the district, is going definitely to abide to the statutes that basically govern the environmental management and extra other, valuable issues that are ecosystems, so to speak. However, like Adriana said, you know, the most important things that are basically learned working with MAPA and FFF is that, you know, the climate change fight, or fight for justice, climate justice, is something that is basically coming to unite the world. It's basically knocking down the racial barriers and boundaries, basically creating a universal community, a global community where young people rise to the challenge without discrimination, without racism, without anything else, with the deepening in their understanding that we cannot win if we keep fighting each other. We must fight the common evil, the big takes, you know, the governments that keep lying to us every day, a government that simply wastes so much taxpayers' money drafting policies which they never basically implement. We're tired of all these notes lying everywhere. We're tired of paperwork. What we need right now is to unite. Black, Asians, Europeans, wherever everyone comes from, we the humans are actually at the edge of distinction. If we do not basically unite and do this. And so schools are playing very pivotal role, in basically providing the atmosphere for us as activists. In my case, I have access to schools without in fact being blocked, without being castigated in any way. And then offices, in fact, government offices give us, in fact, a very good reception because they understand the value of the work that we basically are doing. We plan in this. For this, we appreciate so much the FFF movement for providing the most necessary resource in terms of financial support in organizing all these events, because we live in native areas, and in fact these are cut off areas from the internet network or infrastructure And so people depend on the word of mouth, without which obviously they would never learn. They wouldn't know about something. And so this support is coming at a very timely gesture to try and basically necessitate our efforts and be able to scale our efforts up to reach more communities and to raise awareness and to prepare people basically for what's to come, but also to educate people on what they can do. Like in my case, I'm really working hard to ensure that we teach people on how to organize protests, peaceful protests, and to use advocacy to bring about change in their communities in different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think for our final question, I know we're almost out of time. Yusuf, what has been the acceptance of your work in your community, and how have you pushed to get more people on board with climate activism?
So I think this has been one of the most difficult tasks for me, to get the people united and to get them onboarded to this community and to work along with us, especially with Fridays for Future Balochistan here in Balochistan, just because it's extremely difficult to get especially young people, because they don't know about the climate crisis. As I think, as they mentioned before, that climate crisis should be teach in school, just because if the people get start learning about the climate crisis, they will get interested. They automatically want to save their nature. They want, and everybody want to save their nature. Everybody want to save the earth. Everybody want to have a bright future. But the young people are not knowing about the crisis. So it has been one of the most difficult tasks for me. In these during COVID situations, I was not allowed to do like big sessions, climate related sessions. So I started speaking with individuals. I have visited schools and education institutions to give awareness session to the young people that they should know about the climate crisis. And we are trying our best to bring the climate crisis courses to the school, that everyone should know about this issue, just because it is something which is very important, especially for the people who lives in of the climate crisis. They are being deceived, they are being lied, just because of their economy. They want to build their economy. They don't want to save the humanity. So I think the most important part of just uniting people, you have to inspire them, you have to teach them about the climate crisis, and you have to tell them that you are being deceived and your future is being stolen by those who are just privileged, and they want to destroy your all the living beings and everything you have. So yeah.
Thank you. And that's where we're going to have to end the event, because we have 15 minutes. It went by so fast. I think I could talk to you all day. Your work is so inspiring, and it's so important for addressing climate change and climate justice. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing out there on the front lines. We all appreciate you so much. So thank you, everybody.
Hi everyone, I just got dropped into our Gather space where we're having our virtual festival for Earth Day 51 tomorrow. That little girl in the middle is me, but also hi, I'm here in the bottom right in real life. I'm going to tour you around our space so you can have a little bit more of an idea of what to expect for our festival tomorrow, so follow me. And, oh, here's some friends. Hi, Kevin and Emma.
Hey crew, and my name is Kevin.
And we're from Earth Day Initiative, and at our booth we have a few things that you...
Here you can learn more about sustainable food with our Gotham Grazes program, or tune into our Parts per Million podcast and learn about all the different ways that you can activate to show up for Earth Day 2021.
Amazing! I'm so excited! Nice to meet you guys. All right, I'm gonna keep going with my tour. Bye! Okay, let's go see who these people are over here at our March for Science booth. Hi guys!
Hey Tiff!
How are you?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I'm loving the space. Tell me more about what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so I'm Josh. And I'm Omar. We're directors of March for Science in New York City. We use our entire organization's goal is to use science for the common good. And we have a lot of exciting demos for you guys here.
Guys, I'm literally going to be setting things on fire. We're going to be teaching you about how vaccines work, how fireworks work. We're going to be giving you demonstrations about flood zones in New York City. It's going to be awesome.
So a little bit cooler than the run-of-the-mill conference, right? A little bit cooler than that.
A lot, let's just say like flashier in the sense of explosions.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye. Bye, Ted.
Bye. All right, so you can explore this space tomorrow from 12 to 7 and meet organizations like World Science Festival, 500 Women Scientists NYC, and City Nature Challenge as some examples, and talk to them about their work that they do, how you can get involved, see some interactive demonstrations, and generally learn more about the climate movement. And if you see here, I can show you the larger map of the entire space. So as you can tell, there are going to be many, many organizations that you can learn from and talk to tomorrow during our festival. Okay, so let's go down again towards the center of the map. Hi again. Hi Ingrid, I hear you have some news for me about what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, so meet us here tomorrow at 3 p.m. with Fridays for Future. We have a huge march and rally to call for science on silence.
Okay, amazing. So again, tomorrow at 3 p.m., meet us here in this spot to have a rally and a march around this gather space with Fridays for Future. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow. So we hope you learned a lot today and that you feel inspired to show up tomorrow at our virtual festival in the Gather Space, where you can talk to the organizations that are doing the work on the ground and find out how you can get more involved.
It's time to mobilize. Tomorrow, we're going to have a virtual march and rally as a collaboration between Earth Day Initiative, March for Science NYC, and Fridays for Future from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in our Gather Space. You can register at earthdayinitiative.org, and we really hope we see you there. All right, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye.